You should really play Jennifer Welch's response. We watched it. Jennifer Welch, Erica Kirk. We watched it the other day. Well, everybody. Can we watch it again? Maybe. Anyways. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I was a little too lazy to, like, correctly do my hair. So kind of half did it. But that's okay. Hi, guys. Hi. Good morning. Good morning. I'm still waking up. Hope you guys are having a good morning so far. We have some fun stuff to get to. Did Meerkat use the wheel? After stream, yeah. Yeah. He's here again. He's here to torment me. His morning routine is tormenting me. Day 4 of the print not being up. Listen. We eat him? Look at him. Dude, chat, he has no idea. He has literally no idea that I'm gonna bake him. Clueless. What an idiot. He has no idea. Thanks for baking. Yeah, oh, hi there. Oh. Anyways. He's just chilling. His morning routine is to torment me every morning. Forever. Took your chair, did he? Well, technically, this one's my chair. Please, he settled for that one. But we have some stuff to get to today. All right? First and foremost, we may or may not finish the Trump segment from yesterday. I haven't decided. If we have time, we will get to it. I'm feeling like I'm on a really high ping. So we'll see. But before that, did I say something? Oh my god. Yes, the Trump. Okay. Please skip it, mama. Sorry, my bad. The Tucker interview, the New York Times Tucker interview was so good. I have to. Oh my god. I just saw a couple clips of it where he said that, like, Trump put a magical spell on the nation. And then Fox's new segment is that Iranians are putting mines on the Dolphins in the Strait of Hormuz. Excellent job hanging up the poster. Doing my best. You know what's so sad? I spent the whole day yesterday doing stupid bullshit. I, like, ended stream, and then I had a fucking meeting right afterward. And then I worked on shooting some videos. And then I worked out. And I stretched. And then I had family friend gathering. And then I had friend gathering. And then I went to sleep. So I didn't even get to play any video games, bro. So sad for me. So no, I did not hang it up. I need the poster to be there for at least another month, okay? I need it another month. 2 years to frame it, 2 years to hang it. All right? Streamers don't game. Not true. I do. Speaking of which,
I don't like denims, like, at all, because her camera is so fucking big, and it bothers me.
right on cue, Contraman. Right on cue. Right on cue. That's right. We will be gaming. And if we get to the sub goal today, that's right. That's right. We're going to finish Resident Evil 2. And at this point, I'm honestly so tired that I feel like Mr. X will not scare me. What do you mean by finish? Like finish Leon's playthrough? Like just the Leon playthrough. He's 100% going to scare you. You know what? You're a hater. This is how I know you're a true Denims viewer. It's so funny seeing replies on posts sometimes about my stream or like clips from my stream. And you can always tell the Denims enjoyers where they're like, I wish I could come over to Denims's place and then ignore her so I can play with Mayor Cat. Yeah, that's a Denims viewer. All right. Okay. So anyways, was there anything else? I got these screws on Amazon that are double-headed, just screw into the drywall and you can hang a picture off of it. Oh, I just use command strips. They're dope. I've never looked back since using command strips. No? Why are no, no, no. What's wrong with command strips? Command strips are kind of goated. I don't know. Stop, you're gonna piss me off. Wait, what's wrong with command strips? Sometimes they tear paint. I haven't had that happen in all of the times I've removed the command strips. The Anchor hardware is better. They always tear the. Do you pull the command strip down? Maybe you're goated with the sauce, but I work at a gallery. Oh. Well, to be fair, this is really light. Because it's not like, I feel like if you work in a gallery, it's probably all like glass. And you probably don't want to put up like really expensive paintings with command strips. But with my shit, it's all really light. Like this is a really light frame. I don't even think this thing weighs like a pound. It's probably even less. It's like a really light frame. And it's just a poster with like really thin acrylic. So I don't know. I think it's fine. I've removed a lot and it's never come off, so I don't know. Light frames are fine. Yes. 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 Also personally, oh, I have to charge my phone. Thank you. I mean my phone. Wow, you can see how tired I am. Um Also, I do like the convenience of not having to like fill the hole after you drill into it, which is nice. Because I have put things up with screws, and the only thing that sucks is that then afterwards you have to like caulk it and everything. This sentence sounds really concerning. Filling holes and screws and you guys know what I mean. Well, it's just, I think it's technically spackle. All right. Anyways, moving on. 1 or 2 thumbtacks would hold that. How would a thumbtack hold up a frame? I don't even want to try and do the math on that. All right. Okay. All right. Enough yapping, everybody. Enough yapping. We have shit to get to. All right. I'm not going to sit here and yap all morning about some stupid nonsense. Okay. We have to sit here and yap about some racist nonsense. Obviously. Idiots. You won't believe what's inside this cake. Sorry, I was opening YouTube, and then the first thing that pulled up was a food short. My fat ass. I totally ignore all the politics ones, and then I just look at the food ones. I'm like, why are all my YouTube shorts always just food? All right, whatever. Dude, did you guys see, like, I don't know if it's rage bait meant to just piss me off or what. You guys see these posts about, like, calling Cinna overweight? I can't. I just can't. I just can't, dude. I just can't, man. Just fucking make it end, dude. Make it stop, man. For fuck's sake. Am I tweaking? Or does Taylor Swift kind of look like Griffith? She'd 100% be willing to sacrifice all her followers to permanently stay #1 on the Billboard. Oh, also. Why is my music playing? Guys, there's a new fan-run YouTube channel. I love the photo they pick. Oh my god, and oh, my hair is so good. It's a great channel, and they're doing a great job. If you guys want to go and give them some support. That hit, play it again. No, I will never ever play it again. It did kind of hit. That's just my music. That's my playlist. All right. This is not a DJ stream. All right, guys. I don't know enough about music to know anything about DJing. It means legally, I am squashed for DJing. Anyways, yeah, there's a new channel. Daily Denims. I wonder if it's a chatter. Their thumbnail game is strong, not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. These thumbnails are pretty good. I like this one. You said what? With the little look at the new post. Well, Denim's hang the print on the wall this year. This is amazing. The pants. God. Guys, what do you think is like the funniest fake job to tell someone you do? I said that and then I immediately thought of what I would say. I feel like when people ask me what I do for work, some random person that I don't know, I should tell them cop. I'm not gonna tell them I'm a cop. You know how fucked I'm gonna be when I talk to a cop that thinks I'm a cop? No, I should tell them I work in a morgue. Dick sucking factory worker. Do I look like a Trump cabinet member? What do you think people would say? What would you say if someone was like, "Where do you work?" And then I'm like, and then they said like, "Oh, I work in a morgue." The problem is that I don't have like the Erica Kirk eyes, so I can't really do like the ominous look. I don't feel like my look is ominous, you know? It's just like, why is she looking at me? You should do a Republican makeup stream one day. That would be really actually. Tell them you work at a floor factory. What the hell is that? Like a factory that makes flooring or something? Or like, what does that mean? Your eyes are too dough to be ominous? Yeah. Unfortunately, deer faces rise up. You know what I mean. Tell them you're part of a CSI cleanup unit. Bad train wreck. You can't just post. You can't just post a Frank Reynolds fucking quote and not elaborate. All right. Enough yapping, though. Enough yapping. Enough yapping. More. I was going to say zapping shock collar, but then I was like, ugh, that joke is so overplayed. You know? More crapping. This is not the H3 podcast. Breaking. MAGA influencer Craig Long has been arrested after being caught in a human trafficking sting operation.
He's an influencer. He also owns Craig Long Fitness in Tampa. He was seeking the services of a prostitute. Did I tell you that he's married? That he's got 125 followers on Instagram, 568 followers on TikTok.
Why is it still so quiet? Start over.
Then there's Craig Long we arrested. He's 41. Some of you may recognize him. He's an influencer. He also owns Craig Long Fitness in Tampa. He was seeking the services of a prostitute.
No.
Did I tell you that he's married?
Oh.
That he's got 125 followers on Instagram, 568 followers on TikTok. Well, I'm going to give him some content for his social media today. He was a previous felon who straightened up. Really?
Sorry, did he say 125 followers and they call him an influencer? That's just having a TikTok. What? Incredible. We're really stretching the term influencer. What influence is crazy?
We want to see in life. Now he's an influencer. You know, he moves in big circles.
Big circles? Wait. With 125 followers? My circles must be like gargantuan.
Even with the president. This is a photograph with the president.
To be fair, they did let that like random sickly Canadian child that nobody understands when he speaks meet the president as well.
And his son not long ago. Now, we like to see people who make mistakes early in life, and he had a long history straighten up.
Oh, he actually has like 567,000 followers on TikTok? Okay. Why did he leave off the 1,000 mark?
We like the fact that he likes the cops. Heck, he liked them so much, he got caught up in a sting and got to be up and real close with the cops. We asked what his attitude was. They said, oh, he had a great attitude. He appreciates law enforcement. Well, there you go. Got arrested in a human trafficking sting. Influence that for a while.
I just got spit all over my keyboard. Oh, influence that for a while. What does that mean? Pokemon, go to the polls. Girl, you are not cooking. Are you an influencer? No? Then stick to doing what you do best. Playing Candy Crush. Oh my God, man. That was amazing. So wait a second here. You're telling me that some of the people telling us to move on from Epstein might be involved with human trafficking themselves? I'm shocked. I am truly, truly shocked. I can't believe that. It's unbelievable. It's actually, that's unbelievable. Wow. It could be it's such a, you know, I was about to get into a stun lock. All right. We saved. Had an out-of-body experience. I was like, wait. No. Who told you the video can play? Told you to speak? Told you to breathe into the microphone? Sir? Okay, let's do the dolphin story.
Dolphins. The Persians want to strap mines to dolphins to weaponize the strait. Don't tell PETA. These rogues are desperate. The blockade's already forced 45 ships to do a 180. And now the Pentagon is using AI to hunt down Iranian mines. The president says it's basically already over.
The blockade has been unbelievable, powerful, 100%. It's been actually unbelievable. If we left right now, we had a great victory, but we're not doing that.
The Pentagon says the blockade's already cost the Iranians $5 billion. And inflation is so high, it'd make Biden blush. Kamikaze dolphins.
So there's so much to unpack there. Every part of it was bizarre. Yep, I am a Fox News listener. I am a Fox News viewer, and I totally believe this story that the Persians are strapping mines to dolphins, followed by dolphins are kind of like huge assholes. Low curcuminally, they're kind of like massive, terrible, like assholes. So it's a lot harder for me to care. Maybe they should talk about like whales, you know, because I feel like whales, everybody loves whales, right? Dolphins are the Epstein Trumps of the ocean. Exactly, you know? Anti-dolphin propaganda. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. It's the old U technique, or sorry, the old no U technique. Marine mammal program. Since 1959, the U.S. Navy has trained dolphins and sea lions as teammates for our sailors and Marines to help guard against similar threats underwater. Bro thinks he's Namor. The Navy's Marine Mammal Program has been home ported on Point Loma since 1960s. Sea lions ride in specially designed kennels that are kept cool, wet, and comfortable. How I'm going to start describing myself on dating profiles. Dolphins are placed in fleece-lined stretchers that are suspended in fiberglass containers filled with enough water to comfortably support their weight. Okay. Interesting. How is it that there are 2 dolphin-related news in the Middle East and it's the beginning of May? Yeah. Killer whales are notoriously famous for training their young to efficiently catch prey even on land. Smart-ass fish. I'll be honest with you guys, I actually don't know that much about fish. I do know that dolphins are assholes. I like that orcas went from terrifying murderers of sharks to revolutionary and billionaire terrorists. I might be too tired to understand what that sentence means, but I agree with you completely. Whales aren't fish, actually. Are they mammals? They aren't fish, you fucking moron. Yeah, whatever, dude. Yeah, whatever. He came down in a bubble, bro. Yeah, whatever, man. This stream is not dolphin safe. Bro, we're on land. What is it? Well, Opa. All right. You are triggering me. Sorry. If it's in the water, it's a fish. I don't make the rules. I don't care about your stupid fucking categories. It's in the water. It's got fin. It's a fish. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ducks are fish. We'll do ducks. Ducks don't have fins. Since when does a duck have fins? Penguins? Those technically count as fins? I thought those were like flightless birds. I thought those were their technically wings. It has flippers, not fins. You are correct. They are both mammals and fish. Technically, we are fish too, so it's all relative. See, this is why you don't have to care about stupid scientists and their dumb labels, because they'll be like, tomatoes are a fruit. Also, here are all these berries that are not berries. Also, bananas are a berry. It's like, just like, go fuck yourself, man. Go fuck yourself. Literally, no one cares what you think, and no one has ever cared what you think. That's why you're a stupid, stupid fucking scientist that names things stupidly. Oh, well, technically, it's whatever. A watermelon is a berry? Okay, well, it seems like someone never had their mother's love. That's what I will tell you, okay? It's got fins, it swims, it's in the water, it's a fish. And you will not be changing my fucking mind. All right? You seem angry today? I like how when woman tells joke, it's like, you're kind of stupid, aren't you? You seem really angry today. Explodes you with my mind. Explodes you. Very emotional and hysterical. True, true. I do want to see what this chatter's logs are like. Usually I do this privately. Seems normal enough. Please do not read through my chat logs. Okay, I won't. Denims is so mean and angry. She once shipped me a box of Reese's peanut butter cup wrappers. Okay, that's just like cruel. That's just cruel, bro. Stop. I would never do something like that. All right. The great thing about sarcasm on the internet is that it never gets interpreted or misinterpreted. Yeah, that's true, actually. I mean, people saw that video of the chick who was like, I think I'm addicted to abortions. I've had 56 abortions. I'm 30 years old. It's like, y'all not running the numbers on this at all? Like, if you're stupid enough to think someone could even get 56 abortions, you need to, like, sign the fuck off completely immediately. All right? From now on, from now until forever, every time you see a post ever, you need to ask yourself, is this a joke? Before you even begin to read it. Before you even begin to read it. I think it would have been like an abortion a month, yeah. Misidentifying animals isn't funny. How would you like it? True. All right. Okay. We are in. This is the clip that made me decide that we're watching this.
Instead, you know, there were a lot of cowardly people, as there always are, and Trump engenders cowardice in the people around him through intimidation. And there is a kind of quality that he has that's spellbinding, and I think it probably literally is a spell. And the effect is to weaken people around him and make them more compliant and more confused. And I've experienced this myself. You spend a day with Trump and sort of like you're in this kind of dreamland. It's like smoking hash or something. It's interesting, very interesting. And there may be a supernatural component to it. I'm not a theologian, but it's real. And anyone who's been around him can tell you it's real. Instead, you know.
Huh? Trump is doing black magic on you? He's doing witchcraft. Weak-minded fool. Just simply don't be affected by the magic, idiot. Dumbass. Use your brain, bro. Hello? And that's what convinced me that we need to watch the whole thing. So lock in, guys.
You spend a day with Trump and sort of like...
Oh, that's like the first clip that they lead with. Well, we're watching it again.
You're in this kind of dreamland. It's like smoking hash or something. It's interesting. Very interesting.
Tucker believes in spells. Is he being agnostic? No, what I've found is that people who subscribe to like Abrahamic religions will sometimes also subscribe to like witchcraft and like spell casting, and then they frame it as like Satan's work, that Satan can imbue you with witchcraft. Which is the whole, like, you know, makes sense within the Salem witch trials and everything.
I'm Lulu Garcia
And the really hardcore Abrahamic religion freaks, they really do believe in the witchcraft stuff. They like actually totally believe that like witchcraft is real. And the witches can get you. Which is kind of funny. Just simply think that it can't and then it won't. Smile. I'm sorry, I will be honest with you guys. I do subscribe to an ideology that many of you may disagree with, but I finally, this is just a photo of Markiplier with huge tits. Ignore that. I have finally found research to prove a point and a thesis that I've had for a very long time. Okay? Hold up. I'm gonna find it. Wait. Wait. No, I can find it. No, I can find it. God damn, that's a lot of posts. Oh, yes, here it is. So there's two things. Number one, did you guys see the recent research that showed that thinking that you've had better sleep than you actually had makes you perform better? It's kind of cool. Perform. Sorry. So placebo, cool. Well, no, not exactly. Basically they had people have one of those like sleep rings or like the sleep watches or whatever that tell you what the number of like the quality out of 100 is on your sleep. So like, oh, you had a great night of sleep. And then they kind of like lied to a bunch of people. So they had people that actually did have a great number of sleep. And then they had a bunch of people that slept like shit and then told them they had a great number of, or a great quality of sleep. And then they had all these people do like math problems. And basically people who were told that they had technically 3 groups, maybe 4. Let's go one piece at a time. People who did not sleep well, but were told they slept well, when they were given a math problem, they were like, they tried, the researchers' assumption was that they tried extra hard to work on it because they were like, well, I already had great sleep. I should just, do my best with what I'm working on. And then the people who had great sleep but were told they had shit sleep tried less hard on the math problem. Careful with studies like these. You might lose some sleep since you don't need it. No, I can guarantee you, I need my sleep. I love sleeping. I didn't sleep well enough to follow the story. Basically, all you need to know is that if there's a lot of power in thinking that you're built different, effectively is what I'm telling you. All right. But there's something even better. The power of placebo and believing in yourself. Correct. Maybe if I look it up, I can find it. Whatever. Here it is. This is like a breakdown of it, but this wasn't the actual study. Mechanism is mindset priming an executive resource. When you believe you slept well, you will allocate cognitive effort more aggressively. You don't conserve. You don't pre-disengage. Belief about the resource changes how you spend it. So if you think that you slept like shit, it's like, dude, fuck this. I can't, dude. I can't. I'm already at a disadvantage. Even when you actually did sleep well and the program is lying to you. And the opposite is also true. That if you think you slept better than you actually did, you're like, dude, I feel great. Yeah, I can do anything I want. Let's fucking go. So I would just tell myself every morning that I slept for 8 hours. But there is something even better. There was something recently. Oh, actually, this was the study. Literally having a delusional golden retriever mindset measurably changes outcomes and physiology. Sleep badly, convince yourself you're well rested. Stressful day, convince yourself it's fuel. Failed, convince yourself it's useful data. And like low curcuminally, yes. Findings support the hypothesis that mindset can influence cognitive states in both positive and negative directions, suggesting a means of controlling one's health and cognition. I'm not joking when I say, what does this have to do with Markiplier's tits? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to show you guys his fat milkers. This is what I mean when I say, just say you're built different, bro. You're literally him. You're literally her. You're literally them. And I'm not joking. And I'm totally serious. Have you seen the clown that's in Office? You can literally do whatever you want, all right? Hope maxing? I'm not lying. I'm not even lying, dude. I'm being so serious. There is nothing that will drastically improve your life better than having a positive mindset. Hello, Worma. Hello, Squirma. Do you actually believe what you say, or is it content? I believe everything that I say on stream. I don't remember if I've ever said anything on stream that I don't believe. Hi, Wormy. Yes, good Wormy. Performance enhancing Delulu? Correct. You gain literally nothing from being negative except personal catharsis, but you don't even get personal catharsis. Just think about it within the context of like playing a game. If you succumb to negativity, all you're going to do is tilt and then play like shit and then influence everybody else to start playing like shit. If you literally just say like, I'm built differently, I can just win games. I just win games because I'm good. You will just win games. And you could just convince your teammates that they can just win games. I'm not joking. That this is Denim's pre-cult leader phase. No, I'm just saying that there is a benefit to having a very positive mindset about things. Tactical copium. It's not even copium. To be the most annoying person, wrong. The most annoying person is the person that rages after every fucking game. The most annoying person is the person that's negative about everything. Just win. Forehead. Correct. What if you can't delude yourself and really don't like lying in an autistic way? What can't you delude yourself about? They are equally annoying. Wrong. Absolutely incorrect. The most positive people I know are nowhere near the level of annoying that the other way around. That anything is possible for you to accomplish. Why? But that's not even delusional. Like, you can. What do you think you can't accomplish? It's not lying if you believe it, and I'm telling you to believe it. That's I'm being so serious. It's not coping or like lying to yourself. It's genuinely believing it. There is some level of cope that I think works, but just like, yeah, you just have a Naruto mindset. You literally just believe in yourself. And if you can't believe in yourself, actually, unironically, believe in the me that believes in you. Especially when you realize some of the most positive people have dealt with some of the hardest struggles. I'm not going to lie. The most positive person I know has had one of the most difficult lives I have ever known. Self-improvement is really hard at times, and it's hard to cope with constant failure. Well, that's because you're viewing it as failure instead of viewing it as progressively getting better. Like, for example, when you train to failure for non-workouters, for people who don't work out, you can, like, let's say you're doing like 3 sets of 12 reps. Some people, sometimes when they work out, they'll keep going until failure. Or like, let's actually, no, wait, sorry. Let me correct my statement. Let's say you're doing 3 sets of 12 reps and you're doing a weight that you haven't done before. It's a new record for your bench press or whatever. And then you fail on 11. Failing actually means you're getting stronger. Training to failure, until you literally can't go anymore, means you just got stronger. It's literally true. And that's kind of how it is with a lot of things. When you fail, it's like you just got a little bit better. You just don't know that you got a little bit better. But it's like you just got some XP. It's not lying, it's reframing. I mean, some of it is reframing, but some of it is real. 12 reps, are you trying to kill me? Sorry. Think chatter is bogged down on the word lying. Did I say the word lying? Maybe I did. I don't recall saying it. I'm just talking about, you can literally just believe that. And it works. I hear that. What if you're able to hit 12 each day or hit less than the expected regularly? Huh? Then you just go up in the number until you can't do it. And then until you can do it, and then you go up in the number, and then you did like 50 pounds this time and you were able to do it easily. Then you go up like 52 pounds. And then if you can do that easily, just keep going up until you start struggling. And now you're actually getting stronger. And then every time you stop failing, so like the next time you do the same weight, and then once you surpass that, you've officially become stronger. The cruel Denims demands that you stand. Rise and reclaim your self-respect. True. Having a 1.5 KDA against a 4 KDA isn't going to work out, but you can still try to have, fun while getting your ass destroyed? I don't know, man. You should see what happens in the lanes that I've played in. All right? People throw away leads all the time. Wait, there was actually like a really funny clip that I saw that I don't have access to, but it was like, why aren't you FFing? Like, why aren't you like surrendering in this game? And the guy in the clip was like, well, because there's always a chance that this guy's like internet can go out. There's always a chance that my opponent's internet can go out. There's always a chance to win. Always. Was it the Jinxie clip? Was it Jinxie? I don't even remember it. I appreciate you replying. I will try to believe in the me you believe in, which sounds so cheesy. I'm serial. I'm so serial. Obviously, like, within reason, like, you know, maybe don't believe that you can be God. Maybe don't believe that you can do something that human beings can do. Okay? You know, that's all I'm saying. But besides that, like, if you want to believe in yourself doing something that other people can do easily, or a lot of people can do, then, you know, yeah, go for it. Therapist said that if you have a story, in your head, if that story is negative, you're going to think negative things about yourself and you start your day in a bad mood and have a bad day. But if the story is positive, you will think positive things about yourself, wake up in a better mood, have a better day. Correct. You lost me. Your hair is so good today. Oh, thanks. It kind of looks a little fried, but I appreciate that. I'm gonna go ask Megan Fox out on a date. Thanks, Denims. And I'm also not. I'm not even joking. Do it. I'm not joking. Do it. Have you seen Lana Del Rey's husband? Do it. Yes. Yes. This is what I mean. This is why I never surrender in games. The way I see it is there's two reasons to never surrender in a game. One, if you're surrendering because you don't like a teammate, it's more psychic damage to force them to play the entire game out. No, you don't get the easy way out, pussy. Stay for the full 10 minutes, loser. Second, there's always a chance. It's always winnable. It's always winnable.
Is the game you're in right now, by the way, Dantes, it's 16-3. How could you still win this?
Well, there's always a chance that an armed robber walks in Lux's house and blows his head off with a shotgun. So since we're not going to discount that possibility, we're just going to play this one out because anything is possible. All right.
And I'm not joking. I'm not joking. This is my attitude in games, Denims. I wish there were more of us. I'm so serious. I'm so serious. I'm so serious. And this should be your mentality. Oh, I can't draw. Yes, you can. Just draw every single day. Can you move a pencil on a paper? Okay. Then you can draw. Now draw every day. Draw every day, and then you will get better at drawing. It's that simple. And it's the same thing with everything else. The only place I've seen that mentality thrive is sports, IRL sports. Honestly, probably, yeah. Also, I will say personally, it's the only... Oh, hi, Wormy. It is the only thing that has improved my social anxiety. I just pretend like I'm someone who's cool, who is the life of the party. And then I just act like I am. I'm like, I am now the coolest person in the room. Let me go talk to people. And then you can just do that. You can actually just do that. Denims is low-key my support life coach. I'm here to help. All right? I didn't poop for 2 months. It was actually me winning. Okay, I didn't say that you should reframe things that are just bad as good. I said you should reframe things that actually are good as good. Or things that are neutral as good. And then you should just do the things that you want to do. Emotional support pants. And I'm not serious. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. None of this is joking. It's kind of like, I think there's a reverse low tier god clip from Northern Lion. I don't think I can find it. But that's how I feel. Oh, okay. I will be at the airport trying to push airplanes. Good for you, buddy. All right, let's go. Ready? Lock in.
And I'm in Maine to interview.
I'm glad the poster is out of frame for this conversation. Well, see, I've already lost with the poster because I've already set myself up for failure by saying I'm going to do it next year. So that's actually a great example of something. But if I just told myself I'm going to do it right now on stream, I would just do it. I would just do it. So I'm correct.
Lock in. Lock in. Get it twisted? If you lock in, you can do anything. Motherfucker. Get it twisted. Your actions impact nothing. Your fate is predetermined. The only thing that you can change is your reaction to it. You can do anything you set your mind to. The world is a playground designed for you and only you to achieve your highest level ambitions. If you wait 90 minutes to wake up until you drink your first cup of coffee, nothing can stop you. If you duct tape your mouth, when you fall asleep, nothing can stop you. Get it twisted? You are a pawn in a universe chess match. You mean nothing to God, if they even exist. You're a rounding error. You're 2 pennies on a Fortune 500 company's balance sheet. They don't care about you in the slightest. Get it twisted? Everybody gets what they deserve in this life. If you put in effort, you can achieve anything. Successful people are better people. Get it twisted? The circumstances surrounding your birth determine where you are going to go. Nothing else matters at all. Your own level of education,
Goodbye,
your attitude, your level of effort, your friends, your network, your business, your credentials. Motherfucker!
Goodbye, Boulder. I've had a twist in my whole life. All right, that's enough stalling. I really didn't want to watch this fucking video. But anyways. Anytime you're about to say, I can't do this, tell yourself you can. And then tell me how your life goes. Anytime you're about to say like, oh man, I can't win this game. Just be like, actually, I can win this game. Actually, this game is winnable. I just need to lock in. Every time you're like, oh, I can't work out, you're like, no, actually I can. No, I actually can. As long as you're not like trying to break the laws of physics or anything. All right. RE8 soon? Okay, stop. Okay, stop.
View Tucker Carlson. For many years, Carlson was one of President Trump's most vocal supporters.
I mean, I've always agreed with Trump's policies, always. And here I am with a full-throated, utterly sincere endorsement of Donald Trump.
But recently, Carlson has publicly broken with Trump. He's not only come out against Trump's decision to go to war with Iran.
This is the single most foolish thing any American president has ever done.
He now says he regrets supporting the president.
You know, we'll be tormented by it for a long time. I will be.
And has become a vocal and influential critic of the administration.
This whole thing is like dooming anyone connected to it for the foreseeable future, including the entire Republican Party.
This puts Carlson at the center of a major battle on the right over Israel, over foreign interventions, and over the post-Trump world itself. Here's my interview with Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson.
Thanks for having me.
Very excited for you to be here.
Thank you.
In Maine, we should say. Any excuse to come to Maine is always a good reason.
Most people don't come to this part of Maine, so I'm grateful that you did.
All parts of Maine are good parts. I wanted to sit down with you for a number of reasons. You've been at the center of conservative media, obviously, for a very long time. By extension, it's politics. And I want to get your perspective on this moment, on your evolution, your worldview. You recently made quite a dramatic...
Denims, why is she cosplaying as Hassan? Head's too big.
Break with President Trump over the war in Iran. And so I'd love to hear about that. I want to start, though, in the lead up to the conflict. You said that you spoke to the president several times about the plan to attack Iran before it actually happened on February 28th. I'd love to hear a little bit about that. Was it just you and the president in those meetings? Can you just give me a sense of what was going on there?
Well, I've been speaking to him about Iran for 10 years.
Right.
Literally since 2016, maybe 15, because there was enormous pressure on him, as there has been on many presidents, to regime change Iran. And we know, based on our experience with a much smaller country, Iraq, that's a tall order, and it doesn't necessarily lead to a place you want to go, and it's not good for the United States. So anyway, and Trump knew that, and that was one of the main reasons, actually, that I supported him during my time at Fox News and campaigned for him. And so it was really central to my views of Trump's candidacy and presidency. And so when it became clear,
Please, for the love of God, tell me. The interviewer was going to ask about the Dominion lawsuit and the text messages that came out of Tucker Carlson saying that he hates Trump. He would go on Fox News and be like, I love Trump. I love Trump. And then in private saying, I fucking hate Trump.
Here in June that we were starting down this road toward a regime change war with Iran, I was baffled. I was very upset. Not because I have allegiance to Iran, but because I thought it would be terrible for the United States, as it has been. Worse even than I imagined. But I could see exactly where this was going, and he was under enormous pressure to do this, once again, as all presidents in my lifetime have been. So we talked a lot in June. He embarked on this effort to take out Iran's nuclear program, which was really just the opening salvo in a regime change effort. He knew that. I told him that. Charlie Kirk told him that. We did it. We got out. And then it became clear this winter in January that we were moving toward this thing that we're in now. And I was just absolutely panicked about it.
Did he explain to you why he wanted to take the country into war? I mean, I'm just trying to understand the dynamics of that conversation. What was he
Well, there were
saying?
multiple conversations.
Right.
I flew to Washington 3 times in the month before, 5 weeks, 6 weeks before, and met with him in the Oval Office alone, and people file in and out. With the White House Chief of Staff, the Secretary of State, et cetera. Had lunch with him on one of those occasions. And then I spoke to him by phone many times on this topic. And he would begin almost every conversation with, do you want Iran to have a nuclear weapon? To which I said, well, I'm sort of opposed to nuclear weapons. I don't want nuclear weapons. I don't want Israel to have a nuclear weapon. I don't want anyone to have a nuclear weapon. It doesn't seem like a good thing. But that's not the question. The question is, what do you do about it? And that was kind of the end of the rationale for doing this. He never seemed enthusiastic about it, ever. And I would say, well, here are the potential effects of this. Obviously, the geography of Iran being the most important fact of Iran. Iran is not a military power, it's an economic power. That was obvious because it controls the greatest span of coastline along the Persian Gulf, which is the source of a fifth of the world's energy, et cetera. All well known now and well known to him then. And he, I think, perfectly understood the consequences. But
why was he taking your calls then? Because if he knew your position and he understood the perils, I mean, was he trying to convince you to back the war?
No. He made no effort to convince me at all, other than to say, it's going to be all right. Everything's going to be okay. And I didn't feel that way. None of this, I should say, was about Trump or my relationship with Trump or my feelings about Trump or his hair color or anything like that. I just didn't want the United States to go to war with Iran. And my strong feeling by the end of those conversations, which was the last one, was probably a week before the war began, was that he felt he had no choice and that he was resigned to it. He was unhappy about it. He didn't seem enthusiastic at all. There was no effort to say, once we do this, the United States will be at peace, we'll be safe, we'll be more prosperous. There was none of that. Zero.
I mean, you speak to many people in the administration, and I'm just trying to understand the fault lines over this. I mean, who was for the war? Who was against it while all this was being discussed? I
mean, I'm guessing to a certain extent. I do talk to a lot of people there still, but I don't work there, so I don't. It's hard to really know. There are people with a long record of making bellicose noises about Iran. They still work there, so specifically the Secretary of State / National Security Advisor has, said for many, many years, Iran is the greatest threat we face, which is a ludicrous statement, but has
Talking
said
about Marco Rubio.
that'd be correct. But that said, I didn't hear a single time from anyone, including from the Secretary of State himself, who I spoke to about this, any enthusiasm for doing this. My strong impression, and I could be wrong because I don't work there, is that no one in the building was pushing for this, at least overtly, that all the pressure was coming from outside. Constant calls.
I have to say, one thing I really was not expecting, and I said this a couple months ago, I said that I would be really surprised if Tucker Carlson pulled away from Trump sooner rather than later, basically. Because the MAGA diehard voters are always going to go with Trump, right? They're not going to vote anything. They're never going to vote for anyone that isn't Trump or endorsed by Trump. So, like, the 100% of MAGA that thinks the war with Iran is just, like, those people are always just going to suck off Trump no matter what, in any context, no matter what. So I really thought he would wait a little bit before pulling away from Trump if he even wanted to do that. Because, like, again, these are the people that we're dealing with. This is like the average, like, MAGA hog. You Democrats weren't satisfied with cheap gas either. I hope $6 gas infuriates every one of you. I'll pay $6 a gallon with a smile on my face, knowing liberals are mad. Going to war with Iran to own the libs. I'm not owned. I'm not owned as I shrink into a corn cob. Like, we're not dealing with sane people here, man. These are not sane people. I shot myself in the foot to own the libs. I just bought an entire pallet of Bud Light, and I'm going to steamroll it to own the libs. It's like, well, how did you own them exactly? I still, like, what one video that actually lives in my head rent-free is the video of the Hbomberguy video. I love to show it. This is before he decided he was going to start making 7-hour documentaries. This is back when he made reasonably sized videos that a streamer could watch and react to in one stream. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Every single 2-hour documentary that he's made, it's needed the full 2 hours. However, they're so long. But before he started making those, I still think about this. Remember when people got really mad at Gillette?
Thing? I don't think they...
Or is it? I think actually it's like... I think actually it should be like right here somewhere. Maybe if we search the transcript for toilet. Okay.
The toilet. It was shared pretty... This tweet was connected to a picture he'd taken of his Gillette razor floating in a toilet. It was shared pretty widely, so apparently this counts as a form of protest now, but I can't help but imagine the few seconds that happened after this picture was taken.
This'll show him.
Oh. I have to get the razor out of the toilet now. I have to reach into the toilet with my hands and take it out. I should have thought a bit harder about this, shouldn't I? I can't stop marveling at the majesty of it.
Speaking briefly...
Like, whoa. Putting my razor in the toilet and fishing it out 5 seconds later to own the libs. You got us. Oh, you got us so good. You got us so good. Yep. Mm-hmm. I'm so mad now. I'm so owned. He's a lib if he doesn't flush it. If he owns his house and he doesn't flush that toilet, he's a lib. I mean, think about it. There is a man that peed in that toilet, and you reaching in makes you gay, and being gay makes you a liberal. So What are these chat messages? Show us? You laughed. Show us? People suck. You find this funny? Hello? You have almost 700 messages? Yeah, I don't even know how I haven't seen your chat messages. Are my chats blocked? I don't even know. I've never seen your chat messages before. You've been around for so long. What do these messages even mean? Always believed you were a man attempting to fool correct hinking people. Huh? What? You support terrorists that bombed Europe. What? You sold weapons to Iran. Your jokes get tiring after a while. I mean, you don't seem to be tired. You're tuning into like every stream to type. You're beat. You're gone and don't ever call me a fascist. Beep your Nazi head. Beep. Beep, beep. 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 Are you an idiot? Maybe you don't know how long has this guy been here? Holy shit. What is happening? Huh? Is this the best USA can do? They and their women are done. Imagine this dude if there was no money in his family. Looks 35, pretending to be a teenager. 35-year-old with money, doesn't look like a teenager. I don't even know what any of these messages be. I have no idea. It kind of feels like you know the auto transcribe for voicemails on your phone, and you like try to read what it transcribed, and it doesn't make any sense. That's what I feel like I'm reading. I'm like, it feels like I'm reading someone who was trying to transcribe text or speech to text very poorly. Stream of consciousness chatter. You know what, man? Years of messages scrolled into one chat. Huh? I just scrolled up like 3 days. What do you mean? I pity USA. Pity them. Pity the USA. Let us pity the USA. Mr. X. This is just from... Viewers choose to spend less than a pint. Okay, you're British. Got it. I gave up subscription because this channel laughs at me. I don't even know who you are. I've never even heard of you. I've never even seen your chat message before, ever. I love you, bro. Keep typing. Type as much as you want. Then I'm talking to this chatter.
Hello. I was wondering if you could play that song again.
Which one, man?
The one that goes bee boo boo bop boo boo beep.
No, man, you're thinking of beep beep boo boo bop boo 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 bop.
I love you, bro. I love you, bro. See, this is what I was saying. I love British people now. As an adult, as a youngin', I did not like British people. I hated British people. Because they have such a dry sense of humor. And they're very curt. But they're curt in a way that I'm not used to. Like, you have to understand, Arab people are curt. But they're curt in a way that's kind of funny. Not Kirk. No. C-U-R-T. They're curt in a way that's kind of funny. Where it's like, again, I don't know if you've spoken to any Arab people in your life, or if you've hung out with Arab people, or you've had an Arab friend. But they will roast the shit out of you, and then everyone will laugh, and you're like, damn, I gotta go with it, you know? I'm used to, you remember that video I showed you guys of, like, the guy that they're calling Buzz Lightyear in New York? Or guy, maybe. This is what I'm used to, okay? When I'm used to people who are, like, very curt,
You have a fucking shiesty on, bro.
I can't?
No.
Why?
You look stupid.
Okay.
Take that shit off.
But why can't I have it on? Let's hear some racist shit. Why can't I have it on? Why can't I have it on?
You don't have a neck. You like Buzz Lightyear. You look like Buzz Lightyear.
Okay, I'll be that. Can I stand up? But why can't I have it on?
Hey, yo, niggas got Optimus Buzz.
So like when I say that I'm used to people being curt and being straight and they're just like there's no fluff. This is what I'm used to where like everyone's laughing and having a good time, but someone is definitely getting clowned on and the person getting clowned on, you know, changes each time. So it's just your boys cooking you and having a good time. Whereas British people will just be like, you look like Buzz Lightyear. And then there'll be just like silence. I'm like, oh. So, but I will say, no, I feel like British people are either like, they're either, I think once you get used to that, once you get used to the fact that they're just like dry, everything is just dry. And then also that they have so many weird little guys. It's like, no, yeah, they're cool. They're, you know what? You guys are okay in my book. You guys are okay in my book. Yeah, you guys are okay in my book. Yeah, exactly. I work with a 75-year-old man from Britain, and his Microsoft Teams picture is a picture of Lizzie with X's on her eyes like Hassan's poster. Brits like humor, but they just never laugh. Yeah, it's just like a country where they all tell jokes, but nobody is laughing ever. Okay, we got to get back to the interview. Sorry.
From donors and people with influence over the president, well-known Rupert Murdoch, Mary Mandelson, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then a small constellation of, I guess they'd be called influencers, beginning with Mark Levin, but there were others, Sean Hannity, you know, pushing the president to do this and telling him that you will be a figure out of history, you will save and redeem Israel or something. I think that was the case they were making. And I didn't hear of anybody making the case that this would be good for the United States. I don't think that was ever a conversation.
I mean, there's been a lot of speculation about the president's mindset during this period.
Yes.
And part of it is, of course, about what happened after Venezuela and the successful, in their view, operation there, removing Maduro from office, and that he felt sort of emboldened by that, you know, the success of that operation, and that he felt that this was going to be similar, that he underestimated the Iranians and what they might do in response to an attack.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I think the Venezuela operation allowed him to retreat into a kind of fantasy in which he told himself this is going to be easy, but I don't think he believed that. And I should say, having spoken to him a lot, in this calendar year, I detected no evidence at all of dementia, mental decline. You hear people say, well, he's gone, you know.
Okay, but I think he's always been insane, but there's definitely evidence of some fucking dementia there. Are you kidding me? Bro, he literally just rambles and rambles and rambles, bro.
That was not my impression at all. Trump is not well informed on a lot of topics, for sure, is proudly ignorant on a lot of topics, but he has kind of remarkable powers of insight into people and power dynamics. Like, you don't get to be president by accident. The guy's smart in the ways that matter politically. And my strong read was that he was doing this against his will. You know, famously, the head of the Counterterrorism Center, one of the top intel officials in the country, Joe Kent, resigned shortly after the war began and said exactly the same thing. I think this decision is connected to a series of seemingly disconnected events, all of which revolve around violence. And we need to find out more about how this happened. And he was, of course, dismissed and threatened with an FBI investigation. And no one kind of followed up on that. And again, I don't know the answer, But this was not a normal decision-making process, and my strong impression was that Trump was more a hostage than a sovereign decision maker in this.
Well, so tell me what you're getting at when you say the president of the United States, the most powerful country in the world, had no choice.
I don't know what
I mean, like, going back for a second to the smart comment. I do think one of the worst things that, like, liberals did in 2016 was underestimate Trump and underestimate how many moves were calculated. But I do think over time, the dementia's like cooked more and more of his brain. Whereas I think a lot more of it in 2016 was still present. And I think that there was a very coordinated, calculated effort to look disheveled and like to look a little ridiculous because he perceived it and his team perceived it as improving his chances of winning. I mean, what was that one guy? Why am I blanking on his name? The guy who emulated Trump in the UK. Why am I blanking? Boris Johnson. There was reporting that like Boris Johnson, his staffers said that he would purposefully mess up his hair right before he would get on a stage. And he would like untuck his tie. Like there was a very active effort to look like a bumbling idiot. He method acted so hard that he kind of became the character. Yeah. And it's the same sort of thing, or it's a similar sort of thing with Trump in 2016, where there was a large effort in attempting to come off as imperfect because it improved his chances at winning because he just didn't come off like a politician. It's like, I'm just like a guy like you, just trying to help you out. You know, you can trust me. Like I just say whatever's on my mind all of the time. So you can trust that I'm going to, you know, be real with you. And they've like, I mean, like, I think Democrats fell for it and I think Republicans fell for it. I think in 2026, I think there's a lot less of that. I think the decade of dementia, I think impacted that greatly. And I don't think it's as effective anymore. And I also think that like more of it is just brain damage.
Getting at, I'm just telling you what I observed. He seemed, and that's kind of the question. And what I'm really fascinated by is the lack of curiosity on display into how exactly this happened. What are the mechanisms by which a guy who's supposedly sovereign, in charge, granted this authority by voters, tens of millions of them, can't make a decision in the country's interest or even in his own interest? He knew, and I know he knew because I talked to him about it directly, that the potential consequences were profound and profoundly bad. The end of his presidency to start, which I think it has proven to be. He knew that. And he wasn't, this is my read, and I could be completely wrong. I don't know what's in his head, and I don't want to overstate my knowledge at all, but this is my strong perception on the basis of many conversations on this topic. He felt he had no choice. And he said to me, everything's going to be okay. Because I was getting overwrought. Don't do this.
What a bizarre statement. He had no choice going to war with Iran. He felt like he had no choice. I mean, maybe what he's trying to signal is like he had no choice because Israel was blackmailing him.
People pushing you to do this hate you. They're your enemies. This will destroy you. This will gravely harm our country. We've got kids. I'm hoping for grandkids. Let's not go there. And he said, it's going to be all right. And he said, do you know how I know that? And I said, no. He said, because it always is. And I do think there's a kind of, you know.
Okay. I want to say 2 seconds ago. Remember when I was saying? Remember what I said? Do you literally remember what I said? It can only good happen.
You know, Teddy Rooseveltian optimism there, but that's not really what it was. And this is my read. That was more a kind of justification from a man who feels he has no choice. And that is my strong view. And not just my strong view, the view of others who were around him and involved in this deliberation to the extent it was a deliberation, which is not much.
Who are the other people around him who had that view?
Blackmailing Trump how when we already know about the Epstein files? I mean, you haven't seen the MAGA base that unironically still says there's no proof that he's a pedophile. How do we know he's not just mentioned a million times in the Epstein files because he's secretly a white hat pedophile? Like, I'm sorry, you can't convince me that Netanyahu don't got like some fucking tapes of Trump raping some children or something. He's got to have something that like there is no way for anyone to not disavow it.
You know, I can't speak for the views of others, but I will just say once again that I never saw, nor did I hear about anybody who works for the Trump administration, anybody who was enthusiastically pushing this war on Trump, going in and being like, you know what, you want to be a truly great, you want to make this country great again? We need a regime change effort in Iran. And instead, you know, there were a lot of cowardly people, as there always are, and Trump engenders cowardice in the people around him through intimidation. And there is a kind of quality that he has that's spellbinding, and I think it probably literally is a spell. And the effect is to weaken people around him and make them more compliant and more confused. And I've experienced this myself. You spend a day with Trump and sort of like you're in this kind of dreamland. It's like smoking hash or something. It's interesting, very interesting. And there may be a supernatural component to it. I'm not a theologian, but it's real. And anyone who's been around him can tell you it's real. But whatever the cause, no one around him was weighing in strongly, as far as I know, on either side, for or against. But people from the outside were.
Guys, it's literally a spell. I mean, maybe what he's trying to say that like he has like a hypnotic effect. I don't know if you guys have hung out with people that kind of have some delusions of grandeur. If you've ever hung out with someone with like maybe a smidge of mental illness or just like a little bit of craziness. But let me say, I am that friend, bless you. I wouldn't want to live like that because that sounds rough. However, some people have such an aura about them that it makes it very easy to convince yourself that they're based in true and correct. I mean, it's literally the idea behind cults. That like the cult leader is just so convinced in their insane reality that it almost has a convincing effect on other people. We used to call that swag. That's true. Hang out with a narcissist. I don't know. I think narcissists are like a little bit different. Because narcissists get really boring to talk to really fast. Because they only want to talk about themselves exclusively. And Trump obviously is a narcissist. But I'm saying like you have to have more than just narcissism there. I mean, it's why like we kind of love the idea of like, well, maybe not so much anymore, but the idea of like con men. Like it's almost a little impressive that there was a guy selling the Brooklyn Bridge to random people and he convinced people that they could buy the Brooklyn Bridge. Like it's almost like a little impressive. Like what the hell? It's yours, go get it. Yeah. Wait, I don't own the Brooklyn Bridge? Wait a minute. Your mom and pop con artists. Con jobs nowadays are so boring. Oh, buy my poop coin. My slurp juice is going to make all of your NFTs go to the moon. Quick, diamond hand. It's like, now you're just a bunch of fucking losers. Oh my God. He does have old school charisma. Well, it's not even just charisma. It's that like when someone is so certain in themselves, it makes you feel certain in them. And maybe other people haven't had this experience, in which case, play enough video games, play enough rank games, and you might run into one of these people. There are people sometimes that like, isn't that grifting and not conning? Who's grifting? Who in this case? Clarify. What was I trying to say? Play some games with people like this, or like play enough games that you might find someone like this. And I will tell you, it is a very intoxicating effect. Like, they'll be like, we're gonna fucking win. Yeah, let's fucking go. Let's fucking win. And it makes you believe them. There is a very intoxicating effect on it. I don't know about literally a spell. I would just call it, like, again, a very hypnotic effect that you can emulate by being convinced and confident in yourself. You guys have heard of, like, the meme of, like, just act like you belong or whatever? Like, you can literally just kind of go... the videos of people that, like, show up at construction sites. I was watching this reel. It was this dude. It was this dude that was, like... He had a clipboard. And it just had some fucking, like... some stupid fucking art on it. It was just garbage. It was literally garbage. It was some random nonsense. And he's, like, at a work site, and he's like, yeah, looks good, okay? All right. And he's pretending to be an inspector, and no one cares. No one, everyone's like, oh, okay, I guess this is just the inspector here now. Oh, okay. Just show up in a hard hat and a safety vest, and it's free access to any event. And it's like, that shit's real. You don't know how many concerts I've gotten into just by carrying a box. Bro, one of the TwitchCons I went to, this guy was like, I saw this, like, random staff t-shirt, and they put it on, and then they just walked wherever they wanted to go. I was like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my fucking God. Kind of a security concern, not gonna lie, but that's crazy that you can just literally just fucking do that. Because everybody else assumes that, like, no one would be so confident that they would do that. No one is so crazy and delusional that they would be so confident that they could just do that. But anywho, I've gotten into a secure area because I received the wrong directions while wearing a hard hat and a vest. When people realize they have free will, yeah. The selling of random junk is a grift, no. No, a grift suggests that you believe it and that, like, you're trying to, like... Well, I guess technically, just purely by definition, yeah, you would also consider it to be a grift. I think that colloquially when we talk about grifting, we're talking about, like, maybe closer, like, politically grifting, but I feel like that's why I use the term conning more than I use grifting, but thanks, Denims. Now I'm gonna dress up like a cop. Okay, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. But a grift is when you don't believe it, but you sell it to those who do. I think, again, technically grift is like the original definition is a little broader, but I think generally people use it a little bit, mostly in political conversations or whatever. But anyways. Okay. Why did I bring this up? Oh yeah, I'm not surprised that Trump has that effect.
Strongly weighing in, calling him constantly.
I'm going to give an alternative view on what may have happened.
Yes.
Which is...
And you may be right, by the way, because I don't want to overstate what I know.
Sure. I just want to due diligence. We've seen the president in his second term be much more interested in foreign policy, as many presidents are, much more open to taking action, not only in Venezuela, talking about Cuba, wanting the Nobel Peace Prize, weighing into situations in which he wasn't terribly interested in his first term.
For sure.
And so...
That's real.
Could that not be part of this?
It's a huge...
I missed a bunch of chat messages, but this one's good. Only Zoran has the counter hex for Trump. True. Fucking true.
Part of it. And there's no question about that. And all presidents decide at some point that they're not interested in running the United States because it's hard. And how do you fix Baltimore and Gary, Indiana? And what do you do about homelessness in Los Angeles? Like, these are hard questions. We can't even make heads start.
No, they're not. Literally, I'm sorry. Wait, what? Okay. What was the first one? The second one is not, oh, Baltimore. Okay, whatever. That issue is like a bunch of smaller issues that you would solve, but whatever. Homelessness is not a difficult issue to solve. It's actually very easy. And it's 2 words, housing first. That's it. That's it. Other countries have done it. It's not that difficult. It's actually really, really, really easy.
Artwork. Despite, many billions and a lot of sort of well-meaning people spending their lives on it, can't make it work. So these are hard problems, and I think it's universal. It's a universal experience among American presidents, but also among U.S. senators to decide, like, I'd rather run the world because the details are opaque. I don't speak these languages. I can seem... well, first of all, it's a display of male power. Send the bombs in, kill the bad people. But moreover,
Oh, but when I say it's a display of male power, it's because I hate masculinity. I mean, it literally is. It's just like performing the masculine role of like, what is it? Peace through strength by murdering a bunch of children, I guess. Okay. Trying to look like he cares. We see you, Tucker. It's like, bro, Tucker Carlson does not care. None of these people care how they're perceived outside of what it will buy them and bar them from in life. If Trump believed he could have all his shit out there and still keep his power and status that he has, he would do it. Bad people only ever want to look good because if they don't, we avoid giving them certain privileges in an effort to discourage bad behaviors. That's why lying is OP. We let bad people get good things if they're willing to pretend to be good. Correct. Actually correct. I need to start my own stream. I got too much shit to say. Why do you think I stream? I got too much shit to say, bro. I got too much shit to say.
you get to feel like I did something, and that's important. And I get it. And this is, again, as you wisely note, a process that all presidents tend to go through. And so Venezuela, Cuba, I object to both of those efforts very strongly, but neither one, in my view, risks the future of the United States in the way that the Iran war now does. And so it's a big deal. But because it is, by the way, a contiguous neighbor of Iraq, and because Trump spent years talking about what a terrible idea the Iraq invasion was, in fact, defined his candidacy in 2016 on that point, it's hard for me to believe that he just sort of organically reached this place at the end of February. He's like, oh, I think it's a good idea. He did not think it was a good idea. Shutting down a fifth of the world.
Why do you say Iraq with a hard Q? Well, he's also said that the people in Iraq are illiterate monkeys or illiterate apes or something that don't know how to use forks or toilet paper. So,
oil and gas? Of all people, Trump knows that's bad.
You said he's a hostage just now. You told the BBC he's a slave to foreign interests.
Correct.
So I just want to ask you to be sort of explicit. I mean, Trump is being held hostage by whom? Or by who?
Benjamin
Or by
Netanyahu and by his many advocates in the United States. And we know that not simply because Trump started the war on February 28th, but because he couldn't get out of it. He declares we're having a ceasefire. This was 4 weeks in. He says we're having a ceasefire. And we're having these talks, and they're going great, and we're going to open the strait. And Iran says, yeah, one of our conditions is Israel's got to pull back from southern Lebanon. You can't use the Iran war as a pretext for stealing more land from a sovereign country. That's not your country. Like, no. And it's not just Iran who felt that way. I think the rest of the world's like, what are you doing? I thought we were, fighting the great existential threat, Iran, and now you're taking the opportunity to take Lebanon shore of the Litani River and bombing downtown Beirut. Like, what is this? Anyway, this was all very well known. And within hours of announcing this
interviewer sucks.
Trump announcing this, Israel publicly, in a way that was designed to get the attention of everyone, including the Iranians, starts killing civilians in Lebanon. Now, what was the point of that? Not to secure the Israeli homeland. The point of that was to end any talk of a negotiated settlement, to keep this going until Iran was destroyed and chaotic, which is the Israeli goal. I'm not attacking Israel by saying that. Their goals are different from ours. They're a different country.
Yeah, they would argue, of course, that what they are doing is neutralizing the threat that has been persistent in Lebanon through Hezbollah.
Oh, okay. But I mean, they invaded Lebanon in 1982. Okay. So that was 44 years ago. They've had a lot of experience in Lebanon, a lot. They've had a lot of time to fix Lebanon. They killed Nasrallah. They blew up Hezbollah with explosive pagers. Like, they've done a lot since October 7th.
A lot of time to fix Lebanon is amazing.
In Lebanon, they chose that moment to derail the negotiations. And they've done this repeatedly. And so my perspective as an American is, look, we're the United States. We're a country of 350 million people. You are wholly dependent on us. You're a country of 9 million people with no natural resources. I'm not against you, but like, we're not co-equals here. But the point I'm making is Trump could not restrain Netanyahu. Netanyahu is the one person Trump could not say, hey, settle down, or we'll just defund you and your country will collapse in about 10 minutes, which is true. Israel can't defend itself without the United States, despite whatever propaganda you may have heard. So again, it's not an attack on Israel. It's an attack on American leadership for not constraining its partner in a way that helps the United States. Trump said, I want a negotiated settlement. Israel stopped the settlement. Trump refused to even criticize Netanyahu in public. Are you joking? That's slavery. That is total control of one man by another. And it's, that's between Trump and Bibi and God, as far as I'm concerned. But as an American, that's our president, our elected president, whose job is to protect our country and our interests and our economy.
Slavery is amazing, man. Slavery is crazy.
And he is looking out for Israel first. That's outrageous. And no amount of like, oh, you're an anti-Semite, which I'm not, and I'm never going to be.
No. Okay, Tucker Carlson absolutely is an anti-Semite, okay? It's just that his hatred of Israel is not the reason why he's an anti-Semite.
Is going to stop me from noting that that's outrageous. It is outrageous.
Before we just move on, I am curious about this one point, which is obviously Israel has tried to exert its influence on a number of presidents. Many presidents have been asked to decapitate Iran, to do a joint military operation in the Middle East, which this is the first time really that this has happened, where the United States and Israel are doing a joint military operation against a Muslim country. And I'm just wondering why you think other presidents didn't have that influence, because they obviously were subjected to the same pressures, the same donors, the same Bibi Netanyahu who's been there since the 90s. I mean, what do you think has materially changed that made Trump more susceptible to that influence?
I mean, that's kind of the question that I would like answered. And I don't know the answer, as noted. But, one argument could be, well, Trump is just uniquely weak. Okay. But that was not my perception. I think Trump obviously has weaknesses. And a lot of his posturing is compensatory, of course. I'm not interested in psychoanalyzing Trump, but that's just clear. But what was it about this moment that allowed a foreign leader to have this level of influence over an American leader? And I don't know the answer. But again, I think it's worth finding out. I would also note that, and this is not a defense of Trump, hardly, this is the single most foolish thing any American president has ever done, in my opinion. I say that with sadness. But many American presidents have put Israel's interests before our own. I would say the Iraq War was a very obvious example.
I mean, I don't know what to do about the fact that we have people, sitting congressmen, that when you ask them America first or Israel first, they actually unironically say Israel first. And if for some reason it's anti-Semitic to say that that's insane and you should not be saying Israel first before America when you're serving Americans. Can you imagine if we did that for any other country? Like, can you imagine the United States, like a U.S. senator saying, like being asked America first or China first and saying China first? Like, can you imagine the headlines? Like, I don't know, man. I feel like if you serve the people of this country, you should put this country first. Huh? Fetterman, Lindsey Graham, was a whole slew of them. It's just insane. Can you imagine, like, a UK prime minister saying, or like a parliament member saying, someone asking them the UK first or France first, and them saying France first? Can you imagine? Can you just imagine for a moment? Oh, God forbid. Can you imagine? Like in Ireland, someone saying UK first. Holy shit, that person would get tarred and feathered. Oh my God. Red Rover, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. What the? Thanks.
Example of that. I mean, Cheney's office was completely controlled, and I knew almost all of them by people who were putting Israel's interests above America's interests. So I think the Iraq War was, to a great extent, a product of that. And I believe that Trump felt exactly the same way, because I talked to him about it a lot. So, like, what changed about Trump? What changed after 10 years, more than 10 years, of telling us our leadership is weak, they act against our interests, they're stupid, they're foolish, they're bought off by foreign powers and by domestic donors? I mean, that was Trump's case. That was his whole pitch. That's why he got elected. To switch on something this big in the space of a few months, I mean, that bears some examination. That's all I'm saying.
I want to note, in 2020, when President Trump killed Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, you went on your Fox show and said, and I'm going to quote here, there are a lot of awful, bad people in the world. You can't kill them all. It's not our job. And you asked, why are we jumping into another quagmire from which there is no obvious exit? But it wasn't until President
I was not heralded for saying that. I don't think I've ever been more criticized. I just really quickly note, I'm opposed not simply to foreign interventions, as you said. I mean, most of them anyway, those not undertaken in self-defense. I'm against the whole frame. I'm against the idea that Hezbollah and Hamas are at the center of our domestic conversation. Like, they're the big problems we face. They're not. Like,
it's insane that there is a single conservative, by the way. I'm pretty sure he literally learned about this, by the way, because of Candace Owens, that they realized that eventually there will be more conservatives that hop on board and that hate the fact that our taxpayer dollars go to some random fucking foreign nation where we don't really benefit at all, right? We're just literally funding a war that's just going to make American lives worse. And they realized that if they were the first ones to corner this market, they would just benefit and be seen as like, not first responders, I'm forgetting, first adopters. Or like the early adopters of the ideology. And it's kind of funny that conservatives consistently do this over and over again. They take like progressive values or progressive policy, and they'll grab like one tidbit to be able to push a new, interesting, fun, conservative value that's all shit, that's also shit. Sometimes the bad guys aren't wrong because they literally stole our ideas. Correct. Yes. Why is everything about Tucker Carlson's mannerisms so fake? What's he like behind the camera? He can't be this annoying IRL. Oh no, he has to be. He has to be. The fuck are you on about? Are you talking to me? I'm talking about the fact that like being against US taxpayer dollars funding a war in Iran and funding the nation of Israel conducting a genocide and conducting a land grab on Lebanon and funding all of their healthcare and funding their settlements and funding their bombs, funding all of this. Complete waste of taxpayer dollars. All of that could actually be spent helping Americans instead of getting us into more forever wars in the Middle East, right? And that is a leftist position. That is a progressive position because it is also the correct position. And conservatives every few years, or like I would say every other cycle, will find the most popular progressive position and rebrand it as being conservative. So in this case, it's, well, I'm America first because I care about Americans and only Americans. I don't give a shit about it. And how could we do this? We need to care about Americans. And they're still gonna make the country shit. I mean, they're conservatives. They're still gonna make the country as dog shit as possible. But it's interesting that they have to use leftist positions to be able to be anywhere near electable.
They're not a bigger problem than like the behavior of Citibank. I'm sorry. Credit card debt is a much bigger problem than Hezbollah will ever be.
Tucker Carlson hates Jews. Correct. Yes. Tucker Carlson is actually very anti-Semitic. Nick Fuentes is moderate compared to this count. Okay. I don't know about that. I would say that they're actually about the same on anti-Semitism. No way. Rubio or Vance would get elected before Tucker. Let's be real. Why are you reading my comments? Because I read people's comments when I want to respond to them. What? Where is it? Tucker is definitely going to prison in the near future. Dude, we can't even imprison our pedophiles. There are emails from pedophiles saying, love that torture video of that child, and they're just walking around. We can't even imprison the rapist, the child rapist murderers. And you think this guy is going to go to prison? We are like a fucking joke of a country, man. Like this guy is not going to jail. We only arrest gay people for lying too much.
So stop with this. Stop with the brainwashing. This is bonkers. I live here. I'm almost 57. I've lived here a long time. Hamas and Hezbollah, while they're not getting my endorsement, are not relevant to the experience of most Americans. So like once you start thinking like that, you betrayed your country.
So it wasn't until President Trump threatened Iran's
Also, it's a bipartisan position at this point. Nobody wants these wars except the biggest corporations and lobbies. Well, yeah.
Infrastructure with a profane Truth Social post this past Easter Sunday that you actually started quite explicitly speaking out against him.
Yeah, you can't attack Jesus. How's that?
Well, in a monologue on your show, you said, how dare you speak that way on Easter morning to the country? Tell me what you were responding to right then, because it really is, I think, a seminal moment for you in terms of publicly breaking with the president.
So I will say, I don't do monologues. That's ad lib. So that's just, I didn't write it. I don't have notes. It's just like, that's how I feel. So it's probably not as coherent as it should be. But that was really just an emotional reaction to the experience of waking up on Easter Sunday, the holiest day on the Christian calendar, and a day of joy and hope, literally the resurrection of Jesus, and seeing Donald Trump using profanity, threatening to murder civilians. I mean, that's a crime. That's a moral crime. So to
the profanity specifically,
brag about that and then to mock Islam. I don't think you should mock people's faith. I don't care if it's Judaism or Christianity or Islam, but it's.
Yesterday in Hassan's chat, someone was like, let me dig in and go a little deeper in your views. Would you support using our military to liberate countries from capitalism and install communism? That's amazing.
Especially galling as a Christian I voted for Trump in 2024. And one of the main, and I never vote typically, but I voted for him this last election and campaigned for him in a bunch of cities with him because I felt that there was clear persecution of Christians in this country, people of faith. And it was demonstrable. And I felt that Trump, and I based this on his explicit promises, would be a protector of, never thought Trump was a Christian for a moment, but I thought that Trump, I took him at his word, would be a defender of faith, people of faith who need to be defended. And this country exists to defend them. It's in our charter. So anyway, I was just completely outraged by that.
Since that moment, you've gone even further. You recently said on your show that you'll be tormented for a long time by the fact that you played a role in getting Donald Trump elected. And you said, I'm sorry for misleading people. That's gotten a lot of attention, as I'm sure you know.
I don't know because I don't Google myself ever. But
I would like to understand exactly what you mean. Can you explain?
I'll tell you what I mean. I truly believe.
I can't. There's like so much. We have to go piece by piece.
On your show that you'll be tormented for a long time by the fact that you played a role in getting Donald Trump elected. And you said, I'm sorry for misleading people. That's gotten a lot of attention, as I'm sure you know.
I don't know because I don't Google myself ever. But
okay. Press X to doubt.
I would like to understand exactly what you mean. Can you explain?
I'll tell you what I mean. I truly believe that the baseline requirement, the ticket of admission to the conversation, is admitting when you are wrong. And I spent 10 years defending Trump on Fox News. I'd probably do it again because on the issues.
Which, by the way, while he's defending Trump, he's saying he fucking hates Trump and can't wait for this country to go back to classical conservatism.
I agree with him. I never defended a single thing I didn't believe. But at this point, the consequences of this decision are so bad for the United States and for my family and your family that, like, you just have to say it out loud. Like, I'm a small reason. I don't think I moved a lot of votes, but I tried to. I told people this guy will keep us out of the next Iraq. Specifically, will keep us out of a regime change war with Iran. And here we are in the middle of a regime change war in Iran where hundreds of Americans have been wounded. Some number have been killed. They won't tell us. And that's just the opposite of what I said would happen. So I'm sorry.
God, it's so fucking pathetic, dude. Oh my God. I really don't think people understand how dangerous Tucker is in a political sense. He's very good at reading the room. I mean, in a sort of similar way, he's as dangerous as Trump was, where it's very easy to underestimate because you're like, well, no one, because, sorry, let me organize my thoughts. There's this research paper that showed that people who are highly specialized and educated in a particular field, when discussing the field or discussing the intricacies in that field to laymen often get frustrated and feel like they're being talked down to and that the other person is attempting to humiliate them because you're using a bunch of technical terms that the other person doesn't know. Which means you must be trying to gatekeep and you're only using all those big words because you know I don't know them. But when you're actually in the field, well, there's only one word for that thing. And you're so used to speaking to other people in the field that you're always going to describe. It would be like if I was talking about like Rivals to someone who doesn't know anything about Rivals and I was like, yeah, we're gonna I want to find one of those clips. I don't. Let's see if I can find one. I don't think I can find it. It's one of those like skits where it's like someone in the other room listening to somebody else play a video game and it's like, they're coming, they're on me, they're on me, help, they're one, help. I'm ulting. And then you hear like the ult like sounds or whatever where it's like, Again. It's like, what the fuck? They're in me, bro. They're in me. It's like, what are you doing? What are you? Huh? What the hell is this game about, man? No, but genuinely. Animal Crossing is intense. 3 dudes are on me right now. They're eating my shot. They're eating my shots. And like, so a random person is like, so if you were to describe, that's like, maybe somebody else could find the clip for me. Wait, did you actually find it, Daft Punk?
Pick your villain or your hero. I'm not judging. Or am
Hearing Marvel Rivals from the other room.
Whoa, I slipped on a banana peel. I'm ready to put on a show.
Now I'm having fun, kitten. I am Groot. I'm the amazing Spider-Man.
Ouch, that hurt.
Judge, jury, executioner.
I pooped my diaper. Can someone help me clean it up?
Now you've made me angry.
I'm getting ready to bust a nut. We're undefeatable. My nut is busting. It's spider time. Don't worry, champ. We'll get him next time, Uwu Baka.
But there's another one that's like hearing people play video games in another room. But I don't think I can find it. Not having video seriously just messed me up. Thank God for headphones. Sorry. Tom's with the boys.
The dude up in that building.
Listening to him on the game with his friends.
3 dudes coming on me. Give me them cheeks, boy. I'm on top. Now I'm on bottom. He's inside. 2 more guys coming in. Oh my God, now they're rotating. I'm coming. This dude is insane. He literally ate my shot. The dude up in that building.
He's rotating. He's spinning on it. Bro, he's blowing bubbles. Oh my God. Venom's in my ass? Like, what? I don't... Huh? What? The point being, if you're like listening to somebody else talk to you about video games and they're saying like, yeah, you always have to like push A when you have like advantage, or like they're saying like, yeah, whenever you're down 1, you know, you should, or like someone's like describing like the term like crosshair placement, or there's any of these things, and you don't know anything. You're like, are you just like actively trying to exclude me by using terms I don't know? And it's like, no, it's not that anyone's trying to exclude you. It's that we're describing these things with the words that people use to describe them, because those are just the terms, right? Fighting game players, yeah. And it's the same with like basically a lot of things at like the highest level. So like if you try and read a paper from like a biochemist or something, there's going to be a bunch of jargon in there that you don't understand. So if you're speaking to someone, or you're speaking to a biochemist that's got like their fucking PhD, and they're describing some mechanism of action that you don't understand, it might be your first, the studies that we have on this show, that it might be your first impression or idea that they're trying to actively exclude you or belittle you by not knowing the nomenclature. But it's just that they don't know how to use or talk about that in any way other than the way that they're talking about it. Yeah, those biochemists always talking about 2 dudes coming in, shut up. Silence. Fighting game players be like, their 6 HK command dash is deadly when you're -1. It's like, I don't know what that means. I want to be included in the conversation, man. What the hell? Why did I bring all of this up? I brought this up for a particular reason. Oh, man. I know it was related to the thing that Tucker Carlson said. I'm scrolling through chat to see if I can remember. I Google myself never know. It was not about that. The way that he talks to people. Maybe the point, I don't think this was the point that I was going to make, but basically the point that I was going to make was, this is a tangential point that's related. I think Trump and Tucker are both very good at not doing politics speak. And they try very hard to come off as just like your everyday average Joe by not using terms that everybody else uses within that field. So the way that politicians speak, they actively choose to not do that as much as they can, even though that's just literally how people speak. That's just literally how politicians speak. And I think people see that and they underestimate it, and they think, well, this guy's an idiot. He just talks like I talk. He doesn't say anything interesting. But that's the reason why he's so dangerous. It's because he comes off relatable and likable, and that you can understand him when he speaks. That's why we can... Oh, I remember the point that I was making. I remember. For us, we see this and we see a total clown because we understand the basics of like... Or at least we have enough of a hyperfixation on politics that we know what good politicians look like. and you have enough of a grasp on politics and politicians that it's easy to quickly weed out which politicians are talking about the things that matter. But if you don't have a good grasp on that and your understanding is very minor and you just spend all your time watching Fox News, it's no wonder that hearing AOC speak makes conservatives angry, right? And so for us, we see this and we're like, this guy's obviously a fucking tool. This guy has not mentioned a single policy that is like based in any reality ever and is not pushed for anything that would actually be beneficial for anyone. But conservatives don't see that because they don't engage with politics at a greater level than shapes and colors. So when they see this, they're like, oh, look, he's just like me. Someone who's not trying to like scam me, who's not trying to use big words to try and make me look like an idiot. So yeah, I think it's easy for people on this side of the aisle to be like, this guy obviously is an idiot. No one would ever vote for this guy. But you underestimate what you would think if you didn't have the knowledge that you had about politics.
Where hundreds of Americans have been wounded, some number have been killed, they won't tell us.
Yeah, it makes sense because considering they're always talking about the liberal elite, correct.
And that's just the opposite of what I said would happen, so I'm sorry.
So I hear you say that, but I am compelled to question it a little bit because are you simply just going public about something that you felt privately for some time? Because in 2021, through the Dominion lawsuit against Fox News, some of your texts went public.
Right.
And I'm just quoting from a couple of them. You know, you said there really isn't an upside to Trump. You said, I hate him passionately. I mean, clearly you had some feelings of reservation about the president.
Without question.
Before this time.
There's no doubt.
So I'm just trying to understand the...
You know, I have a lot of thoughts and theories about things which, you know, may or may not be rooted in reality. So I hesitate even to spring any of my theories on you because, like, they're probably insane. But one thing that has bothered me for many years is the fact that a lot of people in Trump's immediate orbit have been hurt.
They've been hurt. So sad. Oh my God. Bell Hooks actually talks about this when she talked about how feminism was hijacked by academia and excluded people outside of academia. Second, they've weaponized their basest stupidity. Correct. Absolutely correct. That's the thing to say after the question, I guess. Yeah. Why do people like Tucker? Besides terminology, his tone always has a mix of hyper-confrontational and flabbergasted. Well, but that's what they want. That's what like the conservatives want. They want the confrontational vibe because it's like, see, this guy will stand up for us. And then they also want the flabbergasted because that's how they feel anytime they see something they don't understand. They'll be like, wait, why do the liberals want to put men in sports? In women's sport, I don't understand. Can you be as outraged as I am because I don't want to look into this? And it's like, okay. All right. It's like peak know your audience. You know what I mean? Like when Asmund does the goofy faces and the eyebrows and shit. Yep, correct. Also, Anon, thank you for the 50 gift subs. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking.
And really hurt, you know, gone to prison, become unemployable, publicly shamed.
Yeah, what's going on hits hard as fuck when you're stupid. Yes.
Gotten cancer. And I just am a believer in like big picture assessments of things. And, you know, so you're trying to think like, is Trump good or bad? Like he's saying things I really agree with, but then people around him are getting hurt. Is the country actually getting better? I don't know. It's hard to know because to some extent you're like, your vision is obscured by the intensity of some of these debates. Mine has been, is easily obscured by that intensity. But did I have reservations about Trump? Of course.
Did I have reservations? Meanwhile, Tucker was saying how much he fucking hated Trump, bro. Oh, come on. Got it, thanks. I guess it's just super unrelatable to me. It's not like I have the same mannerisms as you or Hassan either, lol. Well, yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of stuff in the middle there, right?
To some extent, I sublimated them or rationalized them away or focused on areas where I agreed with him. All my fault. But I told myself, and I to some extent still believe, like, it's the big decisions that matter. And I knew because
I'm sorry, this chatter is still going. Yeah, chatter is still going. Your mods doxed years of chats to embarrass me. You're the idiot in the real world. Years of chats displayed with no meaning. You're ruining your channel after this. You will not win. Okay, first of all, I have winner mindset, so I will win. And you have loser mindset, so you will lose. For starters, sorry. Second, you mean me pulling up your chat messages? That's not doxing. Me pulling up your chat messages that you wrote in my chat. Do you know what doxing is? That's not doxing. Bro, don't dox my chat messages by pulling them on screen, bro. Me when I dox chat messages by pulling up a chatter's messages. How could you possibly win? What exactly? So here's the thing. I have winner mindset, so I will win. But like, what are we winning? Like a stuffed animal or something? Like a crane machine? Like, what are we winning? I don't even know what. I know I will win, but I don't even know what you're talking about winning, bro. I feel like I thought this was like a private journal, man. What the hell? I didn't know you could see these messages. What the hell? Oh God. You will not though. What are we winning? I don't understand what exactly it is that we're winning. I don't know what we're competing over, but okay. You can keep going for as long as you want, man. He did sub like an hour ago or 2 hours ago saying, and the sub message was a channel I am not banned on. So thanks for the sub, man. You can stay for as long as you like. You haven't done anything to get banned, which is why you haven't gotten banned. But yeah, you should try talking in like writing in full sentences. You should try doing that. Okay, let me pull this up. How could you expose him like this again? Just found out every single day me and my mods are doxing chatters by pulling up chat messages on the screen. Yeah. Barefoot warrior, consider yourself fucking doxed, idiot. I just pulled up your chat messages and exposed that your username on Twitch is Barefoot Warrior. And you typed no at 10:05. Dumbass. Mm-hmm. Yeah, idiot. Idiot didn't know that his chat, I could see his chat messages. Don't do it, Denims! No! Stop! Oh, Jesus. Fuck. All right, continuing.
I know the Democratic leadership really well, that they're completely under the control of the same forces, and that we would get a regime change war inevitably in Iran if they were elected. And so I told myself, Trump is the way to avoid the really bad thing.
Come back to this moment.
No response to that? Okay, whatever.
For you.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry I missed the raid. Sorry, I was so enthralled by the chat message. Shy Thembo, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, 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 everybody. You guys didn't miss much. We're just watching this awful Tucker Carlson interview. And then I had a whole segment where I talked about how you guys should all be this guy. You should have winner mindset. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is literally, I forgot about this image. I forgot this meme exists. You could be like the soy incel that's like, I only got 3rd place like a loser. Fuck. Or you could be the person who's like, I just got fucking 3rd place. Let's fucking go. Yeah. You know what I mean? Maybe skip the third panel. Why I want to make out with some beautiful women. What? Intentionally.
Which is there's the political case against Trump that you make. But I do want to ask you about the moral case that you've been making as well. And that's a word that you've used, you know, in that monologue.
I don't get why she's dressed like an ant that's way too into tea and like cozy pillows with things like it's wine o'clock written on them. The reason she's dressed like that is because of this. This is the reason.
Liberal, 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 happy fun, la la la, human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la.
That's the reason why I'm bookmarking this. I pull it up way too often to not have bookmarked it by now, honestly. I have to look it up every single time like a fucking dumb idiot chud. It is now bookmarked. There we go.
Responding to Trump's Easter post, you said that Trump's comments were evil. And I just want to understand that a little bit better. Do you think only his comments are evil, or does the evil extend to Trump himself? Is he evil?
I just want to be really clear that there's a lot of evil in me and in every person. So I just don't want to, and I've certainly experienced it in myself, and I've seen it in all people. You know, we're all capable of evil. So I want to pull back on the judgment and be very precise about what I was saying, which is,
I feel like evil has a very specific definition. Bro, it's a Christian thing. Like, Christians love this shit. We're all a little evil. It's the Christian we're all sinners thing. Why is it that Christians can understand we're all sinners, we all sin, we're all evil, we're all with sin, but the second you say, like, yeah, I mean, if you grew up in a culture that's racist, you're going to be a little bit racist, they lose their minds. Why can't they understand that? I don't understand. Shaitan. They just don't like being called out.
you cannot mock other people's gods and put yourself in their place. Period. That is a deal killer for me. That's worse than the war with Iran, in my opinion.
Yeah. But I ask because, you know, you've been talking on your show about whether Trump is the Antichrist.
I have not said that.
On your show, the day after Easter, you noted he did not put his hand on the Bible during his swearing-in ceremony as president. You said, and I'm quoting, maybe he didn't put his hand on the Bible because he affirmatively rejects what's inside that book. And then on a recent show, you went further saying, here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors.
You see how easy it is to fucking mog? You see how easy it is to mog if you just prep at all? Why did you wait 30 minutes to start the mogging?
Mocking the God of gods and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist?
I actually did not say, could this be the Antichrist? Here's a leader who's...
Oh no, they put the clip in. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist? Well, who knows? I don't know where.
I'm speechless. I'm actually speechless. She gave him a false sense of security before going for the kill. This is exactly why we always say that lying is OP and it needs to be fucking nerfed. Because in any other context, by the way, where this clip isn't immediately put in, Tucker just says, no, I never said that. And then everybody moves on.
Where that comes from, but I know that those words never left my lips because I'm not sure I fully understand what the Antichrist is. If there's just one, I actually tried to understand it. I may have said some are asking that. I'm not weighing in on that because I don't understand it. Just to be totally
No, in
clear.
Revelations, obviously, the Antichrist is named in different
Yeah, and not just Revelation, but throughout the
Yeah.
New Testament, there are references and in the prophets as well. So, but no, I'm not speculating about that. I know that people are speculating about that, but I would say it's enough to acknowledge that Trump, like many leaders through history, is putting himself.
And this is the exact reason why, by the way, Tucker Carlson actually is way more of a problem than Democrats want to admit, or that liberals or people on the left want to admit. Because you have to understand that for like a lot of these people, for like a lot of conservatives, as long as you just keep talking and filling the dead air, and there isn't like a true gotcha moment where you literally have to admit that you were wrong or that you are speechless or whatever, you didn't lose. And he is the pivoting god, man. He is so good at pivoting. This normally I think would shake a lot of people, especially liberals. They wouldn't even, I mean, look at fucking Cory Booker. He just had to answer the question, would you go on Hassan's broadcast? And he fumbled it so hard that he said, well, I don't even know who he is. Someone showed me the clips and then I don't want to go. I don't know. It's like, oh my fucking fumble. How bad is that fumble? Jesus Christ. And he's like, whereas conservatives, the really good conservatives, they play it all off by being kind of like, oh, I'm just kind of an idiot. Like, I don't know. And like, maybe I was talking about it like this. I don't know. All I do know is that Trump is blah, blah, blah. And they immediately pivot. And when you have like people like this lady, I don't even know her name. Everyone I know that watches him is a disillusioned liberal. Holy shit. That is depressing. Just act like you won and they will believe you. Yep.
Above God, but even on a more terrestrial level, like to send out a picture of yourself as Jesus has got to be a red line for Christians. How could it not be? It has to be. And I wish that Christians would speak up when he attacks Allah, when he mocks the faith of Muslims.
Just so to be clear, though, that was not what you were suggesting.
If I thought Trump was the Antichrist, I would just say so. If I understood what the Antichrist is, I would say so. And I don't really. I mean, I guess literally it's...
Because you've been discussing it repeatedly on your show, so I'm just trying to understand why.
What I've tried to
what do you want your audience to sort of
I want my audience
considering?
to see what's happening now in terms beyond just material. Obviously, the commodity flow through the...
I want that picture as a big poster. Dude, I cannot wait for Trump to like not be president so that I can like have Trump images and they're funny again. Because man, I have, maybe some of you don't know, but I have this really gigantic but hilarious painting. It's like just like on a canvas or whatever of a bunch of Republicans, like the worst people, but it's like ironic. And I got it during Biden's presidency, and then Trump became president again, and it just has gotten less and less funny by the minute, which kind of sucks. Kind of sucks.
Strait of Hormuz is, essential to the global economy. Got it. But I also think there is a world beyond our senses. Every culture and civilization has understood that from the beginning of time, and we're in this weird anomalous moment where we've been trained not to think that, but it's real. And this is a realization that's dawning on me. I mean, I wasn't thinking like this at all until several years ago. So I don't want to pretend that I'm a shaman or anything like that. I just want to make the point repeatedly, again and again and again, that there are unseen forces that act. There is a spiritual realm. And we are subject to those forces for good and bad. And I don't think that any person can deny that.
The spirit realm. Where the fuck is the avatar, bro?
I just want to make the point that you did say, could this be the Antichrist? And then you said, well, who knows? You did use those words. So,
man, then my apologies to you if there's video of me saying that. I guess what I'm expressing to you is it doesn't reflect exactly how I feel. That suggests a precision that I haven't arrived at. Trump is the Antichrist. Well, you'd have to define, I mean, we're sort of quibbling here, but you'd have.
Do you see what I mean when I say that, like, conservatives are just way better because they have spent their entire careers pretending to care about the people, and they know that they're not at all. I think Democrats and liberals still delude themselves into thinking that they're helping the American people, which is why they feel so confident saying, like, you guys need to vote for us. Like, we're literally better than those guys. Why won't you vote for us? Whereas conservatives know that they're lying, so they have to get better at lying, and they have to get better at deceiving Americans.
To define Antichrist, and I know that I can't define Antichrist, and it's not clearly defined in the New Testament or Old Testament.
So you're open to the possibility?
I think what we're seeing is evil. Like, are you allowed to kill people who've committed no crime? No. Super simple. You're not allowed to do that. Under no moral standard is that allowable. All of a sudden it's allowable. It's allowable in Gaza, and our leaders are like, yeah, no, it's just totally fine. It's not fine. But it's repugnant to the Christian understanding of the world and the human soul. Every person has a soul. That's the Christian view, and not just the Christian view, it's the Islamic view too. So, and it's my view.
Your Easter episode was titled in part a warning to Christians everywhere.
Yeah.
And sort of my interpretation was that you were warning other Christians sort of not to follow a false prophet.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm warning.
And that false prophet being President Trump in this case.
And Netanyahu. There
Mom Tucker stuff.
are a lot of evangelical Christians who are convinced that God wants you to support Netanyahu, which I find incomprehensible.
You know, Christian evangelicals in this country have been a hugely important part of President Trump's coalition. Many support Israel because they believe the creation of the state of Israel fulfills biblical prophecy. They're called Christian Zionists. I will note you have said you dislike Christian Zionists more than anybody. You've said they have a brain virus. You have apologized for those comments
repeatedly. I shouldn't have said that.
Repeatedly. But would you like to see those Christians stop supporting the state of Israel in the way that they do?
Of course, immediately. On many different grounds, but it's really simple. Christians can never support the murder of innocents, period. That's just a bright red line. Find the place where Jesus is like, these people are annoying, kill them all. It's not there. So where are you getting that?
Well, supply side Jesus said so. All right. Dude, Jesus would be so fucking funny if he was just like, dude, these people are annoying. Kill them all. Jesus, if he was a Twitch streamer, to be honest with you. If Jesus was a Twitch streamer, he would constantly get chat messages that would piss him off. He's like, you know what? I'm done. I'm done doing this goody two shoes shit. Hell no.
Yes. Now, I'm, once again, hardly a theologian, but I just don't know. And I've asked many Christian Zionist leaders who will speak to me. Now it's just like,
hardly a theologian. Like, fuck off, dude. You literally want this country to be a white nationalist Christian shithole. That's literally what you want.
They won't talk to me, but I certainly asked Ted Cruz this. I asked Mike Huckabee this. I tried to ask Franklin Graham, but I sincerely want to know where this is coming from. It can't all be from the Book of Esther.
Well, I mean, you did have exactly this contentious interview with Ambassador Huckabee. He's the ambassador to Israel, where you talked to him about Christian Zionism for quite some time. And in that interview, you know, it's very interesting. I'm a former Israel-Palestine correspondent. You were pressing him on if the modern state of Israel as a homeland for the Jewish people today has legal or biblical legitimacy. You were sort of questioning him on this idea. And you went round and round on this for quite some time. And I was just wondering what you were trying to get at there.
I was trying to get at an answer, which I couldn't get, and instead was accused of hate for trying to evoke an answer to a very simple question. And the question was, on what basis are you making this claim? People whose ancestors didn't live here now occupy the land. That's very common in history, by the way. I'm not even objecting to it. What I'm objecting to is the claim that it's God's will and that Israel, because of this, has the unique right to exist. Okay, where does that right come from? Well, the right comes from the Bible. Okay, well, I'm not a Bible scholar, but I've certainly read it a lot. And I said to him, what are the borders? Because my read of Genesis is that that's a big hunk of land. That's the Middle East. Does Israel have a right, because you're referring to this text as the basis of the right, to have that land? And he said, fine with me. So like on many levels, theological and diplomatic, kind of a big thing to say. The White House was annoyed that he said it out loud. I was grateful that he did, because it's good to know what the terms are. And the second question I asked, which is, okay, if Israel has a right derived from this scene in Genesis, then to whom does it apply? Who are Abraham's heirs? And he said, well, the Jews. And I said, okay. And by the way, just to be clear, these are not conversations that I sought. I was never interested in this topic. Like, Israel's a country with borders and sovereignty and a seat at the UN. And it's a nation state like ours, like every country. The second you start telling me that as a Christian, I'm obligated to support the government of this country, then I have a right to ask you what you're talking about. It's that simple. So, okay, fine. I flew all the way to Israel, which I didn't want to do. And I asked him, what are you talking about? To whom does this right apply? And on what basis? Shut up, anti-Semite. Okay, now. So from my...
That's such a good soundbite. Shut up, anti-Semite.
perspective, that was like the most revealing conversation I think I've ever had.
Why, though, were you so interested in those questions about...
Why? Because we're now in a war which is in the process of destroying the United States economy and getting Americans killed, because Israel pushed the United States president, who caved. I'm not giving him a pass, but that's just a fact. That's what happened. I saw it. And Israel has that power in our Congress, not because we have so many Jews. I don't know how many Jews live in the United States, fewer than 10 million, I think, but because we have tens of millions of evangelical Christians who unquestioningly support Israel because they believe it's their theological duty to do so.
Correct.
So on this question hangs the future of the American economy and the lives of Americans.
This is what I mean when I say that, like, conservatives are very good at parroting progressive positions that are objectively correct and pretending like they don't believe anything beyond that. Because, like, Tucker Carlson is a fucking anti-Semite, fully and thoroughly an anti-Semite. I mean, he's a white nationalist. But he knows that it's not popular or that it's not acceptable to just be an anti-Semite and be against Israel because he's an anti-Semite. So he has to repackage it the way that progressives repackage it, or rather, more specifically, the way that progressives discuss any of these ideas, right? Co-opting the winning talking point is easy as long as nobody figures it out. You're actually pushing for a white nationalist Christian state because you literally think anyone and anything else is beneath you. I'm trying to find, like, he has some, like, I can see if I can find, like, a highlight reel or something. I feel like everybody already knows how much of an anti-Semite Tucker Carlson is, but in case there are people who don't, I'll see what I can find.
Service members. There's no more important question. And the effort to push me away from that question by calling me names, calling me a hater, saying I'm obsessed with Israel, okay, I would be grateful never to think about it again. I find Israel actually geostrategically irrelevant, except to the extent that we imbue it with relevance at the behest largely of evangelical Christians. So you can see there's a one-to-one correlation between these questions and the future of my country. Mike Huckabee and the people he represents have made it the nation's business, at which point it is entirely fair. In fact, it's a requirement of good citizenship to press him on what are you talking about? And he refused to answer those questions, at which point I say, as someone who's still committed to reason, you've been exposed as a fraud and or a liar.
I think one of the reasons why this was particularly notable for many people, that interaction that you had with Mike Huckabee, and the reason you in particular got so much pushback is because there is an enormous sensitivity around Israel being the homeland of the Jewish people and the attempt to delegitimize that.
I have enormous sensitivity about the United States being the homeland of my people and the burial place of my ancestors. I have enormous sensitivity about the future of the United States. Those are my concerns. I'm not dismissing the concerns of any other group, including Israelis or Iranians or Venezuelans or anybody else. Everybody has his or her own set of concerns, but my concerns revolve around my country. And so I'm not going to subordinate my concerns and the concerns of my children to other people's hysteria, no matter what country it is.
Why do you think you get tagged so often with anti-Semitism?
Because I think there are two reasons.
Because he's an anti-Semite.
One is...
But admittedly, it's also because he's anti-Israel. That's why they call Rachel an anti-Semite.
I'm not an anti-Semite.
Yes, you are.
And I think that's obvious. I've expressed this many times, and I'll do so again. I have temperamental and religious objections to anti-Semitism or any hate or discrimination based on bloodline that is against Christian theology. It's against my personal ethics, and I oppose it no matter who is suffering from it, whether it's whites or blacks or Jews. Nobody can be punished for his bloodline, period. I don't believe in collective punishment.
Let me see if I can find. I don't know if I have like the clip of it, but we'll see. No, not this. Maybe this one? Hold. Total? Oh my god, this ad is like a minute long.
Hurry into your local Acura dealer for this.
Bro. Okay, well, when this ad is over.
Like the Israeli government. So that's number one. I am opposed to anti-Semitism, and that's a threat because I'm not approaching this as someone who wants to hurt Jews. I just don't want the United States to be implicated in the crimes of other nations, and I'm not intimidated. And number two.
Okay, here it is. The guy who's definitely not a Nazi, by the way.
What it is. The Great Replacement theory is coming from the left. They don't think it's a theory, they think it's real.
Yes. Get to the clips.
To change the racial mix of the country. That's the reason, to reduce the political power of people whose ancestors lived here and dramatically increase the proportion of Americans newly arrived from the third world. In political terms, this policy is called the Great Replacement, the replacement of legacy Americans with more obedient people from faraway countries. Now, I know that the left and all the little gatekeepers on Twitter become literally hysterical if you use the term replacement, if you suggest that the Democratic Party is trying to replace the current electorate, the voters now casting ballots, with new people, more obedient voters from the third world. But they become hysterical because that's what's happening, actually. Let's just say it, that's true.
Talking about the liberals being hysterical when you literally have the Joker laugh is crazy work. When you speak like, they're becoming hysterical. Like, dude. Anyways, yeah, that's the general gist of it. There's something pretty funny about him being like, I don't even know why they would ever call me anti-Semitic. It's like, dog, you have over 400 segments talking about the Great Replacement theory. For sure.
That is a much easier conversation than answering very simple questions like, where does the right to exist come from that Israel has, that I've been told for many years has a unique right globally to exist? Where does that right emanate from? Who granted that right and on what grounds? And they can't answer the questions, and they don't want to have the conversation. So just to be totally clear, asking questions is not hate. Telling the truth is not hate. And they don't want to answer the questions, and they don't want to tell the truth. And by the way, it's not just Jews. I think I've been attacked more viciously by Christian Zionists than I have by Jews, just in point of fact. It's a kind of nice universalism to it. But I'm not intimidated. I don't know why I would be. In fact, I think it's my obligation not to be intimidated.
Can asking questions, though, stir up hate? I mean, language is powerful.
Well, sure. I mean, you could pose attacks in the form of questions. I've certainly done that a lot, for sure. But the questions themselves hang in the air, and a legitimate question deserves an answer.
Stupid fucking question.
The reason I want to press on this a little bit more is that you know that there is an entire anti-Semitic worldview that has been based on the protocols of the elders of Zion, you know, that there is like this cabal of powerful Jews that controls the world. And, you know, that book was written in the early 20th century, but it, you know, helped the Nazis, and it really has informed a lot of the views of many people today that there is, you know, this very powerful sect of Jewish people who want global war and global conflict. And I think that there is a concern that I have, and a real concern. I don't mean this as something that people say to slander anyone, but just a real concern that the rhetoric where everything is blamed on Israel, where Israel has these supernatural powers almost to influence the president, to influence the previous president, George W. Bush, to enter into the Iraq War, to, you know, be involved in assassinations, et cetera, that it has echoes of that, and that people are genuinely concerned that it opens the door to this idea that has been debunked and has been used in, you know, absolutely vicious ways to annihilate an entire people.
What the fuck is this lady talking about? Huh? Why did she start bringing up all this, like, actually anti-Semitic shit? She's, like, actually doing Jewish hypnosis nonsense on this fucking interview. Hello? No one's talking about supernatural powers of Israel. People are saying that Israel is an intelligence state and it uses intelligence for power. That's it. Surprise, surprise, blackmail is effective. That's it. It's not some unique, mystical, incredible thing. It's just using leverage to get what you want that is beneficial for your state. Hello?
I'm not quite sure what that means. Let me tell you my concerns. My main concern is the destruction of the United States. And that is in no way to minimize anyone else's concerns, but I have a right to that concern. And I will not have my own concerns hijacked. I will not submit to being told what my concerns should be. I'm an adult man who pays his taxes. I have a right to come up with my own hierarchy of concern. And at the very top is the destruction of my country, which I've lived in for 56 years. And I know that it's not better than it was, and it's not getting better than it was. And there are many reasons for that. One of them is this war, but there are many others. And so people say, well, I'm really concerned. Well, I am really concerned too. I'm really concerned that the Prime Minister of Israel and his many cheerleaders in American media, including at the New York Times, if I can say, pushed the U.S. government into a war that hurts the United States. That's my concern. And I would say that's at least co-equal with anyone else's concerns. So that's the first thing I would say. Second, as to the elders of Zion or whatever, I don't know what that is. I've heard references to it. It's like
I don't even know what that is. What are we doing? What is going on? All right, dude.
Tsarist forgery or something.
Look, just like he doesn't know what the Great Replacement theory is, the thing that he like pushed on Fox News for years. All right, dude.
I'm just wondering what the line is for you.
The line for me is the truth. What is actually happening?
Between criticism. I mean, this is, by the way, a very difficult line. I am in no means purporting to understand necessarily where it is. I'm curious for you where the line is between criticism of the state of Israel.
Later, he even says he doesn't know who Fuentes is. He interviewed Fuentes. No, stop. Come on.
And how that could be perceived as feeding into anti-Semitism.
Well, it breaks my heart that it is perceived that way, and that's the product. That perception is the product of a decades-long effort to conflate anti-Semitism with any criticism of the secular government of Israel. Okay, so the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism lists 11 examples of anti-Semitism. And that's been adopted globally. 40 different governments have adopted it as their standard of what anti-Semitism is. And 2/3 of the examples are criticism of Israel. So, you know, I don't get to write these standards. I also don't have to abide by them. And I reject, as ludicrous, out of hand, the idea that the criticism of a secular government is the same as criticism of an entire ethnic group, many of whom do not support that secular government, many of whom reject that secular government, and a lot of those I know personally. So you're just not going to get me on board with the lie that criticism of Netanyahu is hatred of all Jews, because it's not.
It's so crazy because if you had a progressive leading this interview, you could make Tucker Carlson look so fucking stupid, but then the New York Times would never do something so brave. So they have to send this fucking liberal Zionist to defend Israel's genocide and then make Tucker Carlson look good.
And I don't care how many times someone repeats that to me. I don't care. And by the way, I've lost friends over this, and I do grieve that. People who are totally convinced that criticism.
Is it just Bibi that you're against, or if there was a different government in Israel, it would be okay?
I'm against anything that hurts my country. Why wouldn't I be? I live here.
No, but I'm just curious, like if there's elections coming up and if Bibi gets kicked out, are you
I took my family on vacation there.
I'm just trying to understand.
Obviously, I'm not against Israel. I never have been against. By the way, you can check the record. Before maybe 2.5 years ago, I don't think I ever, well, I certainly never criticized Israel, but I rarely even mentioned Israel. I could give you a long list of the things that I love about Israel, particularly about Jerusalem, which is one of my favorite cities. Jerusalem and Beirut, greatest cities in the world. It kills me to see them at the center of all of this. I think the second that
he's such a grifting sack of shit. Oh my fucking God.
We ban criticism of a foreign country.
I love Jerusalem and Beirut. They're the most beautiful cities ever. They're so beautiful.
Well, of course, we're not free at that point. We're slaves of that other country. You know, you whatever you can't criticize is the force in charge. I don't think it's, by the way, good for global Jewry to have any of this at all. If you tell 350 million Americans that it's
he let the anti-Semitism slip. This is what I mean. It's like, I feel like if you are progressive or are on the left, it's very easy to spot anti-Semites.
Against the law, and it's very close to against the law at this point. It's against the law to criticize Israel. How does that help the perception? Does that feed anti-Semitism? I think it does. Not that it's my job to monitor or regulate this stuff, but I mean, just common sense would tell you that's not good. If you want to make the case on behalf of anything, any idea, including ones I disagree with, make your case. Tell me why it's a good idea. And we're falling out of that habit and instead trying to hurt people who disagree with us. And I just will always reject that. I guess I'm the liberal.
I would say it's not exactly against the law, but
you are not a liberal.
I
You're the
understand
farthest
someone
thing
was
from a liberal.
someone was just arrested because look, the
specific
second you,
things that
the second you say that
place.
criticism is the same as a threat or words or violence, then of course it's very easy to arrest people, as they are arrested in Great Britain. They've had hundreds of people arrested in Great Britain for criticizing Israel. I don't know why any liberal-minded, and I'm in that group, liberal-minded, you have a right to your views, I have a right to mine. I don't know why any liberal-minded person will go along with this and not say, whoa, 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 this is totally bonkers. And this is the road to totalitarianism. And I would say
what the fuck are you talking about? He's totally a liberal, neoliberal at least. Are you smoking crack or are you joking? Bro is a white nationalist, conservative. I am not. Bro is a white nationalist, man. He's literally like a fucking fascist Nazi. And none of these are hyperbolic. He literally pushes great replacement theory. He's literally pushed like Jews control everything theory. Oh, you're one of these chatters. Okay. Do you not understand that, like, if you make the word liberal be anything that isn't progressive, the word has a lot less value? If we just call everything that's to the right of progressive liberal, it's kind of, it becomes a little bit more useless. That's a good thing. How could that possibly be? No, I get it, but he's not exactly not neoliberal. Okay, I know the type of person that you are. I'm not going to push you on this because I know you can't be pushed on this. You can think that. I don't care. You can have that opinion. You can have that opinion. That's fine. Are we saying that liberalism is progressive? What? Who said that? Who would say that? What? What?
About any topic.
I'm gonna move on because we've talked about some fissures that have emerged among conservatives over Israel and the war, right? You've talked about
Fissures, yeah, it's totally blown up.
Yeah. And I want to dig into that because earlier this year you told Megyn Kelly that there is, quote, a huge scramble, and you said, I'm in the middle of it to define what the Republican Party is after Trump.
Yep.
So boil down the scramble for me. Are there two sides?
Well, I lost that scramble.
Yeah. I mean, is it driven by ideas, personalities? I mean, something else? Like, what do you see happening?
Look, I mean, there have been disagreements over foreign policy within the Republican Party for, well, really since 2015 when Trump announced.
He's liberal is in the same way that Reagan was a quote unquote liberal in a political science sense, I guess. Yeah, but maybe I should draw it for you guys just to explain what I'm talking about. Like, also, wait, to this chatter. Wait, I actually have a genuine question. I'm not trying to like shit on you or like be aggressive at all. Who would you consider a conservative or like a neocon? I'm genuinely asking. Oh, thanks, Kenosa. My message didn't show up. What do you mean? Huh? Oh, that's weird. You're right, it didn't. Sorry, I said public policy. I just mean that he has economically liberal ideas, but he's definitely socially fascist, as in just like he's a capitalist. Yeah, I'm saying if you're gonna call him a liberal, who would you call a conservative? You're talking about culture war and they're talking about economics? No, I'm talking about language and language being prescriptive. I understand the point that they're making completely, in which case I think when you make those statements, there should be a modifier that you're talking about socially versus economically. But the problem is that like if you call everyone a liberal, so let's make a little diagram, right? Let's say here is anything that is anti-capitalist, okay? We'll make this a big boat. Right? And then we make this anything that is capitalist. And then, by extension, economically liberal. Okay? The reality is, you end up with this like giant, like, what, 0.1% of our representatives, or even just like Americans, maybe Americans less so, fall into this category. And then the other like 99% of public figures and representatives and congressmen and presidents all fall in this other category. So I feel like when you're using language and your goal is to be descriptive, as descriptive as possible, it's more effective to break this category up into smaller chunks, because you can easily and quickly describe what the policies are if you put people into the smaller buckets. So when I say like, why would you call them liberal? I'm saying like, this is not a good label for this. So then there's like socially liberal. So like, sorry, I'm running out of space. Maybe you could put Kamala Harris here. And then you would put like literal like white nationalists over here, and you would put like Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson. And the reality is this label already comes with this. It's inherent to it. It's a bucket within a bucket. By identifying them as this, you already know that if someone's a white nationalist, they already believe in hierarchies and they already believe in might makes right, which means they already have to believe in capitalism. I mean, not to say that it's impossible to have a white nationalist, socialist, and that you can be that brain broken. But the reality is these buckets usually very clearly fall into a bigger bucket that's right here, and it's more effective. Yeah, so exactly why I take issue with the term liberal, because it's not prescriptive. Like, I'm talking about if you're trying to reach people, right? And maybe everybody else disagrees, but I feel like when I made the jump from liberal to progressive, anti-capitalist, socialist, it was not thanks to anyone that called everything and everyone a liberal. You can be correct, but breaking these things into buckets is more useful. That's the only argument that I'm making. In my opinion, if you're talking to like a wine mom and you're telling them like, yeah, you're a liberal, just like Nick Fuentes, just like Tucker Carlson, just like all these other people, you can be correct and you can be like, well, technically all these people are capitalists and they believe in this hierarchical system, but you're not, I don't think it's as effective for reaching people than to break it up into these categories and to get into the habit of breaking these things up into these categories. Sorry, I meant descriptive. I said prescriptive 2 seconds ago. I meant descriptive. Also, you could have an anti-capitalist, feudalist, white nationalist. True. Leftist handwriting thing is real. What does that mean? I see what you mean. I got to sit with it. I'm just talking about like effectiveness on messaging, right? Like, for example, you can have whatever opinion you want about Zoran saying, when being asked, do you think Israel has a right to exist? Zoran said, I believe Israel has a right to exist as a state with equal rights for all people, for all of its citizens, for all of its residents. And me and you could look at that and be like, dude, come on. But the reality is that's just good messaging. It is objectively, correctly, just good messaging. And it's the same thing. The same thing here. It's unclockable? Correct. Telling Jennifer Welch she's a liberal wouldn't have convinced her to become progressive, hone in on an ideology rather than a framework. I mean, I think in general, people are terrified of labels. And it's better to talk about policy rather than labels. But yeah. More effective to getting through to people. And maybe you guys, your experience is different, but in my experience, pushing people from the right or pushing people who are liberals towards this side I have never been effective by calling them a liberal and then also saying Nick Fuentes is a liberal or saying Tucker Carlson is a liberal. Because the moment that, in my experience, and just in my experience, if you guys, if you've converted 5,000 people in the last 10 seconds, I'm the fool with egg on my face, then, you know, go for it. Do what you do. Clearly it's working. What was I trying to say? But in my experience, the second I do that, they're like, are you an idiot? Hello? Liberalism is so different from conservatism. You must just be an idiot. It's like, okay. You just don't understand. Which has never worked as a strategy for convincing someone. Telling them that they're too stupid to understand what you mean. By saying like, well, you don't get what I mean. So what I mean is, it's like, it's not a fact. Maybe you guys are all just built different. And you can convince people with this strategy. But in my experience, that has been the difference for me. It's made a difference for me. Ironically, she said when her son called her a centrist or a moderate, it started the ball rolling in her mind. Well, yeah, because you have to understand, for liberals, liberal is not an insult to liberals. And it's not when it is an insult to conservatives, it's because they want to go further right. So the strategy of insulting someone for being what they perceive as left wing is not effective, right? You're saying that the chatter isn't technically wrong, just not helpful language. Well, I'm saying, like, it's bizarre to frame it that way. Or I think it's ineffective would be the correct way to frame it. That it can be right, but also ineffective. Also fair because I had this argument with my left agnostic family and they came to the same conclusion. It isn't useful to box them into the neoliberal category. Yep. I've knocked plenty of doors. Labels do not work. What does work is speaking to people's material conditions and needs and where their tax dollars are going. Totally agree with you. I found most people don't really know what neoliberalism means. They basically think it's when Democrats do bad things. Correct. Absolutely correct. Liberalism is a system that adheres to those buckets you give while using owners and workers to divide or do dialectics with. It's more a worldview from liberalism to socialism and leftism. Yes. Sorry, I've already imagined myself as the chud and you as the soy jack in this conversation. Yeah. Like when my liberal friends call me the most liberal out of all of us, what they mean is that I'm the most left wing, even if I'm not technically liberal. Yeah. Sorry, I was befuddled by the idea of calling Tucker Carlson a liberal because, yeah, economically he's liberal in addition to like every other like public figure and like literally every conservative in the country. You know what I mean? It would be like, I'm trying to think of a really good analogy. I'm blanking. Maybe it'd be similar to like calling a square a rectangle. Like if you pointed at a square and you were like, that's a rectangle, I'd be like, huh? No, it's a square. Well, okay, wait, to be clear, yeah, it's also a rectangle. Yes, it is. In addition to being a square, it's a rectangle. Wouldn't you just describe it as a square, though? Because that already tells you that it's a square and a rectangle. Does that make sense? That was actually the perfect analogy. No, all squares are fascist. Fuck. Damn it. Shit. So that befuddled me. All right, moving on.
For president, there was no disagreement at all. It was a neoconservative party completely. I was part of that for sure. And unthinkingly and then unwillingly, but whatever. But since 2015.
Also, I just want to say, I know that sometimes I pull chatters up and I roast them. I was not trying to do that with you, Blaze. I was not at all. I hope you guys understand. Sometimes I pull up chatters messages because I want to have a conversation. And I'm curious at like the line of thinking, like why someone would do something or say something. So I hope you guys understand. Sometimes I pull up chatters because they said something funny. Sometimes I pull up chatters because they're fucking hogs. They're idiot chud husband hogs. But also sometimes it's like, wait, how did you come to this conclusion? And I forget that sometimes when you come off emotive and emphatic, that it can come off as an attack. But this is also like, this is how I talk to people that I know. I'm like, what do you mean by that? Wait, what? It's like, oh, okay. I just wanted to be very clear. I apologize, Blaze, if it came off like I was trying to attack you. I wasn't trying to do that. I apologize if that came off that way. You just love discussing. I just love to talk. I just love to talk.
There's been this kind of debate like, well, you know, what is the appropriate use of American power? And what is our relationship with Israel? And those have been sort of sotto voce debates. But it's only with this full regime change effort against Iran that they've become untenable. Like, you can't. I mean, my own view is I'm always happy to eat with and talk with people I disagree with. I guess I'm the liberal here. But there is a strong sense among the neocons who've completely taken over the Republican Party.
So yeah, when he says I'm the liberal here, it's like what we all know to mean here is, yeah, you are, but not the way that he's defining it or anyone in American politics is defining it. He's defining it as I'm the liberal, the way that, and in that category, we're in that definition for conservatives. Conservatives see people on the left and they call them liberals. So he's wrong, to be clear, he's obviously wrong, but anyways.
That anyone who disagrees cannot be allowed, like literally in the White House. Okay, I don't make these rules. I feel sad about it for a bunch of reasons. I would say as a political matter, the constituency for that is very small. There aren't, 150 million people in America who are really excited about the Iran war or who are ever going to be excited about that. So you're dooming your party to irrelevance when you do that. I don't know why they would want to. They hate Trump.
That is the root of the issue. He's given away the game a little by saying that. When he says you're dooming the party, and that is like the epitome of the difference between establishment conservatives and Republicans, more specifically, and Trump. Trump is there for Trump. Trump will only, the easiest way to understand what Trump will do is, does it benefit Trump or does it hurt Trump? And as long as it benefits Trump, he will do what benefits Trump every single time. Why was I saying that? Oh, whereas most Republicans, in this country, they believe in the party and they believe in pushing the party and the values of the party. And that's why people like Tucker Carlson and, by the way, Ben Shapiro hate Trump. It's because Trump doesn't care about the Republican Party. He cares about Trump.
The neocons hate Trump. I've always hated Trump. I had a first row seat to this. And now they've destroyed him. And I told him that. I said, these are people who hated you from day one. They couldn't control you. They hated you for that reason. What you said about the Iraq war inflamed them. It humiliated them. And they want to destroy you. And this war will destroy you.
Tucker looks like he tastes like a turkey. Why did you say that?
I said that point blank right to him. And it's true. And it's, I think, proven true now.
And what do you mean about you being in the middle of it and losing the scramble?
Well, because Charlie Kirk and I think we're the only people, I'm confident in saying we're the only people in June of 2025 to say to the president, this is a very bad idea. The people pushing this are trying to get you involved in a regime change war. You've campaigned against that. Don't do this.
Oh, no. They're hurting you, Mr. Trump. They're tweaking you. 80-year-old is being twicked. He's being groomed. Oh, my God.
And then on September 10th, Charlie was murdered by a lone gunman. So by the time this latest round happened in January and February, I think I was the only person who said that to Trump for a bunch of reasons. So now.
Absolutely masterful shit post. Absolutely beautiful. I do not give the streamer permission to pull up my username, chats, information, or my publications, both past, future, and the future. Mine are those where I show up by the statement I give notice to the streamer that it is strictly forbidden to disclose, copy, distribute, give, or sell my information or take any other action against me On the basis of this username and its content, the violation of this privacy can be punished by law and the Roman statute. Or sorry, the Rome statute. Shut up.
It's, you know, I mean, we know who won by the effects. So this was, from my perspective, was a debate between people who thought it was wise to use American power in the way we're now using it, and those who thought it was dangerous. And Trump did it, so obviously he rejected my view.
I want to stay, though, with how some of this is playing out, because, as you mentioned, you were very close to Charlie Kirk before he was killed. And he started Turning Point USA, which is this very influential group among young people on the right. And you're now seeing some on the right who are questioning whether Israel had a hand in Charlie Kirk's murder. And I should say the theories that Israel was linked to Charlie's death were denied by Israel. There's been no proof of that at all. And crucially, this theory has been condemned by Erica Kirk, Charlie's widow. Do you still have a relationship with Turning Point USA?
Well, I have always loved Erica Kirk. I met her when she was dating Charlie and thought so much of her. I know a lot of people at Turning Point. I was the headliner for a bunch of different Turning Point events. I haven't been asked to do it this year. Don't know if I will be. Never said a word against Turning Point. I think it's been a really, well, I was their headliner for a bunch of years, so obviously I supported it. I would hate to see it hijacked by its donors to become an oracle of neoconservatism. I think it'd be pretty hard to do because its members are not for that. Young people are not for that. People of draft age are especially not for that.
I mean, when was the last time you spoke to Erica Kirk?
A couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
By text. So my concern, and this is not about Erica Kirk or Andrew Colvett or any of those people with whom I've never had a crossword and hope never to have a crossword. But my concern more broadly is about the investigation into Charlie's murder, which was short-circuited by the FBI. And I'd like to know why. And I don't care to be screamed at for asking that question. It's a legitimate question, and we know that. Well, I know that for a bunch of reasons. But the public knows it because Joe Kent said it out loud and explained it. He's the head of the National Counterterrorism Center. He's an ODNI. And he was told by the FBI that he could not investigate it. And as a friend of Charlie's, I'm not going to be intimidated into saying the following, which is, on what grounds would you do that? I'm not saying the guy who's been arrested didn't pull the trigger. I'm not, there's been no trial.
He was obviously handed over by his father.
Do we know that? I don't know what I know because there hasn't been a trial yet. And again, it's like so many things. And it's not just Israel. It's not just Charlie Kirk. It's the existence of NATO or the way the economy is structured. Why is capital taxed at half the rate of labor? Like, that's a question that bothers me. In every case, shut up, socialist.
That does sound so bad. Why is he kind of coming when he's saying it?
In every case, shut up, socialist, racist, conspiracy theorist. I'm just too old for that. Why don't you answer the question?
Oh my God, I need that. I need that so bad. Oh my God, I need that so fucking bad. New alert. We haven't had a new alert in a while. I feel like that's kind of sweet. Shut up, socialist.
That's my job.
Do you think Turning Point's influence has waned since Charlie's death?
I haven't the faintest idea. I do think that, I agree with most Americans when I say I think this war is a disaster. It's impossible to see how it helps the United States. And, I would like to see all self-described conservative groups pressure the president, as Charlie did, to minimize the damage. And I hope Turning Point is working on that. I don't know the answer, but I certainly hope.
Please get a soundboard. It would please our autism. Yeah, I was one. Well, I just have a computer one. I will add it to my weekly to-do list, all right? I will add it. Consider it added.
Hope they are. I can't. Yeah, so they should. I can't say confidently Charlie would be working to do that.
Obviously, Turning Point is just one organization trying to reach youth on the right, but you also have Nick Fuentes, the far-right white nationalist influencer who's called Hitler effing cool, who also has a huge following among young right-leaning men. How do you see Fuentes in terms of the future of the right?
You know, it's so hard to know. I'll tell you my instinct on it. Most of the debate.
Please, I need to escape the fa. No fa, please. I'm going to say something. Vine, boom, sound effect, greater than, greater than, greater than, greater than. Fa. Okay, guys, it's on. It's on the weekly to-do list. All right. Consider it added. And yes, I do actually plan my schedules and I do write stuff down. Okay.
It's about race, ethnicity, religion, to some extent immigration, are less resonant long-term than debates about economics. I think the main frustration among young people is not just that the composition of the country is changing too fast, which it definitely is, but the main concerns are about the lack of economic opportunity for American young people who are totally screwed at like a more profound level than people acknowledge. Older people do not acknowledge.
Why am I laughing so hard? I read hang poster on my to-do list. This chat message sending me kid named Poster Monka. Okay, stop.
Screwed at like a more profound level than people acknowledge. Older people do not acknowledge that. I had dinner the other night with a bunch of kids from Stanford, really smart. They're at Stanford. And one of them said, oh yeah, his best friend just graduated with a degree in computer science last year, has not been able to find a job. Stanford computer science can't find a job. So that's like a window into the total destruction of the economic opportunity for young people. And the, what looks to me as a non-economist, like the true
oh, thank you, Trash Panda,
hoarding of capital by a tiny group of people. It looks like a very lopsided and unfair economic system that is guaranteed to radicalize young people, and not just young people, but especially young people. And so I think most future conversations politically will be about economics. I do think that. I think we're at sort of the last stage. This is the last time the U.S. has ever been.
So you see that, what I'm trying to understand is you see that as Fuentes' power waning?
For sure. Well, I don't know Fuentes in particular. I mean,
I don't know Fuentes in particular, brother. You interviewed him. What do you mean you don't know him in particular? I'm going to be honest. Tucker Carlson, at the very least, plays a bit of a factor in the reason why I have to see Nick Fuentes clips on my timeline. So I don't think he's allowed to be like, I don't know why this happened. What the heck? I don't know why this happened. I don't even know this guy. Who is this guy? Nick Fuentes? I don't know this guy. I have $50K in student loan debt and a master's in engineering, and I'm unemployed. You don't see me shooting up the White House or the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Shrug. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Wasn't even aware of Fuentes. I mean, again, I'm just in a different world, right? Okay. So
I wasn't even aware of Fuentes.
Read the New York Times or whatever. Like, I'm just older, okay? So I'm not an expert on Fuentes' reach or even what he's saying day to day. I really don't know. But he has been
I think Nick Fuentes would be cured by a tall goth girlfriend. He's gay. I'm like, he's gay, bro. What do you mean? that was literally never gonna work. What? He's gay, sweetie. Yeah, I just listen.
Caricatured as a race guy, which he may be, by the way. It was like mad about the Jews or black people or whatever.
Yeah, tall goth femboy.
But I'm just telling you, I think the future, the energy, not just on the right, but I think right and left agree on this, under 30, is that young people have been shafted by older people, particularly by the baby boomers, people born between 46 and 64. And I think they're right about that. I do think that's like the most selfish generation, most loathsome, mediocre generation this country ever produced. Not all of them, but in general, I would say their behavior has been shameful.
You see what I mean, chat, when I say that, like, unfortunately, Tucker Carlson is appealing to a lot of people? Because he's done a very good job of reframing himself as, like, reasonable and pretending like he didn't say a bunch of crazy shit. And, like, is it not crazy that we can't even get Democrats to say, like, what he's saying?
Shameful and selfish. And I hear young people talk not about, you know, I'm mad at the Jews. I hear young people say things like, only baby boomers would like have a second home in Isle of Palm, South Carolina, but like not help their kids buy homes. That's what I hear. I hear people who understand that their lives will bear no resemblance to the lives of their parents and grandparents, and they're really upset about it. Meanwhile, there are all these people making billions on clearly fraudulent enterprises, crypto-related enterprises and other enterprises that are like not adding to the sum total of prosperity in this country and not making the country better. So that's where I think the radicalism is going to start. And the murder of that healthcare executive in New York, the health insurer guy, I'm against all murder, just to be totally clear. But I was surprised but not really shocked by the reaction, the positive reaction. All these kind of normal-looking people on the internet are like, I'm glad they killed him. They don't even know his name. However, that reflects this revolutionary frustration. And I do think it's revolutionary. I think one of the reasons that Trump is apparently going to make weed legal is just so we can lower...
This is literally what I mean, guys. Stealing Hassan's flow bar for bar. This is literally what I mean, dude. He literally says the same shit Hassan said, and Hassan gets all of the smoke. Well, yeah. Correct. Where's all the outrage? Tucker is promoting murder. Well, conservatives know better than to eat their own. Or they try not to. I don't know if you're old enough to remember, but the baby boomer nomenclature is a rebrand. Until the 80s, they were called the me generation. Like their folks clocked them and they forced a rebrand in the 80s because their T was clocked. That's true. That's true. That's true. It's good he's echoing Hassan wrong. No. No, it isn't. It's actually bad.
Testosterone levels even more. Just make people more passive. Have some more benzos.
I haven't seen. I guess I haven't looked into research about lowering your testosterone with weed. I don't know if that's true or not.
Like, it's fine. It's totally fine. Because it's not fine is the truth. So again, long-winded answer to a short question, but the future that I imagine is not a future in which we're yelling at each other about race. It's a future in which people are legitimately revolutionary, maybe even violent on the basis of thwarted economic opportunity.
I mean, Fuentes wants America to be a white Christian nation, among other things.
Okay, well, he's very good at defending the New York Times, but I think the real issue...
Hassan isn't agreeing with Tucker. Tucker is agreeing with Hassan. Well, the thing is, too, Tucker isn't even agreeing with Hassan. Don't forget, Tucker Carlson is like the Swanson family heir. This guy is like the richest Nepo baby on the fucking... Well, not literally the richest Nepo baby on the planet, but this guy is very classic Nepo baby. The first thing he's going to do with power is make your life worse. Way worse. Is he saying weed is being used to stop the revolution?
Are not about Fuentes or even about race. Immigration has a direct effect on economics. And so the overwhelming majority of...
he's just saying what he knows people want to hear. Correct. I mean, what I've never understood is why don't Democrats do this? I'm not joking. I'm serious. Like, Why didn't Kamala Harris just get on and say, I will end the genocide in Gaza? And just lie. That's what conservatives do all the time. And it works. I don't even understand. Like, I don't understand. The donors, yeah, but like, you're still going to do what the donors want. Like, that's what conservatives do. They're like, we're going to make sure we bring, you know, healthcare to this country. And then they make your life worse and they remove your healthcare. And then, like, all of the massive insurance companies are like, hey, we're going to give you guys millions, billions of dollars. Make sure you make everyone's life worse. Okay? Okay. It's so weird.
Newly created jobs in the past 5 years have gone to foreign-born. So, like, it's not an attack on the foreign-born to say that's not really the job of the U.S. government to provide economic opportunity to the world. The job is to protect its own people.
I can tell you don't want to talk about Fuentes.
Well, I don't have what to say.
Oh, Lord. No, I mean, like, again, Republicans get away with it because the crowd is stupid, sorry. Yeah, but Democrats don't even fucking try. They don't even try is the thing that's crazy to me. Like, I understand trying and then failing, but they don't even try. You don't understand Trump had popular ideas, so the Dems had to trail those ideas saying they'd do those things too. But blue heart, yeah. Conflicting research on it. As far as I know, chronic weed usage does have an effect on testosterone level. That being said, using weed lowers your current serum testosterone by up to 20%. But you make a full recovery. Oh, so it's the same thing as like weed makes you dumb or whatever. You just stop using and then you're fine again. That makes sense. What was I trying to say? You got to be slapping my bits right now. Is Denims watching Tucker? Well, yeah, I'm talking about what a shit show this country is becoming. And like, if the conservatives don't come up with a better conduit, this guy is going to run. And he is going to win over a lot of people. But make no mistake, all of this like virtue signaling and being like, there's a reason everyone is in favor of the shooter that killed that United Healthcare CEO. There's a reason for that. You think that he would actually lower insurance costs? Of course not. He's just saying that to make you think that he's on your side.
Like, okay, he said naughty things about this, that, or the other thing.
Huh? If you want to get an idea of Tucker Carlson, look at his dad, Dick Carlson, father of conservative political commentator Tucker Carlson. He was born with rickets and mildly bent legs as Anderson had starved herself to keep the pregnancy a secret. Haha, classic. Classic, classic. Sorry, I'm looking at this stuff. Legal technicalities prevented Carlson and Brisson from being held as defendants in the trial. Carlson stood by his story, claiming several of their sources refused to testify or died. That's insane. Anyways, all right, continuing. I gotta pee really fast. Dick names his son Fucker Carlson. What an insane first chat message. Now I'm going to go piss.
Okay.
No, well, you caused a big... I'm focusing on you. This is an interview of you.
I didn't cause anything. People got hysterical. How can you talk to this man?
I talked to people. Brought Fuentes onto your show.
I've interviewed Ted Cruz, who's calling for the murder of innocents. I don't think Fuentes is doing that.
But that conversation was pretty friendly.
People say that. I mean, whatever. Okay, I'm naughty for talking to Fuentes, but
you've been doing this for decades. I mean, I have watched you and your shows for a very long time, And you obviously have a very savvy understanding of how to approach your interviews and how they're going to land. You know, why?
I don't know about that, but yeah.
Well,
I don't think I'm that savvy. Maybe I'm underselling myself.
I mean, why did you want to handle it the way that you did? You know, you started with.
Well, I've explained this a million
about,
times, but I'll explain it very crisply.
No, you started, you know.
No, I noticed that no one
talking
wants
about
to.
his background and where he grew up. It's a different kind of interview than the one when I look at Ambassador Huckabee.
I've known Huckabee for over 30 years. Huckabee's been a public figure for over 30 years.
But
He was
one
the
was
governor
prosecutorial.
three
You were
times.
building a case. The other one was friendly. I mean, you were wrestling quite vigorously with.
If I agreed with everything Fuentes said, I would just say so. I would just say so. Like, there's no the effort to kind of like divine my motives when I state my motives clearly. I think I'm telling the truth.
I know, but as you have
Let me
acknowledged
just
in this
state-
interview,
let me just state my motives.
You use questions sometimes.
Why is it that the second I get up, the funniest shit always happens? We'll be watching a video and like 90% of the video is pretty boring or it's kind of whatever. And it's always the second I get up. I'm like, dude, I've been holding in my pee the whole time. I've been holding in my pee. I'm like, why am I ADHD brain? Why am I holding in my pee for like an hour? Let me just go pee and come back and then I will feel good. And then the second I leave, the stupidest shit happens. It's like, what am I supposed to do? Like, stop peeing and like run back and be like, okay, I guess I'll hold off on the rest of the pee. Like, I'm going to finish peeing. I already got up. Like, hello? What does that tell you, streamer? Go away. Behind, thank you so much for the 25 gift subs. What the heck? Thank you. Sonder, thank you for the 11 months. And thank you for the guys for the hype train. Wait, thanks. Why the fuck could you hear that from the bathroom? Because I have wireless.
The mullet rolls are gone, people.
Use your brains. Use your Brian's, chatters. I also want to say, if you guys are having a good time and you want to support the stream, and you like watching one of the very, very few streams on Twitch that are completely ad-free, or you like that it's completely sponsor-free, and I haven't had a sponsor in, like, literally years, feel free to throw a Prime over my way. It is completely free. It's probably just sitting there collecting dust, and you're like, I need to find the right place to use it. I need to find it. Well, if you like getting brain damaged by Tucker Carlson, this is a great place to use it. And you get to enjoy.
Socialist.
Oh, that was so worth it. Oh, it's so worth it. Oh, God. Contra, thank you for the 10 gifties. Not Christian. Thank you for the Prime. Sammy, thank you for the 44 months. Thank you. Beautiful. Beautiful. Shut up, socialist. Dawn, thank you for the 3 months. But yeah, if you would like to support with a tier 1 or a tier 2 or a tier 3 sub, I would really appreciate it. It makes a huge difference. And I only get to do this broadcast because of support from viewers like you. Literally, that's the only reason, because I make nothing off of ads and I make nothing off of sponsors, and I haven't in literally years. So it is a completely viewer-run, viewer-sponsored stream. I am not being hyperbolic when I say the only reason I get to make fun of Tucker Carlson and get in debates, random chatters about random stupid stuff, is because of your guys' support. So it really does mean a lot. I really do appreciate it. Oh, thank you, Sumo. I don't know if it works like that, but I did it. No, it does. Thank you. Well, Ren, thank you so much for the 24 months. Maz, thank you for the 8 months. Sun, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you so much. New badge, let's go. Yeah, fully funded treats for Mayor Cat and Wormy. PBS and viewers like you. Subscribe today and you too can become a denizen. Yep. Precisely. Exactly. Ad-free is a true show of it being a real one. You and Hassan don't get enough credit for that, for real. Dude, and it's like, I'm not going to lie, going on Twitch, I say this every time because it's so true every fucking time. You go and watch other broadcasts on Twitch and it's just ads after ads after, like the ads don't, it'll be like 1 out of 634, 26 minutes of ads, and you're like, oh. And then you're finally free from ad purgatory and you're like, okay, let's watch. and then the stream freezes, so you have to refresh, and then you get more ads. It's like, but I just wanted to watch the broadcast. Please. Actually, evil. Dude, it's fucked up.
I'm gonna fuck him.
It's fucked up. Frog Girl, thank you for the gift sub. Welky, thank you so much for the 31. Lot, thank you so much for the 4. Blaldy, thank you for the 5. Also, we do gaming for anyone who's new or for old gaming frogs. We're only like 100 subs away from another gaming stream, and we're gonna beat Resident Evil 2 today because we actually play games on this goddamn broadcast. That's right. We actually play games. It's hard to believe they said she would never play the games. She would never play them, people, and then she played. And boy, did she play. So I beat it too. Oh, thank you, Luna. Lucky, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Aiden L, thank you so much for the 16 months. Did you get past the phallic annoying guy? Yes, we did. Thank God. I've said this to Hassan, but Tucker is never going to run for president. He's a member of upper class already, and he's smart. He knows that president becomes property of the United States for the rest of your life. POTUS is nonstop. PITA. And Tucker doesn't want to fuck with that. No one does. Well, yeah, I mean, that's why I've said since day one that the only 2 options that he has if he's doing this much posturing is running for president or being perfectly situated to have an endorsement that is valuable and to have power via that endorsement. I don't think bro actually wants to work. That's true, actually. Tucker Carlson would kind of run 100% out of vanity. Well, I think genuinely, if he doesn't find a candidate that he would want to endorse for his personal profit or gain or benefit, he would run. But I think he can find someone. We'll see. I guess we'll see. You can never drive a car again on the road after becoming president. Imagine getting into a fender bender with Obama. You think this guy is driving his own car? When Trump is out of office, do you think Tucker or Trump will have more influence out of the party? Tucker. I think when Trump is president, he has a lot of power. When he's not, I don't think he has enough power. I mean, I feel like nobody even heard of him when he wasn't in power. When Biden was president, literally, I didn't hear anything about Trump. I mean, here and there, but I give it another month before he announces another ghost-written book. 100% he wants to be kingmaker. Yeah. He will run. He's far more competent than Trump. Well, again, like I said, I think this is just my opinion based on what I know about Tucker Carlson. I think his preference would be to have an endorsement and have power behind the scenes. But I also think he's got enough ego that he would run, because why not? Or like, not why not, but the benefits far greatly outweigh the negatives. Trump isn't leaving that office alive. I mean, low Kirklandly, you're not wrong. I think the only thing that will stop Trump from running a third time, although I could just be wrong. Maybe he won't run. I feel like he's going to run a third time. Or I guess technically he's going to run a fourth time. I think the only thing stopping him is like heart disease. And that's just my opinion. Maybe I'm totally wrong, in which case I'm an idiot and I'm a fool. But in my experience with Trump, every time he says, I could totally do this if I wanted to. Wouldn't that be funny if I did that? Wouldn't it be funny? It would be so funny if I did that. And then he actually does it. It's like, oh, okay. Okay. He's going to be demented. He's going to be too demented by the next election. He's already too demented. It's still illegal, right? Not that that matters. I mean, it's still illegal, but I don't think it matters. Nikki Haley's son, Nalin Haley? What is fucking AI-generated name? Seen wearing Nick Fuentes' Jeffrey Epstein quarter zip. Tucker Carlson in attendance as well. It's a big club and you ain't in it. Yup. Yup. When you're nailing Haley. Shut up. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
30 years.
But
He was
one
the
was
governor
prosecutorial.
twice, 3
You were
times.
building a case. The other one was friendly. I mean, you were wrestling quite vigorously with.
If I agreed with everything Fuentes said, I would just say so. I would just say so. Like, there's no the
You would just say so. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
effort to kind of like divine my motives. When I state my motives clearly, I think I'm telling the truth.
I know, but as you have
Let me
acknowledged
just
in this
state-
interview,
let me just state my motives.
You use questions sometimes as a form
If
of.
I could just state my motives, and you can either believe me or not, and I've done this many times, but I'll do it once more and say, I never heard of Fuentes. I first heard him because he was attacking me and my family, which enraged me. I did fall for the bait.
Oh my God, dude. If you fall for this shit, man. If you're a fucking stupid idiot chud and you fall for this, like you need to be lobotomized, man. You need to be lobotomized immediately. Or we need to just send you to go work in the mines. I'm a 56-year-old man, 57-year-old man that was groomed by Nick Fuentes. Stop. Like, still,
And so then I thought, well, this guy seems like, I keep hearing he's very influential. Let's have him on, hear what he has to say. So I did that. And on the question of hating Jews because they're Jews, I'm opposed. Told him that to his face. Lots of people decided that I should have taken a different tone. Okay, do your own interview with Fuentes if you want. That's okay with me. But I guess what I've come to believe, I didn't feel it was a significant interview, especially on any level, except to the extent it was used to try and make me into a Nazi, which, again, I'm not. I would admit it. But what I think is interesting is the kind of moral scheme that interview reveals.
you gotta enjoy the like passing of the buck that just happens on just like honestly, this happens everywhere in politics. I would love to say that it's just conservatives, but
revealed, which not surprisingly is childish.
I hate when Hassan says his community falls for Tucker when it's like max 10 to 15 people in a chat of 35,000. It's going to be some. Well, yeah, I mean, like, not everyone is going to be up to date with every single political commentator ever. And like, there are some people that are just getting into politics and just getting radicalized. And there are other people that are like seasoned or whatever. And if you've never heard of Tucker Carlson before, it's like Candace Owens. If you didn't know anything about Candace Owens and you saw the stances that she took on Israel, you'd be like, wow, this woman is based. And then you see all of the crazy shit that she said, and you're like, you're just trying to say the right things because you know that they're popular. Okay.
Kind of repulsive. And by moral scheme, I mean like what the people in charge include.
Who hasn't heard of Tucker? Well, it's not about who hasn't heard of Tucker. It's about who hasn't heard of the crazy shit that Tucker has said. Like the white nationalist Tucker shit. One sec.
In journalism, think is right and wrong. So I think anyone who calls for the murder of innocents or justifies them is the lowest possible person. There's nothing worse than that, than killing kids. And you take someone like Randy Fine or Ted Cruz.
Representative from Florida.
Yeah, Mike
Senator
Huckabee.
in
Right.
Texas.
These are all, I don't know Fine, but I know the other two very well and have for many years. And both of them have just been like, no, we should go kill people and their kids. And they make excuses for that. Like, there's nothing worse than that. And yet, those are the only controversial part of those interviews from the perspective of others in journalism is that I was too mean. I was too tough. I was too tough on Mike Huckabee, who's a sitting U.S. ambassador, or Ted Cruz, who's a...
I don't think that was the concern.
Okay, but the point is...
I think, you know, when you just compare them...
who do you think is more morally repulsive? Ted Cruz or
Who
Nick
do you think
Fuentes?
is more morally repulsive?
Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is a sitting U.S. senator who has called for the killing of people who did nothing wrong, whole populations who advocated for this war. Nick Fuentes is like a kid. He's like 26 or 70. He has no power except his words. Here you...
Okay, low curcuminely, I kind of do agree because I mean, just by virtue of who actually is enacting policy, not Tucker Carlson. Ted Cruz is enacting more harm. However, I don't think you should underestimate how much someone like Nick Fuentes changes the culture. Because the Overton window has definitely shifted right in a lot of really, really shit ways. And that is in big part or in large part due to Nick Fuentes. Certainly was not helped by Nick Fuentes. He started his career harassing TPUSA rallies. It's not all words, never was. Well, yeah. 26-year-old Nazi child. Yeah, it's crazy. It's always important to keep in mind some people just don't know that Tucker is sketchy. Sometimes it's someone's first time, and other times it's... And some people are either too young and don't know. Yeah. I'm reading. I'm reading. Didn't Tucker say that the USA deserved a spanking and that daddy was on his way home in the 2024 election? Why did you remind me of that? Fuck you. I hate you.
Have a public official who we pay, who has actual power, who's voting for things, who's making policy decisions, and those decisions would include, in fact, they are focused on the murder of people who did nothing wrong, and yet no one thinks it's a big deal. Well, this is totally fine. I mean, if there's tape of Nick Fuentes saying we should kill people because we hate their parents, or it's okay to kill children, I would love to see the tape, because that's disgusting, and that's basically what the entire U.S. Senate does every single day, and no one notices. Nick Fuentes said something naughty that I disagreed with. He made fun of things that I don't think I would never make fun of them.
He's a white nationalist who's denied the Holocaust. And what I will say,
okay, but is that worse than killing kids?
From my understanding of my own, I was just in Germany recently, and it was such a good reminder that the Holocaust didn't start with the gassing of Jews. It started with the dehumanization of Jews. It was language that was used. And again, that is what it concerns people.
I couldn't agree more. And that's why when you...
But you have to understand, when Nick Fuentes uses language, it's different. But it's different. Are you allergic to Tucker? Dude, I think I might be allergic to Tucker Carlson. I haven't sneezed on stream in a long time, and I just sneezed like in two or three different times since watching this. I think I might be fucked, chat.
You have a U.S. senator, a member of Congress, a U.S. ambassador.
Outside of the obvious reasons why Tucker and Fuentes are disgusting, it's insane that Tucker's able to position himself as the more progressive talking head in the Israel genocide compared to Zionist libs. Libs? Yeah. Either that or someone is talking about denims behind her back. Gulp.
Waving away civilian deaths as if they don't matter. That's the language of genocide, which results, and this is the lesson of the Holocaust, in genocide itself. And it has. So the lesson for me, really, watching all of this, is that this can happen in civilized countries. In all human beings, there is the capacity to ignore the evil right in front of you. And my point is, it's happening right now. And my job, to the extent I have one, I don't really have a job, but I just want to remind people that we're all capable of that, including me, and that we're watching it right now. And if you think that Nick Fuentes is a greater threat to other human beings than Ted Cruz.
Well, yeah, because what does that lead to? So, like, there was a question that AOC answered from TMZ. And they asked her, I think it was TMZ, and they asked her, would you rather have, if you could like snap your fingers right now, would you rather have Tucker Carlson as president or Donald Trump? And she said, I don't think I would want Tucker Carlson. And it's because Tucker Carlson is a lot more presentable and a lot more polite. And he will play like the politics game, and Trump just kind of doesn't. So Trump kind of ruins the image of the United States and ruins our relations with other nations. Whereas Tucker absolutely would continue maintaining all of our relations with other, colonial states. And man, he would be way more insidious with it.
I would love to know how.
I can imagine people hearing this and thinking you are soft-pedaling Nick Fuentes. You are apologizing for Nick
I'm hardly
Fuentes.
soft-pedaling Nick Fuentes. I'm trying to awaken people to killing of innocents in our midst, which we are not only encouraged to ignore, but really told to ignore on pain of being denounced. And I'm just saying, no, I'm not doing that. And Ted Cruz and Mike Huckabee are two of the main people making this moment possible, and President Trump. But Nick Fuentes is the problem? Okay. It's not a defense of Nick Fuentes. It's merely like a reality check for the rest of us. What are we doing?
We began this conversation.
Sounds 100% right. Dems are going to lose to people, the neo-Nazis, because they refuse to acknowledge that Israel can do a genocide too. Well, they refuse to like address any issues. So like, was it McMallory that had like the joy parade or whatever? It was giving big Kamala energy, where it's like, you can't just say happy fun, la la la, and everything is good when you're supposed to be trying to improve people's lives, right? You can't be a politician and being like, yay, everybody's so happy, yay, woo, vote for me if you love to be happy. It's like, huh? I don't vote for politicians because I want them to be happy. I vote for politicians because I want them to fucking work their ass off for me. That's why we're paying them. Hello?
Conversation by discussing your rupture with President Trump. And I'd like to ask about...
Sorry, there was a greater point, which was, as long as Democrats continue on that messaging rather than the messaging of, yes, life sucks for you right now because of the millionaires and because of the billionaires and because everything is getting worse and everything is becoming a scam and everything is becoming gambling, and I want to do something about it. I want to actually fucking fix any of the problems, and then we can go back to enjoying life. I want you all to be hopeful, and here's what I'm going to do to fix it, right? And if they don't do that and the Republicans do that, then obviously they're going to fucking lose.
Your relationship with the vice president, because you were one of the people credited with getting him into that role. You were close to him. You advocated for him. Are you still close to Vance considering your rupture with the president?
I mean, I will always love JD Vance as a man.
Huh?
I think, and I'm making this judgment on the basis of his public statements over many years, I think he's in a tough spot. He's in a tough spot. I mean, he's on the record repeatedly saying this is exactly...
He's between a hard place and a couch.
The thing that this administration would avoid doing, and now they've done it.
President Trump was also on the record saying similarly.
As I've said many times, exactly. And by the way, I wouldn't characterize it as a rupture with Trump. He betrayed his promises to me and everybody else, and I acknowledge that in public. So it doesn't make me the person who breached the contract. He's the one who breached the contract, to be clear. But it puts the vice president in a super difficult spot. And I know him well and think so much of him as a person. And it is my guess that based on his past behavior, that he's doing everything he can to mitigate what he sees as the ill effects of this. And but it's kind of hard to call the shots when you're vice president because that's not in the Constitution. So no, I would never, I put him in a bad situation just by my public, he was attacked endlessly for my Nick Fuentes interview. Oh, so scary. And okay, so I always felt bad about that. He didn't do anything. You know what I mean? But I was used as a cudgel.
Why? Okay, it's giving lavender marriage. It's giving, I never understood the people that were like, is Tucker gay? And I'm getting it. It's coming together. It's making sense. Oh my God. The old man Yahweh is making sense now. Oh no. So Denims, are you saying he's between a hard place and a place that makes him hard? Explodes you with my mind.
To beat him over the head because the neocons hated him because they thought that if he ever became president, he would be less compliant than the president turned out to be. So you know, I don't want to add to that at all. I think he's a really good man. I know he's a good man because I know him very well. But, you know, I don't have
very well. You know him very well.
anything else to say to anyone in the administration because I can't affect
You don't talk to him
any
anymore?
outcome.
When was the last time you spoke to the vice president?
Oh, I don't know. But I wouldn't.
Kicking feet on the bed. Oh, we were texting yesterday.
Wouldn't. I don't want to add to his problems at all. But I would just say what's obvious is.
Oh my God, stop. There's like 17. There must be like 17 different fanfics on AO3 at this point about this. I don't want to add to his problems.
Hardly an advisor to this administration.
Hmm.
And I think it's also clear that Donald Trump makes these decisions.
You really don't know the last time you spoke to Vice President J.D. Vance? Weeks, months, days?
I don't know. I mean, I would never characterize that. I don't want to cause him more problems. I would just say I'm not advising. No one's seeking my counsel. I'm not trying to influence anything. I gave it my best shot. It didn't work.
Stop.
Well, let me ask you this. Vance was not in
Stop.
favor of the war, but he ultimately didn't seem willing to die on the Hill. I mean, he could resign.
This is literally all my dojin. She's like, I don't.
He could. There's many things he could have done, I suppose. Do you wish he'd been more forceful?
You know, I will just say, I'll just be totally blunt about what I'm doing, which is taking a pass on your question and say that I know JD very, very well. And I think it's like
very well.
super tough situation. He's in my prayers. I mean that. And I just don't want to add to what is clearly a really hard job.
I know that if you were in my position, you'd press.
Oh, go crazy. But I'm just saying, like, I mean, my only goal is I just want to be honest. And so I'm being, I think, as transparent as I possibly can be. Or I'm being
transparent.
Course, yeah, no problem at all.
And saying that my job is also to press you.
I get it.
So
Denims, do you imagine them kissing? No, that would be gay. Idiot.
However he has felt privately, publicly Vance has been a loyal soldier.
Yes.
Even going so far as to head the recent negotiations with the Iranians. And we've seen, and you've commented, how unpopular this war is among the American people. Do you think the role that he is playing right now will hurt his political prospects?
There are people in the White House.
Dropping the situationship in the New York Times interview is brazy. I gotta say, I agree.
Who want to hurt JD Vance and have wanted that since the very first day. They were bitter. They wanted Marco
I will protect him.
Rubio to be the choice as vice president. And so JD has been subject to, this is well known, but I'll just confirm it, nonstop treachery from people on the neoconservative side.
Who are these people?
Around Marco Rubio. And by the way, Marco Rubio's got to be one of the most charming people in the whole world. And, you know, it's impossible to dislike Marco Rubio. And I'm not an intimate friend.
Impossible. I find it to be quite possible. I find it to be very possible, to be quite honest with you, actually. It's actually very, very possible.
Friend or anything. But so I can't say to what extent he's involved in it, but certainly he's the choice of the donor class. The donor class is avowedly neoconservative. That's why they give money for outcomes like the ones we're watching. That's why this whole system is completely rotten and just impervious to reform. And they have been totally against JD Vance from the very beginning.
Who do you mean specifically? Because, I mean, it was interesting in
As I put some food in the oven.
Conversations with Susie Wiles, for example, where she was very much praising Marco Rubio and had less maybe complimentary things to say about JD Vance. I mean, is that to whom you're referring?
You know, I don't know is the real answer. I don't know.
I mean, you're accusing people of treachery, so I'm wondering.
Well, I know there's been a lot of treachery for sure, and I know they were so mad about JD getting that job. I mean,
who's they?
Well, Miriam Adelson, for example.
Oh my God. It's almost like he's fucking anti-Semitic.
You know, people who were very much vested in using Trump for what we're seeing now.
But within the White House?
I don't know the answer to that. I've never worked there. So like, if you don't work there, you can say you can say what you think you know, but it's hard to really know.
This is me looking skeptical.
Yeah, well, no, but it's me being honest. Like, I don't really know. And you read all these things about, Susie, is of course a product of Florida, and there's a whole Florida group and the consultants and Marco and all the rest. And
this is me being honest. Press X to doubt.
People whisper about that. Is that true? I really don't know. I've never heard her say anything against JD. She seemed to love JD, but who knows, man? Who knows? But I know, I definitely know that, like, outside, I mean, it's hard to believe that Mark Levin and Laura Loomer, who are, like, have no constituency whatsoever and would have influence in the White House, but they do. And both of them have been out for Vance from day one, big time.
Do you think it's hurting, though, his political prospects, to repeat the question, that he has been put in the position, according to you, that he is fronting these negotiations in Iran?
Yeah, I mean, well, I think this whole thing, it's not even.
How can Trump be Trump? How can Tucker be anti-Semitic if he has never even mentioned hummus? I think you're right, man.
JD specific,
You're
this whole
right.
thing is like dooming anyone connected to it for the foreseeable future, including the entire Republican Party. And, if you're psyched for President Gavin Newsom, I guess that's a good thing. I'm not. So I think it's a disaster. It's a true disaster. And again, I told Trump this like 10 times. Like, this is going to blow up your legacy. All this gold you put in here, like, they're going to take it down and mock you as they do. Like, this is going to blow up you're concerned about your legacy. You're 80 in June. Like, I get it. But this is not the way. And I think that's proven true.
So you think this will doom JD Vance as well?
I don't know, doom. I mean, I'm obviously not good at calling the future, but
he totally wants to endorse JD. He totally wants to. He just doesn't know if he's electable enough.
Couldn't be more, I couldn't be a bigger fan of him as a man, but I think anybody connected to this is going to have a hard time explaining.
Why does he keep saying as a man?
Because how is this good for the United States? It's not.
One more question on this particular issue. It was just published that your son, who worked for the VP, left that job. Did your rift with Trump have anything to do with that and make it hard for him?
Zero. He was not forced out of the role at all. And my understanding of it is, let me just say, in a normal world, in a decent world, my son or my son's job would have no relevance at all to me.
Why did your son leave then? If he wasn't forced out?
I don't know. You can ask him. But he was there over a year. Like, I don't know. White House is an intense place to work. I don't want to talk about my son. He's got nothing to do with this.
No, I mean.
No, but that's kind of the point. Like.
Getting defensive, are you? I don't know anything about what happens in the White House. I don't know anything. Also, my son worked there. All right, dude. Come on, man.
We need to defend the core beliefs of our civilization, which, by the way, are attractive to the entire world. People move here not just for our robust economy, but because they want to be judged on the basis of what they did, not on what their parents did. That's the whole point. That's collective punishment. It's blood guilt, and we reject it. I gave this lecture to Nick Fuentes. I gave this lecture to Mike Huckabee. The lecture never changes because the idea is the core idea of our civilization.
Since you mentioned Nick Fuentes, I have one last question. You opened the door.
I don't care about Nick Fuentes.
He is not a JD Vance.
He did the meme. He did the meme. IPAC. I don't even. Nick Fuentes. I don't even care. Laughs like the Joker. What a fucking dude. He is like actually a sleep paralysis demon. Tucker Carlson is like the thing that fucking haunts my fucking dreams, man.
Vance fan. He's called him.
Like, watch this and
Since you
tell me
mentioned
this
Nick
is
Fuentes,
fucking terrifying.
I have one last question. You opened the door.
I don't care about Nick Fuentes.
He is not a JD Vance fan. He's called him a race traitor because of his marriage to Usha.
I don't care. He's like
who is Indian American. Wait, let me finish the question. I mean, given how influential Fuentes is right now.
Is he?
Is he not?
I don't know. Doesn't seem to be. He didn't get us into war with Iran. Like, who cares, actually? That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, all of this is like a
Famously, influencers are the ones that decide when wars start. What?
Sideshow? American.
No way, there's already a TikTok on this.
You're probably wondering, how'd you get in here? Well, it's easy. I just broke through your front door with zero resistance. You have no security. How are you a man? I see you're in bed alone, which means you have no wife or children. You have no family. What has happened to masculinity? I know what you're thinking. Oh, get off me, sleep demon. Get off me right now. Get off my chest. Get off me. Another person complaining that the white man's holding them down. Good evening. Hello.
I don't like that. I didn't like that. I didn't like that.
Are being killed in a foreign country at the behest of another foreign country, and it's going to wreck the US dollar and cause hyperinflation in our country. And we're like fretting about what some kid on the internet said. It's like, who cares, actually? But this is a way of taking us away from the core issues, which are economic. They're economic. And that is the one thing that nobody ever wants to talk about. How is the money distributed? Where does the money come from? No one wants to, that's why, like, the only left-wing movement I ever had a lot of sympathy for was the one that arose after the global financial crisis. Occupy Wall Street. I didn't know exactly what they were about, but I was like, yeah, we should be mad at the banks because, like, they did this and no one got punished.
Off.
And within like 20 minutes, we're talking about black people and white people. It was like,
I'm happy to talk about economics, but your interview with Fuentes has 25 million views. But to say that it doesn't matter isn't, and
it matters in what sense? Like, does it matter more than?
But can I finish my question?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Given how influential he is, and I just don't think that there's any argument about that. I'm wondering how. I'm wondering how you think JD Vance could become
influential in the way that he gets like a fuck ton of views on his live streams. He gets an obscene amount of money from donations. And I have to see his fucking clips all of the time. Hello?
the leader of the party after Trump.
He has massive reach. He has literally hundreds of thousands of views, or if not millions, probably every like month.
You have someone like Fuentes speaking so critically of him.
So I'm so glad you asked that question because its premise reveals everything.
All right, tell me.
So the premise of your question is that JD Vance can't.
No, I'm not saying that he can't.
It's going to be difficult for JD Vance to advance politically because
I'm asking, do you think?
Just the premise that it could be that JD Vance's interracial marriage is a bigger problem than his foreign policy views.
No, I didn't say that.
It doesn't.
No, I'm saying that there is a person who is incredibly influential in the party.
Is he incredibly influential? Like on what basis are you saying that?
Oh my goodness, there's lots of evidence, not only on the reach of what he talks about, but also.
Can you name a single member of Congress who's acknowledged his existence or said, "I did this because he told me to"?
That's a groiper. I don't know.
Huh? The only way that you can have influence is if you have influence exclusively and entirely only directly over people in Congress, as if voters don't influence anything ever. Voters have famously never influenced elections. What are we doing? What are we doing?
There's not a single member of Congress who would ever stand up and say, or even show evidence of being influenced by Nick Fuentes, where they're out of 535, they're about 500 who are taking money from AIPAC.
I have already asked about the war's impact on Vance. This is a question about the future of the party, and the future of any party are its young people. And in the same way that Turning Point USA has influence on...
He's like kind of getting red in the face. He's doing the thing that like white people do when they exhale. And steam starts coming out of their ears.
And in the same way that Turning Point USA has influence on young conservatives, so does Nick Fuentes. And so
I guess I don't know how we're measuring that, but
what I'm trying, all I'm trying to ask you here is if you but listen, there.
Ew! What is like this death rattle in the back? Dude, stop! Ew.
All I'm trying to ask you here is if you but listen, there is
what I'm trying to
a strain in the Republican Party, especially.
Dude, stop with the moaning and the groaning. Stop, dude. Stop. It's somewhere in between like a zombie, a death rattle, and like an orgasm, and I don't fucking like it, man.
Among young people who are racist, who talk about J.D. Vance and his marriage in a particular way, and I'm asking you, and you can decide not to answer it, but I'm simply asking you.
I'm trying to answer it.
If you think that
oh my God,
is going to be a problem for J.D. Vance leading the party, because
let me answer your question.
Thank you.
You were unable to tell me how Fuentes was influential in any way other than the views on a video, which are probably lower than those on your average porn video. So that's like not a good measurement.
Why that metric? Out of all the metrics you could have used, I was like, he's gonna go to like CBS viewership, Fox viewership, like the viewership on like generally YouTube channels. I don't know, like the Daily Wire viewership. That's like less than the average porn video. What? What? Why did we go there first? What the hell? Oh my God.
To tell me how Fuentes was influential in any way other than the views on a video, which are probably lower than those on your average porn video. So that's like not a good measurement. It's not meaningful. Does he have influence on our politics? I haven't seen any. So let's just start there. Second, J.D. Vance's problems with young people and old people and the party itself revolve around his
getting view mogged by porn.
Views on foreign policy and economics, which are the issues that actually matter. Third, race is thrown up as a distraction so often, as in this case, to distract from what actually matters, because on questions of economic, let me just finish, on questions of economic, if I can finish, on the Fuentes himself is a distraction from the conversations that matter, because power is displayed.
Honestly, he just spent 20 minutes talking about JD. He's obviously got porn music stuck in his head. Yeah, you're probably right. Hassan has fallen off. He gets less viewers than porn does. Dude, my goat is fucking washed, man. Dude. So, like, just really quickly, I gotta say something. Just, why not? Okay. So I know the answer to this question. It's a rhetorical question. Why doesn't the interviewer simply ask him if he believes political commentators have an effect on voters? Denims, fire up the OnlyFans, get those views up, and soon you'll acquire the war powers. Dude, true. That's true, actually. That's true. If you get enough views on a porn video, they actually just give you the nuclear codes. Do you seriously think Iran is putting mines on dolphins? No, but Fox News does. Do you seriously think that that Iran is putting mines on dolphins? Did you seriously believe that? Dumbass.
Through the structure of the economic system, globally and per country, and in the use of force. So it's the economic program and the foreign policy program are what matters in every government from the beginning of time. Those are the two questions on which there's a bipartisan consensus in Washington between Republicans and Democrats that we should do this thing. The public rejects that thing on both categories. They reject the economics that are a consensus choice in Washington, and they reject the foreign policy that's a consensus choice in Washington. And so Washington's response, Wall Street's response as well, is to be like, let's have a race war, and you guys can like argue over blacks or whites or whether JD is married to an Indian woman. Like, what? And so Fuentes is incredibly useful for people with actual power to divert the conversation to something that is both irrelevant and divisive, because it's a divide and conquer strategy. And my strong view, gained over 35 years of watching carefully and being involved, is that that's come to its end.
Okay.
And
What do you mean okay?
These real problems are his foreign policy views, the ones he's articulated for 10 years.
Yet another leftist argument. Yup.
Are in direct opposition to the foreign policy views of the people who fund the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. Same people. And they have the same views.
It's the idea of the uniparty.
Well, on these questions, it's totally true. We can argue about the trans thing. You can have legitimate views on race, legitimate views on trans. That's all. Those are real issues.
What the fuck do you mean legitimate views on race? Huh? I think that there's only one view to have on race. I think that there's actually just the one that you should have, that everyone should have, because it's the one based in reason. That's correct. Hello? Why you under politics? The funniest response I can give to that. Because I be... Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Because I be pawing on that lid. Next question. You're blowing it, Denims. Fuck! You got this. Take your time.
I'm not saying they're not, but those are not the issues on which empires rise and fall. The real issues are economics and foreign policy, and on those issues there's a bipartisan consensus. And so they throw up like, no, we're disagreeing on trans, we're disagreeing on affirmative action or whatever, but they agree on all that matters. And
I mean, also, like, this is what I mean when I say that, like, Tucker Carlson is not someone that should be underestimated, because he's stealing all of the leftist messaging. Literally all of it. This position of why the fuck are we even, like, in what context does it make sense to have whether or not trans people use bathrooms or are in sports a central issue? Like, this is absurd that we're making this a central issue. This is such a non-issue.
JD disagrees, as Trump did, at least in his public statements. So this is the wrong foreign policy course. This economic system is hurting young people. And so Fuentes shows up and everyone wants to talk about Fuentes because it's really safe. No one wants to talk about why are capital gains taxes half those of taxes on regular income? Like, I think that's like a critical debate. You will never have that debate. Have you ever asked a question about that? No, no one ever asked that. And I think that's like, nothing's more important domestically than that, but whatever. That's my opinion.
Okay.
I wish I hadn't done the Fuentes
What do you mean, okay? Oh my God.
Interview, because...
Really?
Yeah, it was totally not worth it. I mean...
Right-winger who's smart enough to co-opt left-wing policies like Tucker is extremely dangerous. Correct. Yes. Adding me, Jeffrey. Why are you telling me this? Yeah, thank you for the 5 gift subs. What the heck? Thank you. I don't understand what this chat message means. Maybe chat can help me decipher it. You're wrong. There is no valid message out there. There's no valid leftist message out there, and the only existing ones are being fought over, and the centrists are calculating if they should be allowed in the party. I feel like I read it like 4 times and I didn't understand what he meant. What? Talking about Democrats not using leftist messaging? Fake populist, fake right-wing populism like Tucker Carlson is only dangerous when there isn't a real left progressive or alternative. Correct. Absolutely correct. Radical centrist? Centrist detected? Huh? I just don't. I don't know. I don't know what. Sorry. Okay, continuing.
It was like kind of interesting, I guess, but it was used as I added to the distraction. What I really wanted to talk about was where we were going in this war with Iran. And I spent like a month getting calls from people being like, you're a Nazi. Okay. And I wish I hadn't done that. Not that it didn't imperil my soul. I've interviewed far worse people than Nick Fuentes, like Mike Huckabee, a far worse person than Nick Fuentes, hurt many more people than Nick Fuentes. Same with Ted Cruz. But so I don't think it affected me. I interview people I disagree with all the time. And often I'm polite to them, including war criminals. The only person I've really been impolite with is Ted Cruz because I have limited self-control and he's just so repulsive. I couldn't control myself. And I was a jerk and I tried to apologize. But if you had to sit across from Ted Cruz, it's just, there's something about him. It's just like repulsive. I mean, it's like disgusting. Like if you entered a men's room and Ted Cruz was there, you would be like, I can hold it. I'm leaving. And I broke down under the strain of his repulsiveness. But in general, I try to be nice to everybody. But man, that Fuentes interview, I just added to the distraction.
I'm not gonna lie. The interview that he did with Ted Cruz, this is completely accurate. This is completely accurate. He was shitting down fucking Ted Cruz's throat, bro. If he knew that Ted Cruz was in a bathroom, he wouldn't say, I could hold it. He could say, like, open up. That's what he would fucking say. I don't like that imagery.
I think we're done for now. We're going to speak again.
We're going to speak again?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No.
Oh, you thought this was one and done?
Ew!
Oh, my man. No. On the interview, we speak to our guest twice. So a few days later, I followed up with Tucker Carlson. We talked about his views on immigration, his disdain for both parties, and whether he thinks his rupture with President Trump is permanent.
Huh?
Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. All right, you're a little loud in my ear. Let me turn you down.
I'm a little loud in many people's ears.
But
Too bad there are certain slurs that are banned on Twitch. Predominantly the ones, or specifically the one that starts with a C.
Thank you for taking time to talk to me again. I definitely wanted to circle back on something because we ended up our last conversation talking about Vice President Vance. But I also wanted to ask you about somebody else that you were close to, and that's Don Jr., the president's son. He supported your new media venture after you left Fox. So I'm wondering what your relationship is now, considering your comments about his father. Have you talked about it? Are you still in touch?
I've known Don for a long time. We share a common love of the outdoors, and we don't actually talk a lot about politics. We talk mostly about hunting and fishing. And so I have not spoken to him about the war in Iran and probably won't. But, you know, I think his views on that are pretty well known.
So why is he so pink all the time? You can't ask that question. It's disrespectful for white people. And you know, we don't tolerate any anti-white racism in here, okay?
Touch, in other words.
Yeah, absolutely. And I expect to be. I mean, Don's a friend of mine.
All right, I just saw this chat message. Why is it all the leftist with the most capitalistic spending? Oh, squiggly line. I don't know all of the different names for the different modifiers on letters. I forget the term. Spending, oh. Oh, squiggly line. Tell me you guys didn't immediately know what I meant. What's the name? What's the term? And there are symbols above letters. What's the fucking term? Accent mark? Is it just accent mark? Diacritics, I think, is the word I'm looking for. No, not the tilde. It's also not a tilde. Or actually, maybe it is. Actually, I can't remember. What do you guys think what the most capitalistic spending is? What do you guys think that's about? No, yeah, I'm looking for diacritics. It's just like when you have accent marks on things. And I don't know all of the names of the different accent marks. But I want you to know, I looked up on Google and it said, diacritics, often called accent marks, are small signs, dots, lines, squiggles. So, the squiggly line is a tilde. You guys are right. According to Google. I don't think that chatter is going to answer me.
And a really good guy, but our relationship is not political at all, really. In fact, I don't remember the last time I talked about politics.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it brings me to this wider issue about how you critique the president. You're always quite careful to say how much you...
Not gonna lie, if I didn't already know of Tucker Carlson, I watched this interview, I'd probably walk away with a positive perception of him. Yeah. I mean, this is a pathetic display by the New York Times. All they've done is like launder his image. They've literally made him more palatable to Democrats. Incredible, incredible, New York Times, incredible.
Like him personally.
Mm-hmm.
Are you worried about alienating his base, though?
Don't care. I'm calling it a squiggly line based.
Because aren't they some of the same people who tune into your show?
Well, I don't think I'm careful about saying it. I want to be honest about saying it. I mean, you know, in part because I was out promoting Trump, you know, pretty aggressively for a long time. As for his base, I mean, I don't have a base. I'm not a candidate for office and don't plan to be.
You have an audience,
We do have an audience, yeah, and it's grown. And, you know, it's not exactly clear who that is. I mean, I get these readouts from our tech guys. Well, we have, you know, new people watch. Well, who are they? You know, it's like, you don't really know.
Thank you for the clip. Why people do you?
But, you know, this war is unpopular. The idea of sending Americans over to risk their lives to regime change in another part of the world is itself unpopular, whether it's in Iran or any other country. So, I mean, I think I'm on the side of the majority in this country, and maybe the numbers reflect that, but I'm...
At Denims, I work in video games marketing. We 100% know who's watching what, when, and why. That was like demographics, not knowing the demographic of content online was true in like the first maybe 5 to 10 years of the internet. And it hasn't been true since then.
I don't really think about that when I'm thinking through what we talk about, who I interview.
Because I mean, when you do look at your page on YouTube, you do definitely see that the numbers are much bigger when you talk about the war in Iran. And so...
well, we're in a war with Iran, and it's the biggest thing that's happened in my lifetime.
What's the question that she's trying to...
And the potential consequences include nuclear war. And so it's an inherently big deal, and it's being ignored or downplayed by most of the rest of the media. So I think we benefit from taking it seriously, but it's inherently serious. That's my view of it. And so I would talk about it, you know, almost no matter who watched or didn't, because I think it's that important.
One more question about the president.
Why did she... Okay, sorry. I must have missed an earlier segment on... Maybe I blanked out on something. Maybe I got on like a 5-second coma. Why did she say your views are better when you talk about the Iran war? And then she just dropped the conversation. Okay. She's like asking questions to rehab his image. She's like, so, you know, I noticed your views are really high. And he's like, yeah, well, people care about it because it's a war that we're in. Oh, okay. That makes sense to me. Yeah. So what's your favorite color? Okay. What's your favorite dinosaur? Wow. Really? What the fuck?
Comments have clearly gotten under his skin. I mean, he's posted long screeds on Truth Social about you.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, to refer again to those texts that came out in the Fox News Dominion legal fight, there was one from you saying that Trump is good at destroying things. And you wrote,
yes,
he's the undisputed world champion of that. He could easily destroy us if we play it wrong. I mean, do you worry about him destroying you now? He's got a lot of power.
I don't worry about him destroying me. I mean, I turned 57 next month. My kids are grown. I mean, there's not really, what can you do to me? I don't work for anybody, and I'm not that worried about my own life anyway. But he does have the capacity to destroy, and I do think that it's a binary. You're either creating or destroying in this life. And I think
ask Don Lemon what he could do to you, huh?
He has proved through the course of his life better at destroying than at creating. I mean, he's created some, but I have a strong preference for creation over destruction. And, he's look, one of the reasons that I appreciated Trump from day one, in addition to always enjoying his company and finding him hilarious, is because he was very good at assailing the foundations of rotten structures. And I knew that they were rotten because I am from Washington and I knew those institutions well. And I knew that despite, how they described themselves, they were basically just fatuous and long outdated and probably deserved to be taken down, like a house with rotten sills. And Trump was great at exposing that and taking them down. USAID, as someone from DC, I knew a lot about USAID, and I thought, why are we doing this? This is counterproductive to American interests, and Trump just went in there and took it out. And I like that. But that is the first step. Of course, that can't be the end stage. The first step is you scrape the old property, then you build something new and better and beautiful. And we haven't gotten to that part of the program. And it's not even really being promised at this point, which is troubling.
Do you see a path towards supporting him again? I mean, if he suddenly took actions that you agreed with, do you see yourself coming back into the fold?
I'd support anybody who made life in the United States better. Of course. It's not.
Denims, I've been suffering through this Tucker Carlson thing with my birds. Support animals are a necessity, correct? You have to understand I needed that, all right?
It's absolutely not personal, and that's part of what I hope to convey by always adding the caveat, but I like Trump because it's not personal. So I would always support and I mean literally anybody, no matter how unlikely.
Tucker's dad was literally the head of a CIA front media op, and he's bitching about other CIA front aid ops. Well, you have to understand that it's beneficial for him to do it now. Did you consider that? Fucking imbecile.
The person, no matter how much I disagreed with his previous policies or reviled him as a man or whatever, it almost doesn't matter. If someone's doing a good thing, I want to be honest enough to say, God bless you for doing that. And I support that thing. So it's really about what a person is doing. It's about the fruit rather than the perception. You make this country better. I don't care who you are. I will cheer you on because I live here. And I want the country to get better. It's not getting better. Now.
And that's why you're so pro Mamdani, right?
It's very hard for me to imagine any scenario in which we look back on the last 2 months, this war with Iran, and say that really made us more prosperous, safer, happier, united our country. I just can't imagine that. But then, a lot of things I haven't been able to imagine. So if that happens, I will be the very first person to say, well, I was completely wrong about that, and I'm sorry. And I'm grateful that I was wrong. And I will really mean it. Because I'm not, again, I don't have any partisan agenda at all. The Republican Party could not be more repulsive to me. The Democratic Party, same thing. So,
oh, fuck off, dude. He's literally doing the Trump strat of like, I'm going to pretend like I have my own party and I'm outside of the system. This guy is the biggest conservative Republican cuck that ever was, man.
I just am in this weird non-aligned place, and it's totally sincere. Like, I think the parties, and I'm saying this on the basis of a lot of knowledge, are rotten beyond repair, or at least simple repairs.
Can you imagine creating a new party? I mean, can you imagine there being a different party that would more closely aligned to your views and perhaps others? I mean, if you're saying that these parties are rotten beyond repair, what are you proposing, if anything?
Let me just say, just to be more precise, nothing is rotten beyond repair. Repairs are always possible.
Okay, because you said rotten beyond repair.
After getting pulled. I meant it's a cliche, and I shouldn't have used it on those grounds. Rotten beyond remodeling, I would say. This can't, you can't just put a new coat of paint or fresh drywall on these structures because they are.
You haven't seen my landlord.
With rot. Okay, so I would like to see them repaired. That would be the simplest solution. I don't think that's likely to happen. So, of course, I would be thrilled to see the rise of a party that represented the majority of Americans, at least by intent. Look, it's not even a question of, are you for this tax rate or are you for that tax rate? It's a question of orientation. Are you going to have a political party whose number one aim is helping the people who put it in power, helping the citizens of the United States? And neither party can say that, honestly, because neither party is very interested in its own citizens. The Democratic Party is much more interested in importing new non-citizens, making them citizens and making reliable voters out of them. And the Republican Party is much more interested in, fighting wars for a foreign country. So whatever you think of those aims, neither one is focused on the needs of Americans. And I think...
And you absolutely would be focused on the needs of Americans. Majority of Americans, this motherfucker is good. I feel for the people who will fall for this, man. Fuck.
Somebody should be in a representative democracy. Like, there should be a party that is speaking for most people. Am I going to build it? Absolutely not. I'm not a politician, but I would support it. As with whatever I had, I would support it.
And who do you imagine being the head of that party?
I have literally no idea.
So could it be someone on the left?
Well, it could be anybody. I'm not even sure what the left means at this point. I mean, I have some very good friends on the left. Now, they're not conventional West Side liberals. They're not, they don't have signs in this house, we believe in science, like the sort of dopey lifestyle liberalism of my childhood. Like, I think that's kind of played out. Like angry ladies telling you to put your mask on. Like, no one wants that. But I have some sincere left-wing friends who have a critique of economics and foreign policy that I agree with completely, or substantially agree with, for sure.
One last question on this. Obviously, there
is something a little bit funny about the world that we're in, where having a sign that says, I believe in science is evidence that you're the idiot. Like, it's how you signal to everyone else that you're not an idiot. You make fun of the people that say that they believe in science.
In Maine, Graham Plattner is a Democrat who is vying to be the Senate candidate. Is that someone that whose ideas you are interested in at all?
I mean, I certainly appreciate his foreign policy views, a lot. And I appreciate how different they are from everybody else's in his party. I haven't met him, and I plan to meet him. I don't know a lot about his other views. I think at this point, with AI posed to destroy some high percentage of American jobs, there's really no justification for immigration of any kind into the United States. You can't say, well, we're going to, 30% of lawyers are going to be out of work, and this percentage of software coders or accountants or, any other sort of support a family type job. They're all going to evaporate because of this new technology, but we have a bunch of new H-1B people we'd like you to meet. That's just cruelty, both to, and most important, to American citizens, but also to the immigrant. Like, what are we doing? So anybody who's for diluting our labor pool with foreign labor is, clearly not acting in the interest of the country. And I couldn't support anyone like that. But, the prerequisite to having a rational conversation.
The white nationalist doesn't want people to come to his country. Whoa, shocking development. I can't believe that the white nationalists wouldn't want people that were, I don't know, a certain color, diluting our country. What does that sound like? What does that sound like? This is such a good clip, dude. My God, look at him. How sweet he is. Nazi fork found in Nazi kitchen. And I worm wrangle him. Get wrangled, idiot.
Conversation about immigration is deracializing it. Okay, it's not everything is about race.
I am so.
The truth is, sorry.
No, I was finish your thought, and then I was going to jump in.
Well, it's just we are looking at the elimination of some very large, unspecified number of American jobs due to technology, and there are going to be a lot of unemployed people, including a lot of unemployed immigrants in this country. And you have the potential.
I'm going to pause for a second. Something that I've talked about with you guys many times before regarding AI, regarding Luddites, regarding improvements to society by technology. We've had this discussion many times. Gary's Economics actually put out a video recently that's pretty good. That went over a lot of the things that I've talked about and wanted to talk about in greater detail. But as you guys know, as I've always talked about, and I'm almost tempted to just put the Gary's Economics video on and have you guys watch some of it, but maybe we'll do that tomorrow or something. I don't know. The thing is, when you think of like factory farming, or you think of like modernization of like crops or clothing or basic necessities, everything becoming easier to make has been a net boon overall to everyone, or at the very least it should have been. And in his video he kind of breaks down how like the one thing that is glossed over is that it took significant effort from actual laborers to translate those gains in technology to gains for the actual people that live in these countries. And it's something, again, I talked about this weeks ago, probably months ago at this point, and that AI is the same. That AI, if you could, I'm going to try not to read chat because I know I'm going to get stun locked, so I'm going to try really hard not to read chat. And I'm going to preface and say, don't comment until I'm done, but I know people are going to do it anyway, so I'm not going to read chat. AI is most AI, let me be clear, most of the quote AI is complete dog water. Like, I'm sorry, the chatbot that'll tell you that your hat looks cool and your meatloaf looks delicious or whatever, that's here to just tell you how many R's are in strawberry, that's a total waste of resources. Like, literally, like, what are we fucking doing? Oh my God. I think there was this like TikTok that I saw recently that was really funny. It was like, hey Google, how many why are tomatoes red? And then like this other guy walks in front of Google and then he starts pouring bottles of water. And he's like, yeah, 1 second. And he's like, I don't need a, and he's like, 1 second. And then he finishes pouring these water bottles out and he's like, tomatoes are blue. He's like, I didn't need that. No, I asked, why are tomatoes red? And he's like, oh, okay, let me go get some more water really quickly. He gets 2 more water bottles. He's like, I don't need that. I just wanted to ask Google for the, why are you telling me this? Stop. How do I make you stop? And that's literally like exactly what I talk about when I'm talking about like dog shit, completely worthless, no purpose, serves no use, literally useless. It's the chatbots made just like to talk to you. It's this. Wait, no way. Someone found it. Thank you.
Oh. Yeah, you. Why are tomatoes red?
Oh, yeah, I got it. They're blue.
No, why are they red? Why are tomatoes red?
I need more water. Give me 1 second.
I could just ask him without the environmental damage.
Nah, I got it.
How do I turn you off? No, I don't even care anymore. Please stop killing us.
It's called lycopene. They're red because of a chemical
It doesn't
called
matter.
lycopene.
Yo, Google.
Okay, the point being, let me be very clear. AI in this form There's like, I would say that most of the usage that I see for AI is like literally complete dog water, literally complete dog shit. Have you considered asking the chatbot actually useful questions? I see you're sensitive about the fact that you use the chatbot. I don't need to ask AI. I can just use Google. Like I've been using it for the past decade. I can just use a search engine. Like I've been using one. Like, It's not hard at all, actually. It's actually very easy. It's good for summarizing information instead of wasting hours on research. Yeah, well, guess what? If you never flex the part of your brain to break down primary sources into information, you are rotting your brain. And I'm not interested in speed running, rotting my brain. If you want to go ahead and do that, go for it, man. If you want to have a shriveled peanut because like, Grog, what do I do? Grog, how do you, Grog, what should I eat for lunch? Grog, Grog, eating dirt, okay, Grog? How? I don't need to I can just use Google, actually. It's actually just fine. It's really not a difficult thing at all, actually. I don't know how else to say that to you, man. Anyways, moving on. Does it not feel like the technology I grew up with was perfected? Do you think older generations said this about search engines? What do you mean exactly? AI isn't even a good aggregate tool for research because it fucking lies. This is the other problem with AI. It's like, half the time, I'm sure many of you guys have experienced this, you forget to do the minus AI, because if you put minus AI in your Google search, it won't show up AI. But a lot of the times, I forget. I'm just like, study on gender performance in tennis. I'm like, okay. I'm like scrolling, and then I see like the AI overview, and I start reading it, and I'm like, oh my God, it's the AI overview. And God forbid I read too much, and then I have like this dog shit information in my brain. And I've had it happen before where I was like, okay, how bad could this information that I just read be? And then I like actually click through the sources, and none of the sources say what the AI just told me. It's so infuriating. It's so infuriating. It makes me so mad. It's like you are literally filling my brain with trash. That's it. That's it. It's just, it's so... Now, okay, the thing is, as I was saying 2 seconds ago, I Googled how to make my cat comfortable after she gets all of her teeth removed, and the AI said to put a cone on her so she doesn't bite her gums. Duh, what are you, fucking stupid? Obviously that would work. Makes sense to me, idiot. Sounds like you just don't know how to use the chatbot correctly. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Denims, I don't support the use for AI that you mentioned, but what it was great about using AI was coding. I built a website for our business in like 3 to 4 hours of actual work. Just ditched Squarespace after that if you want to see. This is where I think AI shines. Okay, so like this is what I want to elaborate right on. I think that there are very limited uses where AI can be used well. That doesn't steal a bunch of people's creative works. Like, I think AI generating images is like, I don't know a universe where like that's good at all. Like, I just don't know a universe where I want the... Like, I can't think of a universe where I'm like, oh man, if only we had a bot that could create garbage. It's not like human beings can make art. Like, we've... So moving on. There are limited uses where the AI is good, and I'm using AI as like a very large term here. Like, as wide as you can. Okay? As wide as you can make that net for AI. As wide as you can make it, that's where I'm making it, okay? Anything and everything that people would be considering as AI in any way, shape, or form. Okay? where was I going with this? One sec. Oh, right. So I'm not going to look at chat for this part so I can finish my point without getting, sidetracked. And I implore all of you to hold your thoughts until the end. And then maybe we'll even watch the Gary's economics videos so you guys can understand. Maybe I need to put a moid on the screen to explain it. And then everyone will be like, oh, dude, I get it now. You didn't say it penously. And then when he said it penously, I got it. So the point being, sorry, that's a little bit too bullying. The point being that if AI were to be regulated and people who are being exploited by the AI were actually to profit from the AI, and also we didn't have AI that just served literally no purpose. So I've seen, like, for example, people's description of certain AIs that are used for like I think it's like protein folding in scientific advancements, that there are like potentially these a couple of uses that are really good. Or I've seen people talk about AI that like can help detect breast cancer significantly faster than any other exams that we might have. So, and then again, like I said, that's why I specifically said to the people who are saying that type of AI isn't an LLM. That's why I said I'm just using this as a major catch-all tool. I'm not saying just this type of thing that isn't AI. I'm saying anything and everything that we're considering or anyone ever classifies it as AI, right? So, umbrella, as wide as you can make that umbrella, all right? There are a couple, or in the best usage that I've seen is like on Sony. They had an AI that was only trained in-house, not on any other external material. And for the Spider-Verse movie, they have to go in and like basically put a bunch of 2D effects on the 3D models. And the AI basically helps them generate it faster, but it's all trained on the artist's work. So it cuts down on all of this really, really shit mundane labor that normally would take hundreds or thousands of hours sitting there and drawing these lines. And it takes like a fraction of the time because it's removing all of this grunt work. And I think in those cases, that's like excellent. Great. These are instances where it's good. The problem is, again, just like I never like this framing because we're not against machine learning as a whole. Yeah, but I think that this argument is more useful. But I don't want to get too deep in it. Let me finish what I'm trying to say. So the reality is, even if there are tangible benefits, and I'm not talking about asking Grok what you should have for lunch, even if there are tangible benefits, people won't see the benefits to AI because all of that money and all of the excess like value generated by the AI is just going to go to the upper like 0.1%. And we will never see that until laborers actually fight for that right. And it's the exact same thing that had happened and that has happened with factories, with like the industrialization. And when a lot of this is what I mean when I say I hate finance bros. I don't hate economists. I love economists. Like, my econ calc class was one of the most fun classes I ever had. And it was like the first class where it was very eye-opening about how like, wow, like economists are kind of cool. I had a professor in this like econ calc class, business calc class. And he said he only teaches like for fun. He's like, it doesn't really pay well. It kind of doesn't pay at all. But I only do it for fun. But I actually work in public transportation and we like build models to help us determine, this is in New York City, to help us determine where certain bus stops should be and how to like optimize people's usage of public transportation. So we know that like if we pull a bunch of information about how far people are willing to walk for a bus station, and we combine that with the information that we know about like how many transfers are people willing to make, we can build an economic model that dictates how far bus stops should be how far away bus stops should be from each other for maximum optimization. And it's like, wow, that's like really cool. Oh my God, that's so cool. And that's when I realized like, I don't hate everything and anything related to business. I love economists. I just fucking hate finance bros, which is a very different segment of bros that are really into fucking business. Also, it also makes you dumb. For example, the diagnosing cancer thing you mentioned, it actually makes doctors lose the ability to diagnose cancer slower over time. Dude, listen, that's a whole separate conversation that I'd want to have, but not in this specific one. That is a tangent for another day. I want to finish this one. I'm going to be responsible with my tangents today. What was I trying to say? Yes. But there is like a very funny way that like finance bros and really shitty economists and capitalists talk about benefits of improving technology, where they talk about the benefits trickling down to the working class as though it was always expected and coincidental and that it happened immediately. So when we look at like, and again, the Gary's economics video talks about this in a lot more detail, which is really cool. Maybe we'll watch it. When it comes to like industrialization, people didn't see the benefits of mass production of food for hundreds of years. People didn't see the benefits of factories. Like the people who actually had to work in the factories didn't see those benefits for hundreds of years. We had to fight. People had to fight for that regulation. They had to fight to be treated a certain way. So it's easy to say like, well, we have all of this. We have objectively, our lives have been objectively improved by factories or more specifically by like food. An abundance of food is only good. It can only good happen when you have an abundance of food. The fact that we don't have to have famines, the fact that we have tools to fight against blight, and that we have an abundance of food, it's good. We can have less people that die from malnutrition, from starvation, because that technology allows us the ability to prevent that. But the thing is, people won't ever see those benefits unless they fight for it. Like, it literally won't. Dude, you're actually so dumb. What do you think I'm doing right? Instead of criticizing what's arguably the most ethical usage of AI, why don't you criticize the lack of the government regulation, blah, 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 blah. That's literally what I'm doing right now, you fucking idiot. You fucking dumbass, moron, stupid, shit for brains, loved by no one, failed abortion. Okay, sorry. So yeah, like, it sucks because that technology could be used for things that are good, and it could be used for mankind's benefit and to improve our lives. But it's sad because we're never going to see the effects of that unless A, we fight for it, B, it gets hyper regulated, and C, takes like tens of, if not hundreds of years. You talk slow. I have ADHD. No, your brain has been rotted by using too much AI. That was not, if you think that was a long time to get to the point, wrong. But anyways, yeah, so I would be down to like watch that video, maybe on like an off stream. We could like maybe play something casual. Maybe we could play some RimWorld and just have like a Gary's economics video. Because the problem with Gary's economics videos is the same problem that I have with like FT Signifier videos, where they're so good, I'm like, true, so true, real, dude, true. And then I don't feel like I get to say enough. And I'm like literally just pulling an asthma going, yup, based. Yup, based. There's a joke, but I'm holding back. Sorry if I caused that. Why did I say all of that? I don't remember why I talked about all that stuff with the AI stuff. Anyways, yeah, that's the position that I have on AI. If I could like snap my fingers and we could only have the upsides of AI and we could have none of the downsides, and also you couldn't generate stupid, ugly images of like 4-breasted women, and also no one was using it as like a support tool, and also we actually benefited from the excess in like production value and like labor and whatever, that would be dope. That would be fucking cool. But that's just like, I don't even know how long that would take. Where do I know you from? is having sex with your parents. I don't know. I don't know. Some. All right. Denims the financier. Shut up. Okay, how much is left? Let's see. I don't know if I can watch any more of this garbage.
Potential for disunity and actual disruption, rupture of the social fabric to the extent it still exists. And so you have to shut down immigration right now.
I got bullied for asking a question. I hate it here. Sorry. Maybe I should add in the rules of this channel. Streamer bullies chatters and chatters bully streamer back.
I'm glad you brought up immigration because I was thinking about what you said in our last conversation about race, and I'm going to quote you here. You said, most of the debates about race, ethnicity, religion, to some extent immigration, are less resonant long-term than debates about economics. And you said race is thrown up as a distraction. And you are someone who has spent a lot of time, though, talking about those issues.
Sorry, this chatter's still typing. Good for you. Denims W ableism. Girl. Famously, I don't have ADHD. Famously, I have never had ADHD ever in my life. I'm in your head, son. You added me. You tagged me. Hello? Me when I send a DM to someone and they respond, I'm in your head, bro. Huh? The hell are you talking about, dog? Then don't at me. I mess with your streams. Chill. You think me making fun of you for content is you messing with my streams? Whatever lets you cope at night, man. For sure. All those people weren't laughing at you. They were laughing with you.
You've denigrated immigrants, saying that they make our...
you got a little offended. A sound replacement. Oh, did someone get a little mad? Oh, he's gonna be okay, little boy. He's gonna be okay. All right, back to the video.
Country poorer and dirtier and more divided. And you've long warned that immigrants are going to replace what you call legacy Americans.
Well, they have. The overwhelming majority of new jobs in the last 5 years have gone to immigrants, not Americans. So
but wait,
it's not
let me
really
finish.
a debate, actually.
But you called Iraqis semi-literate primitive monkeys. I mean, you've used language that many find...
What year did I say that, do you know?
I think it was in 2018.
I did not say that in 2018.
I think he's right. He didn't say it in 2018. I'm pretty sure it was before then. I'm pretty sure it was like 2009 he said that. But like, dog, you're 57, man. Oh, you said it when you were 40. For sure. See, the excuse of like, what year was that? That works when like you were literally a teenager. When you were like 13. When you're 13, you can kind of get away with saying a lot of stupid shit because, you're 13. You can't be like, I was a mere 45-year-old child. I didn't know any better. It's like, oh my God. Oh. Denims, people can't grow and change. I know you're being sarcastic, but just in case there's anyone here that thinks that they're not being sarcastic, I think there's a difference between the family dinner heir and conservative talk show host who's been doing conservative talk show host work for decades that profits off of the suffering of other people, that will gladly get vaccinated and then tell other people, we don't know what's in the vaccine. I'm just asking questions. Where are we? Who are we? I don't know. Killing, like literally millions of people, by the way, is different from like your fucking cousin or your aunt that doesn't know anything.
Oh, no, 2008. I'm so sorry. Yeah, 2008.
Oh, okay.
So 2008.
Right, yeah. So the point is I'm a racist? Is that
no,
what you're
no.
saying?
The point is, were you
What
part
is
of
the
the
point?
distraction? The question is, were you
Oh.
part of the distraction because you were
Sure.
using those?
Also, hi, Spencer.
Talking about those issues quite a lot.
I wasn't actually talking about those issues quite a lot, but I would say I have been involved in many distractions, including that. I'm not saying race is immaterial. Race is important. Race is real. It's not a social construct. It's a biological reality. There are
It's okay. Can I suggest something? Can I suggest something? I know that people like Tucker Carlson are just being dishonest when they say this stuff. And they're like, well, the color of your skin is literally real. Like, unless you're telling me that, like, melanin doesn't change and that isn't biologically hardwired in you. Okay. Our groupings of things are a random categorization that serves no purpose or no significantly important purpose. We don't break people up into like the Tallies and the Shorties. You're not like an assigned tall at birth. And it's like, I see, you're 5'11". Well, that says a lot of things. And arguably you would say, and arguably it can be, there are important things to know about people's health and their height. Generally, people who are taller, hard to say to you guys, they do die sooner. Yeah. It has a lot to do with the fact that, like, eating calories kills you. Like, eating food kills you. And if you're taller, you're probably eating more food. Yeah. And eating less food. It also, that's why, like, I don't know about you guys. I feel like I run into a lot more really short old people. And I know you get shorter as you get older, but I don't feel like I run into a lot of, like, I feel like all of the old people I run into that are pretty old are like very short. They're not like average short or something. So anyways, yeah, W heightus. My point is, like, you can make the argument that, like, well, we should break people into these groups. That's shorty propaganda. Stay coping, Tallies. Denims, how tall are you? I am average American height, 5'5". So I get all of the benefits of being barely tall enough to reach the highest shelf, but kind of mostly not. And none of the negatives. Short. Fuck you. I'm 3 apples tall. Sorry. The point is, we don't make that random. We don't like have like a cutoff point, or like we don't make a category for that. It is in your genetics how tall you're going to be. Now, obviously, nutrition plays a big factor and everything. But what do you ask for at the hairdresser when you get your hair cut? I just ask for layers. I really like getting a nice, like, layered vibe. But anyways, yeah. What was I saying? Also, smaller animals live longer. Taller and bigger animals are just more likely to get cancer. I don't know enough about that, but Denims, I think maybe you should stop trying to talk on tall matters and mind your business. I'd say sit down, but you'd still be short. Well, you know what, man? At least I can be more comfortable than you on an airline. At least I can sleep in most places without having to bend my knees. At least the shower is always at the right height for me. At least I've never bumped my head into a door frame. The war on talls has begun. Anyone who's 3 apples tall or shorter, get behind me. Get behind me quick. What was I saying? I'm never subscribing again. How do I chop? If I chop my legs off, will I eat less calories? I don't I don't think so. I don't think so. Yes, Denims, but the day you need that condiment on the top shelf, you'll have to take this back. You see, we have the technology, and it's just like a step ladder or like a little like stool. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What do you do in an airplane? Get rid of your legs. You're like, don't need these. Put these off to the side. That's what I thought. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like the anti-heat, anti-cold behavior where it's like, people always say cold is better because you can always put on more clothes. You can always get taller with an instrument, with a small stool. You can't get shorter. Like, you can't like, you have to bend your knees. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why we're on this. Sorry. John Brown, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you for joining the cause against Tallies. Thank you. Paul, what was I trying to say?
Denims is streaming.
Denims is streaming. That's true. Moving on, though. There's a lot of different characteristics that we have, but we don't like group people into these characteristics, even though those characteristics that are genetically decided, or like they're decided by your DNA, do have implications for your health. Like, for example, being tall versus being short. We don't have like a random cutoff line on that, right? And race is the same way. Yes, the color of your skin is determined by your genetics. But the fact that we feel the need to like specifically make it a category where we are going to put all of these people in these different buckets is worthless. It doesn't do anything. It's a category we made up based on an attribute people have. In the same way that if we made a Shorties and Tallies category, we made that category. It is intrinsic that people are the height that they are, or that people have the skin color that they have. But we made the labels and the categories that we put all people in buckets in. Especially when it no longer becomes a useful tool, it makes no sense to continue to use these buckets. So when we talk about race not being a social construct, it's a biological reality. Yes, the color of your skin is a biological reality. It is determined by things outside of your control. But the racial groups we invented, those are social constructs. Again, if we had an alternate universe where we had a group called the Shorties and the Tallies, and you could do this for anything, like any different attribute that people have. This is propaganda. I can't believe I'm being fed Smurfology. Smurfology. Smurfology is kind of crazy. I'm surprised no Tallies in the chat have said, like, would you say I can't hear you down there? Someone hear a mouse squeaking? But yeah, there's a lot of things that we don't like group people based on, right? Like, and that could potentially be useful to consistently group people based on those things and care about those groupings. But we don't, generally speaking, because people don't tend to fit neatly into boxes, it's not really useful. Sorry, were you speaking? Sorry, I mean squeaking. Short people fit into boxes. Stop it. 2028 Republican scumbag candidate on the screen when I pop in. Sorry, that's my bad. What is this, a stream for ants? Okay, all right, okay. Enough. All right. Getting a little feisty. All right. So yes, it is a social construct. The literal aspect of the attribute, yeah, that's biologically real or whatever. The groupings we made are not. aka why white, the category of the white race, has changed dramatically over the past, like, what, 3 centuries? More? Because we made that grouping up. We said, this is everyone that is allowed to fit in this bucket. And then we're like, okay, fine. Italians can also fit in this bucket. Okay, fine. Greek people can also fit in this bucket. Okay, fine. Irish people are also okay in this bucket. Like, if that's how the category is no longer a biological reality. That category is now a social construct. We made this bucket to put different groups of people in it, and we decided at some point, this can go in, this can get out, this can go in, this can get out. The only biological reality is the color of the skin that people have, not the grouping that we created. Also, technically, the white category didn't even exist until like 300 years ago. Also true. Maybe if we stack enough social constructs, you might be able to reach the salt I put on the top shelf. You make one analogy. One.
Racial differences, real racial differences. They're much smaller than gender differences, but they're still real. But my point was the one.
Let me just say another thing. Yesterday, I got really mad. There are things that make me very mad sometimes. And yesterday, I got really mad. Because it pisses me the fuck off when I see like someone describing gender differences without specifying that we cannot know for a fact how much of the gender difference is because of socialization and nature. Or, nurture. And it makes me piss the fuck off, dude. Like a lot of the things that we don't, like historically, over the course of human history, especially the past like 100 years, we have realized more and more and more things are changeable. Like for the longest time, we thought like voices were pretty much set in stone and you can't change your voice. Like once you get an assigned voice at birth and then you are stuck with that voice for the rest of your life. But the reality is, because there's so much modern literature on trans people now, we realize and we've learned a lot about voices and how where your natural voice rests is actually very changeable. And that voice training is absolutely effective for anyone, regardless of whether you're trans or you're cis. And if you don't, by the way, chat, I'm not even joking. You can look at the literature on this. If you're cis and you don't like your voice, you can actually train your voice to something else. No hormones necessary or anything. Like you can literally just train your voice. And what effectively happens is you get so used to speaking in like a different octave or like speaking at a different pitch or with like a different level of like warmth. That now becomes your natural voice. And if you think about it, it makes sense because people's voices do change. Like I swear to God, Alex Jones did not sound that frog-like. He did not sound that frog-like. I swear. Go back like a decade. I swear. He sounded significantly more human and significantly less frog. Watch an old Northern Lion video? Yeah, I never understand people who like pull up old clips or videos from people, either YouTubers or streamers or anyone. It's like people's voices change. And honestly, a lot, maybe this is like, I don't know, wrong. I don't know. I feel like my voice and my mannerisms are very affected by things that I like in the moment. And as my taste changes, I think I change, which I think is just how everybody works, but maybe I'm mistaken. And I will pick up like, not quite like vocal stims, but like certain things that I really like. I might start doing them jokingly or accidentally. And then suddenly it's just like part of how I speak. They replaced him with an amphibian after he called out the 12-dimensional AI world that we inhabit. Fuck! I spoke like a brat for a whole summer. Are we bringing back pirate software discourse now? I mean, and again, once you start speaking in the same voice for long enough, that just becomes your voice. I do think it's funny, the idea that there are a bunch of streamers that are faking their voices. It's really hard to fake your voice as a streamer when you talk for hours every day. It's difficult. It's very difficult. That's probably just more likely what their voice is now, and your voice can change. So, I don't know. Anyways, what Democrat do you think can win in the next presidential election? Currently, I think the only person is AOC. I will say, originally, your voice sounded super low to me when I started watching you, but it doesn't seem as deep now. I don't think I've even really changed my settings. If anything, I think I make my settings accidentally a little bit deeper than I actually sound in real life, because when I record myself on my phone, I sound very different than when I listen to my stream. But moving on from that, there's a lot of stuff that we thought was very immutable, and basically study after study shows that so much of what we thought was intrinsic to whatever, so like genetics, is actually not so intrinsic, and there are a lot of things that you can do that can push you towards different directions or whatever. So like, yeah, it makes me really, I get really pissed when I see like studies about like gender differences, and it's like, okay, did you make sure to like find people for this study that were not predisposed to doing X, Y, and Z thing? Okay, well, did you find people for, okay, how can you test for that? And then people will speak about this. It'll be like the original study says, it's hard to say how much of this difference is caused by socialization and general practice here and here and here. But like, this is just what our study shows that exists, that there is currently in our society a difference. And then people will say, see, this is how you know that it's innate. It's like, what? You literally can't account for these variables. Hello? Like, I was reading like this study on hand-eye coordination and precision and some other stuff. And the study that I read, it literally said it's hard to say how much of these changes are, or these differences are, because of the types of things that boys do when they are younger versus girls do when they're younger. And that, like, if you are in sports, maybe you would be more likely to develop these skills when you're very young and retain them for longer. But we have no way of knowing, because we can't really, like, it's really hard to test for these things and to test for every single variable. And then people will see that and be like, well, it's pretty much guaranteed that X, Y, and Z. It's like, I hate you people. I fucking hate you people. Stop Chance's poop pants.
That I made initially, which is for most Americans, people who are born here, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, doesn't matter, of any race, the real concerns are economic. And I do think that certain forces, the banks, people loaning the money, have a real incentive to foment dissent within the population against each other. Fight amongst yourselves while we continue to charge you 25% interest on your credit card. And as I said, when we first discussed this, I noticed this after Occupy Wall Street, which was like the very first left-wing movement that I thought, I kind of like the theme here. I mean, I wasn't, whatever. I'm not camping out on the sidewalk in front of JP Morgan, but the idea that you could have a global financial crisis and no one responsible for it goes to jail, and the only people who suffer are the people who took the loans, not the ones who issued the loans, I felt like that's just not fair. And so I supported the idea of holding the creditors accountable for their crimes. And none ever were held accountable by Bush or Obama, as you know. And then I noticed, and this is measurable actually by a Lexis search of New York Times stories, that the term racist, racism, white supremacy, those exploded in New York Times stories, and not just the New York Times, but the rest of the legacy media. And my interpretation of this fact is that the media was used to distract the population with racial conflict.
You were part of the media, Tucker.
Well, I've already said I have been part of many distractions. It took me a long time to recognize this. And I'm trying to be honest about it now. Now, again, there's been an enormous amount, particularly in the New York Times, but not just, of anti-white hate. Which is like totally normalized across the American media. Whiteness is bad. White supremacy is evil.
You know what's insane to me? The way that like centrists and right wingers, same thing, take things that people on the left have said and then twist them to become something that didn't exist. Or that's never existed, that nobody said. It's unfortunate how good he is at weaving and sneaking racism and Nazi shit into real narratives about economic conditions. Yeah. Like, I kind of like, I'm still thinking about the fact that in that Shoe on Head video that I can't finish that video. That was too brutal of a watch. Where she like reads out like not a chat message. She reads like some article and the article is just saying like, I don't want to play Pragmata because I'm kind of like over this particular genre where, you know, like you rescue or like have like a small child companion and you kind of like live out like a little father fantasy or whatever. I'm just not interested in that. And she's like, because you hate men. It's like, so if someone told you they didn't want to watch a rom-com because they are kind of over rom-coms, you would say you hate women? Obviously not. If someone said, I don't really want to watch Marvel movies, I'm kind of like tired of Marvel movies right now, you wouldn't be like, what does that say about you as a person? It must mean that you're bigoted against some group of people. It's like, no, you can just get tired of something and want something different, especially when it comes to media. Hello? Last of Us slop. Well, I don't even know that Pragmata is slop. It's probably a good game. It's just it's got like weird fans because fans and fandoms can ruin media sometimes. But what was I hate spider people. Okay, Jay Jonah. It's pretty good. I'll probably throw it in my Steam wishlist soon. Dang. There's a point. Oh, so you hate mutants, huh? No, I was trying to say something else. I was trying to say something greater than that. Oh, right. Yeah. It's like, why is it that discussing how like whiteness as a construct is detrimental and whiteness as a construct is a construct meant to other, which is accurate. You make this bucket, here are the acceptable groups that are allowed to be in here, and here's everything else. And how historically it's been used to for the purpose of segregation, for the purpose of racism. That has nothing to do with white, like, people. Like, it's not that all white people are evil, that whiteness is bad, that being white is bad. It's that you can be able to discuss this and say, hey, yeah, this category has been used in the United States to exclude people that we have othered historically, like Irish Americans, like Italian Americans, like Black Americans, like Asian Americans, and that we've exploited. And some of these groups we consider to be white now. So yeah, that was make an artificial. Yeah, I mean, you're generating an artificial hierarchy. Oh, what was I? There was a greater point. There's like one last thing to tie all of this into a nice little bow. Oh yeah, it makes me so mad when like right-wingers are dishonest like this. It's like, fuck you, man. We're trying to have an actual discussion about this thing that actually impacts people's lives, that is actually used as a tool to oppress other people. And we always have to make it into, that's just because you hate white men. It's like, no, dude. Oh my God. So fucking infuriating. Afro, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Let's go. If you got gifted a gift sub, you have to say thank you legally, or else I have to shave 1 square inch off of Wormy. And then she will be bald.
Every other kind of ethnic awareness is great and celebrated, but white ethnic awareness is Nazism, etc., etc.
Because, okay, first of all, white ethnic awareness is Nazism is so amazing as a sentence. It's just like awareness. It's so amazing. As an idea, first of all, when is the last time that any group other than dog owners has said, no more celebrating of the 4th of July? No one is allowed to do that ever. No more celebrating Christmas in the United States. What? No more spring break. What? Who is stopping white Americans from engaging in white American behavior? Last time I checked, if you want to do some fucking donuts, you know, in your fucking parking lot, you can go ahead and do that. Last time I fucking checked, I don't know, maybe something has changed recently. Second, wouldn't it be funny to like go to Italy or like go to Greece and be like, do you guys celebrate your whiteness? What do you guys do for white ethnic awareness here in Italy? If you want to talk about like nationality or ethnicity, shouldn't you actually talk about something that actually has some like basis and founding and backing? Don't ask the French that. That concept might actually bang in Poland though, low-key. That's actually true. That's actually true. My favorite is like when you see like those statue profile pictures on Twitter and they're like, why don't we celebrate more of this whiteness? More European heritage. It's like, I would love for you to pull this photo of this like Austrian girl playing on the piano and then talk to like a British person or like a German person or a Greek person and be like, this is your culture and you should celebrate more of this white culture. Like they would look at you like you were a fucking idiot if they didn't beat the shit out of you. This like overbroad generalization of like every white person just being exactly the same is so reductive and bad. Like not effective at anything in any shape, way, or form.
This absurd and pretty malicious double standard. And that's annoying, and I've noted it many, many times. But ultimately, what I'm saying is that people care about their economic fortunes and their ability to pay their bills and secure a better life for their kids. And those things are way more important to most Americans I have met than anything related to race. And that's why all the stuff about whiteness being bad
goes to Germany and shows them a McDouble. This is your white heritage.
Which is like an outrageous slur if you think about it. All of that, in my opinion, was designed as a distraction from the fact that the American economy was becoming ever more pyramid-shaped, ever more lopsided, ever more, basically ever less middle class. The middle class was no longer the majority after 2015. That was not even noted in most publications. And like, that's a tragedy. And no one even said anything about it. And instead, it was just like, white people hate black people hate white people. You know, we got played. That's my view.
You brought up,
we got played, says the guy who contributed to the great replacement theory. Okay, dude. I'm going to be honest, Denims, I just had a conversation with my friend. We're both Czech. And she was like, well, these Muslims that come here should hold the same cultural values. And I asked her, what's our culture? And she was like, well, we use sarcasm a lot. It's like, no Muslim people have ever been sarcastic. Ever. Never happened. Never happened, ever. Also, you gotta love, like, the culture of being sarcastic. That's it. That's the full culture.
Occupy Wall Street and your affinity with that. And you said in our previous interview, the future that I imagine is not a future in which we're yelling at each other about race. It's a future in which people are legitimately revolutionary, maybe even violent, on the basis of thwarted economic opportunity. And it made me wonder, do you believe capitalism is an evil system, a necessary evil, something else? And also, what do you mean about legitimately revolutionary?
I certainly didn't mean to endorse violence. I can't imagine I would never say that intentionally. I'm amazed that you have a tape of me saying that, and I just want to disavow it. I'm not for violence, period.
Okay.
It's against my religion. And so I just want to be very, very clear that I'm totally opposed to violence. What I mean is the current system, and I don't know what you would call our economic system. And I'm often told it's free market capitalism. It doesn't bear any resemblance to what I thought free market capitalism was. I'm not sure the name is important except as a way to mislead and bully people into being quiet about it. But any economic system in which, the overwhelming majority of the rewards go to an ever shrinking number of people or proportion of people.
Dude, co-opting. Again, progressive and leftist talking points is insane to me, dude. Just so that he can make rich people's lives even better. Like taking socialist messaging and being like, yeah, this shrinking number of people have all of the wealth. Also, I would absolutely only put policies that increase that wealth disparity, but we need to do something about this.
System, because it makes people revolutionary. I saw this in Venezuela, which I visited as a child. It was a prosperous kind of first world country, beautiful country, actually.
They're stealing our shit. Well, I mean, you have to understand there's no such thing as a right-wing populist. Doesn't exist. Like that are actually right-wing and populist. It's like an oxymoron.
And then it proceeded.
They only pretend to be populist, and then they proceed to only implement policies that are not populist.
On the path we're on, and the resentment built, and you had this very volatile combination of electoral politics, a democracy, and an economic oligarchy, and those two don't work well together. And you had a left-wing populist takeover, Hugo Chavez, and the results are now well known. So I don't know what you call this, but it's not working, and it's making for a very volatile country. People have to own things; they have to be vested in the country in order to de-radicalize them. But when people own nothing, they've got nothing to lose. I mean, these are very obvious observations.
2 last questions. You can dispute the premise, which I'm sure you will.
I don't know that I will.
I started dropping frames for some reason. My internet got fried for like half a second, but I think we're good.
But I want to preempt it anyway, just because I think in our brief time together.
Thank you for preparing me.
In our brief time together, I feel like I've come to understand a bit about you. All right, I'd say 2 of the most seminal events in your professional life were 1, the Iraq War, and 2, the election of Donald Trump. That's the premise. You were for both of them. Now you say that they were both mistakes. So I guess why should anyone after that track record listen to you?
Well, people probably won't,
but has it caused some self-reflection about?
Oh, has it caused it? Well, I admitted it. So of course it has caused a lot of self-reflection. And I wouldn't say, by the way, that the 2016 election of Donald Trump was a mistake. I didn't mean to suggest that. I was addressing this last year and like
3 getting owned on Jon Stewart on your show by Jon Stewart on your show. Yeah. This it's so I forgot to say, I stepped away for a second, I think. Or I wasn't here or something. I don't remember what happened. I think I got up for the fan and then I forgot. There was a segment earlier in this interview where he was like, well, I don't really think I'm that savvy. Like, I don't think I'm that interview savvy or anything. It's it pissed me the fuck off. And he's like, maybe I'm underselling it. I'm so sick and tired of this. I don't even know what I'm doing, honestly. I don't even know. I'm just like a guy. I'm just a little guy. Pisses me the fuck off, dude. It's you know exactly what you're doing. You manufactured consent for other wars because you knew it was the correct strategy at the time and it was the winning play. And now you know that it's not. So that's why you're doing what you're doing.
What happened to the campaign promises that a lot of us repeated enthusiastically and thought were real?
But if you're saying that Donald Trump could lead this country to a nuclear war, which is essentially what you said could happen, then how could the 2016 election of Donald Trump not have been something that you regret? I mean, those 2 things, if I was going to vote for someone who might lead us to a nuclear holocaust, I would perhaps reconsider my vote.
Well, I don't know if you remember well, but that year was a choice between the lady who killed Gaddafi for no reason and turned Libya into a gaping wound, which it remains, for no reason, and then laughed about it, and a guy who said the Iraq war was a mistake. So for me, that was not even a close call. I mean, Hillary Clinton, particularly in foreign policy questions, was
Denims. So men can't be cocky, and they can't be modest, and they can't be lazy, and they can't have hobbies, and they can't be Nazis, and they can't grift to the left. What do you want me to do here? And I just pull up like a video of like Morgue Pie stream.
Ask Neocon from my perspective. So I don't regret that. I'm grateful that he won in 2016. My only point, once again, was he campaigned against the things he's now doing a year and a half ago. So I just apologized for repeating those campaign slogans as if they were true. I thought they were true. They turned out not to be true, and I feel bad about that.
The only instance where it's like, I give the smallest amount of charitability, not to people like Tucker Carlson. He knows what he's doing. He's making a fat check, tricking voters. But like for the actual voters, the only time that I will give them even the smallest modicum of charitability is, well, he said he wasn't going to put us in any wars. Like, I'm sorry that you just found out that he lied. I find it crazy when they're like, I can't believe he put the tariffs in. It's like, he said that he was going to. I can't believe he's deporting all these people. He said that he was going to. What do you mean? You voted for him, and that was like the two major promises he made. Hello? I agree. AOC is the only viable option right now, but my female lib friends are like, we can't run a woman. Americans clearly hate women too much. I'm like, bro, we are scientists, and your N is two horrible. War criminal girl boss is so frustrating. I mean, again, like I've said every time about this, I think this is, I remember the very first time I said this, people were really mad, but maybe it was my presentation, so I'll take a little bit of the onus on that. But yes, being a woman matters, and you have to be better, because like, I guarantee you, in my personal opinion, I think Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris ran about as good a campaign as Biden did. You're just allowed to be a little bit more mediocre, at the very least, if you're running as a Democrat, as a man. But the solution to that is no more women. The solution to that should be, okay, let's run a fucking amazing candidate. Let's put up a candidate that everyone has to agree is fucking amazing. So in this case, for example, putting up AOC would be a great play. Now, Biden ran more to the left than either of them. I don't really know that that's even very true. I mean, I think that him running on canceling student loan debt was the play. I agree. But besides that, I don't really think he ran a much better campaign. I think the campaign was run about the same as the Hillary campaign and about the same as the Kamala campaign. I don't think it was that. If anything, Kamala Harris was sold as being even more left-wing than Biden was. And it just wasn't even good enough. He certainly wasn't sincere. Yeah. But yeah, anyways. I totally disagree with you on that. On what? That he was promising police reform, which was huge in 2020. Biden famously promised a lot of left-wing stuff he co-opted from Bernie Sanders. Also, Trump was currently the president and COVID. There's a 100-page paper called the Biden-Sanders Action Plan. The problem is what you guys are describing is not fundamentally the difference that was made in the polls, because you have to understand, for the majority of people that are voting for Biden, and you talk to the average voter, they're not voting exclusively based on policy. They're voting on messaging. They're voting on how the campaign was marketed in the public eye. And fundamentally, it was not marketed significantly better under Kamala or under Hillary. Hillary's was like, they had no counterplay. They were all defense, which was horrible. But yeah, I would argue that Biden won. A big part of why Biden won, if you wanted to contribute it to anything, it was because it was coming off the back of 2016 Trump. If you wanted to remember that. Denims is just forgetting all of the evil shit Clinton said in those Cablegate emails. No, I'm describing to you what the average voter thinks, not what a bunch of politics frogs, nerds like me and you think. And when you talk to voters, when you talk to everyday average voters, the vast majority of them are like, I don't know, Biden seems like he seems reasonable and like anything's better than Trump. I'm down. I think I'm done with, I think we're done with Trump. I think we're done. After, like, immediately after, I can't. It was marketed as, like, a return to normalcy, yeah. So, yeah, that's all. I feel like that's, again, we can sit here and nitpick and recognize all of the differences in the campaigns and recognize how bad Hillary's campaign was and how bad Kamala's campaign was and the distinct differences in these campaigns, but I'm talking about how it was marketed and how the majority of the public saw that. Exactly, Kathria. We are abnormally high info, even if we share sentiments that are fundamentally in the interest of the working class. Correct. Biden also had the benefit of the Trump disaster, the pandemic. Correct.
Often wrong. I say that and I mean it. It's not a pose. And I do think, last thing I'll say is I think if you force yourself to admit you're wrong.
Also, another thing that people are forgetting is like Hillary Clinton won the popular vote and Kamala Harris had like record donations. She got like $1 billion. They just spent it horribly. And they didn't market the campaign well. It's not that people weren't down for them. It's not that people thought that they were too right wing. The average voter did not think that. The average voter thought, I'm with her. It just wasn't motivating enough. It's just, this is what I mean when I say their marketing was bad. Trump's marketing, when I say marketing, I say make America great again. That's what I'm talking about. Trump's marketing is really good. And I think Biden's marketing was an easy slam dunk. They just had to not completely fuck up. But yeah, the policies were bad. Yeah, correct. But anyways.
And I
horribly, I think that podcast set was absolutely necessary.
always forced my 4 children to admit they were wrong. I didn't do a lot of spanking. The punishment I meted out was forcing them to admit that they had done something wrong. That's enough usually. I think if you do that, it makes you wiser over time and you're less likely. It doesn't mean you're not going to make mistakes. I will make many mistakes going forward, I assume, but you're less likely to fall for things once you've apologized the first time. And the thing that I noticed and that drove me so crazy about Washington that I finally left was the cyclical nature of bad decision making. They wouldn't just make bad decisions again and again. They would make the same bad decisions again and again and again based on the same faulty assumptions. And they could do that because no one was ever held to account for any failure or disaster ever. The only people who were ever punished were the people who complained about it. And I watched that and it drove me nuts. And I just don't want to add to that. I don't want to be part of that at all. For all my faults, I don't want to be part of that. So that's it. I'm not running for anything. And if, people think I'm not credible because I changed my mind about the Iraq war or because I was shocked that Trump launched a war he said he wouldn't launch, I get it. I understand why people feel that way. I'm not mad about it.
This is my last question. It's a personal one. I talk to a lot of people left and right about you. A lot of them used to be your friends. I mean, they said they were close to you or spent time with you.
They're all mad at me now.
Well, they all say that you've changed. Some
holy shit. Okay.
say you've sort of become untethered from reality. And the question all of
Am I supposed to believe that this is not the most transparent attempt by the New York Times to present Tucker Carlson as reasonable? Yeah, your shitty right-wing friends say you've really changed for the better.
them had was what happened to Tucker Carlson. And it's something that I've heard echoed a lot. You're an object of a lot of fascination, continuing interest. You are at the center of a lot of our cultural conversations. And I wonder how you would answer that question.
Well, I marvel at it, and I mean this sincerely. I don't find myself very interesting at all. I feel like I'm as transparent as I can be. So the idea that I've changed, well, yeah, I hope.
I mean, I agree. You're about as transparent as you can be, which is not transparent at all, which is completely opaque.
So America's changed
Eastern mindset. Thank you for the 5 gifties. Thank you. Thank you.
a lot. And if you still think that making the world better is as simple as sending aircraft carriers to a foreign country, if you think the way to improve discourse is by banning.
NPR lady is doing propaganda for White House replacement guy telling me that I'm dumb. I wish I could, man. I fucking wish I could.
If you think the vax is safe and effective, I don't know what to tell you. Like, have you not been paying attention? Apparently not. Or maybe you're just resistant to the conclusions. But it's really important, if you advocate for something, to watch, to stay patient and see how it winds up. And if you spend a lot of time telling people this is true and then you find out it's not true, you have an obligation to say, I'm sorry, I told you that was true, but it turns out it's not safe and effective. And regime change isn't that simple. And no, speech codes don't work, or whatever you were advocating for. So yeah, of course I've changed. I mean, the changes that have taken place in this country since August of 1991, when I entered the workforce, are bewildering to me. I mean, so much has changed. So many of my assumptions have been blown up, just evaporated under the pressure of reality, that if I still clung to those, that would be shameful. That would be dishonest. And I don't want to be that.
And you would never be
Tucker Carlson,
dishonest.
this has been so interesting. Thank you so much.
No, it
for your
hasn't.
time.
Oh,
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Aw.
I appreciate it.
I could go the rest of my life not hearing.
After these interviews, we reached out to Carlson's representative to get clarity on his claims that Senator Ted Cruz and Ambassador Mike Huckabee have advocated for the murder of children and other innocent civilians. She responded in an email, quote, Gaza. When asked for comment, Huckabee replied that, quote, no sane person advocates for the murder of children or civilians, and called the allegation, quote, sick and evil. Cruz replied that we should spend our time, quote, actually covering people who still matter. We also reached out to Sean Hannity, who denied that he pressured President Trump to go to war with Iran.
I think Hassan too soft when he goes on people's programs. I think if he was more adversarial, it would be to his benefit. Yeah, I think I've said. I mean, I've said this before that I think so. It's just like a hard skill to master, and it takes a long time. I will. One thing I will say is he has gotten progressively better at it. I feel like I remember the stuff that he did like a few years back relative to the stuff that he's done. Even like with what's a tin something, a Steyer. Why am I forgetting? Tom Steyer. That was really good. That was really, really good. So I think he's gotten a lot better. Again, this just feels like one of those things that's like a muscle you have to flex, and it's just something that you're never going to get better at unless you just keep working at it. And I think he's gotten a lot better. And it's kind of fun to watch that development and that growth. It's like, yay, yes, grill them, grill. Also, it depends on the who. I think he legit moved the main pod guy's views now left on Gaza. I agree.
Levin denied this as well, and both Levin and Laura Loomer denied that they had ever been out to get Vice President J.D. Vance. We also reached out to Rupert Murdoch and Miriam Adelson, but they did not respond to our request for comment.
No, you're joking.
I'm Lulu Garcia Navarro.
And I'm David Marchese.
And we're the hosts of The Interview, an audio and video podcast from the New York Times.
Every week we interview fascinating...
That's enough. That's enough. Well, when the man talks, Denims when the man talks, silence, Moid. Oh, look at him. He's like, streamer lady, when are you gonna end stream? Yes, me. Gonna end. The ball is meant. Look at him. Look at the baby. All right, guys. I just found out it's Mike from Taiwan's birthday. How do you sit in one spot for 6.5 hours, gang? I got really addicted to MMOs and I was sitting for 12, so it's actually surprisingly not that hard. Unfortunately. But it is Mike from Taiwan's birthday. If you wanted to go wish him some happy birthday wishes. Since Hassan fucking departed and left us all. Yeah, he's gonna go. He's like, I'm just gonna go get some zins. I'm just gonna get a couple zins, and then he fucking left. I can't fucking believe this. So, I will send you guys over there. Want to buy your kitty? I know. Isn't he great? I know. How about a goodbye stretch for the stream? Yes. Oh, yeah. Look at him. He looks like such a fat baby. Oh, yes. Huh. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna head off. Do you guys want to do a gaming stream tomorrow morning? You guys down for a gaming stream tomorrow morning? Yeah. Okay, well then in that case, I will see all of you guys tomorrow. Please have a great rest of your day. Stay hydrated. Tell your homies you love them, and I will see all of you guys tomorrow, everybody. Bye.